All right, friends, we should have both of the YouTube streams up and running. I'm starting the TikTok stream now. TikTok stream is up and running. Should be good to go. I think both of the guest boxes are already open. So it is, friends, it's 6 o'clock. It's Friday night. You know what we do. We're gonna be all converting to Christianity because the arguments and the evidence presented to us are gonna be so overwhelming that we're gonna have nothing left to do other than to fall on our knees and worship the cloud cadaver, the sky carcass. That sounds reasonable. That sounds like something that would happen. Think about that. Anyways, welcome in, friends. I hope you are ready for wild night. Friday is always a fun night. I hope you're able to take some time off this weekend and enjoy the weekend. It looks like it's gonna be a beautiful weekend, at least where I'm at. Yeah, Cloud Cadaver is a good one. I like that. I made that one myself. I did not, however, invent Sky Carcass. Sky Carcass belongs to comedian LG Gray. She invented Sky Carcass. I came up with Cloud Cadaver. So what are you gonna do? Sometimes you take other people's material. The key is that you credit the artist with their work. Anyways, we should have some people in here momentarily. Before we get going, while the stream wasn't even live yet, we got a $10 super chat from our friend Coco. Coco, thank you so much for the super chat. Coco says, thanks for what you do. This channel has taught me so much. All praises to the most hard dog. Let's get cooking. Well, thank you, Coco. I really appreciate that. Big W for Coco. And it looks like people are starting to file in. I see Little Fee. That's Dugald. I see Dugald. And here, good to see you, Dugald. Always good to see the friends joining up in the stream. I think Bible guy Dalton's here too. Let me get Dalton in here. He's taking a second to load, but he'll be up. Hey, Dalton.
Hey,
Oh, I forgot to change
let
my
me tell you something.
layout.
All day long, I've been thinking about the Israelites versus the Mennonites.
Oh my gosh, I know. I know.
I sent you a fun little picture on Messenger of a painting of the Israelites versus the Mennonites.
That was wild too. I've never heard that one before. Anyways,
Yeah, yeah.
if you want to debate God being real, because I know there's so much evidence for it, and we're just suppressing the truth in unrighteousness, you can join using the guest request on TikTok. You can also join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. If you don't want to type that into your browser, you could also click the same link in the description of the video. It's a clickable link in the description. All right, let me grab, I think we got a guest already. Let me grab our first guest of the night. How you doing, Lingua?
Hi.
Lingua, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes. I am pantheistic. Theistic. I believe that there's a God, but it's not like tied to any religion.
Sure. And what do you think would be the best supporting evidence for this God existing or God concept? Pantheists don't typically believe in like monotheism, right?
Right. I would say, um, the fact that there's the ability to love, and with human minds, we can like think, with analogies and concepts. So first of all, we know that there's a cause and effect to everything, right?
Well, are we talking about love or cause and effect?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to topic. Um, Cause and effect.
Okay, what about cause and effect leads to pantheism?
I would say that something had to cause the world to come into form. And I believe many people could say that's the Big Bang Theory, which in my opinion, I believe that it really doesn't matter how the world comes into form, but it's more about like what created that, you know,
Well, I
even
don't
beyond.
have a good reason to believe that there was a creation event. Like there was once nothing and then we got something from nothing. Like, is there a reason why I would believe that?
I would say just I don't know. It's like a logic thing where it's like parents, for an example, they created humans because, well, just because of instinct, right? So I would think like this power, this higher power, just had this instinct to create something, and yeah, it just made
Right,
everything.
but what I'm saying is I don't see any evidence that there was a creation event to begin with. Like, what would be the evidence that there was a creation event?
I don't believe that there is any evidence, but I would say my experience, like, okay, so doesn't science say that there's no uh spiritual encounters or like any type of spiritual world, right?
What's the question?
Okay, so doesn't science say that there's only like the 3D world, there's no spiritual world outside of this world?
There are multiple dimensions beyond three, but there's no spiritual dimension.
So how do people have spiritual encounters then? Like have visions and healings by using, their powers and thoughts.
They don't. They have hallucinations.
So how do they see the future even though it's a hallucination?
They don't.
Well, I've experienced a lot of that.
Can you do
I've
it right now?
seen things before. I can't control it. I just in prayer and meditation and fasting, I can sometimes see different things.
It's awfully suspicious that people that can tell the future can't actually do it when it's necessary.
It's like a spiritual thing that only happens when you connect closer to God or a higher power. It's like
So you're not close to God?
I'm not saying I'm not close to God. I'm saying you have to really be deeper into it in that moment to see things and
Okay.
be.
Well, how about this? If you come up with a prediction for the future after this call, you come back and let me know. I'll write it down. I'll put a date on it, and if it comes true, I'll believe that you can predict the future.
Um. Okay. So basically, like I said, you can't control it, but it's like you're just ignoring anybody's perspective, thinking that they're just lying because it's not a hallucination if it comes true.
Well, I don't think you're
And
lying.
I,
I think you've tricked yourself into thinking that you're having these premonitions. But like if I just told you, listen, as it turned out, I'm a spiritual being, and part of my spiritual being is that I can knock people over using chi. I don't even have to touch them. I can just do a chi ball with my hands and throw it at a whole crowd of people and knock them over. Do you think that's something that you should believe just because I told you?
I believe that if you have like many people saying it, and especially if it's said before the event happens, then yes.
You'd have to witness it to believe it, you mean?
Right, or hear about it before it happens.
That's right. Yeah, you'd have to have some sort of witness of it, right? And that's what I'm saying with your premonitions or your telling of the future. It's something I would have to witness before I believe it because we know statistically those types of things don't happen and scientifically they can't happen. So in order to prove that they do happen, you would have to actually demonstrate it with witnesses.
So you never seen like a video of someone saying something about like, for an example, Trump being shot, and the video was posted about 8 years ago, and now in
I mean,
2025 it happened.
I don't think that. I mean, like the idea that someone may have predicted that Trump got shot at a previous time before he did isn't really that great of a prediction because he's like one of the most hated presidents in U.S. history. So the idea that he may get shot wouldn't be
Yeah.
that really great of a prediction.
It's also pretty common for assassination attempts to go down, and we do want to be careful talking about this. We're on the edge of getting our live stream taken down by even bringing this up. But the reality is, like these types of things are really common, and these same predictions come out every time there's a new president. Like all the supposed TBN style prophets start giving these predictions every time there's a new president, and you get hundreds or even thousands of people saying kind of nonsensical things. Eventually, something they say is one of them is going to come true.
Not to mention, by the way, that the things that you mentioned that you participated in before this vision took place, namely like fasting and praying and chanting, these are known to be triggers for hallucinatory events.
Well, I don't know how I could have tricked myself into seeing something like that happened that I knew nothing about. Like specifically, I would say that I seen the table under the Paris Eiffel Tower during the Olympics. I'm not even like I didn't even know what that was, but I seen that like 3 days before it happened
I don't
when
know
they
to tell you.
mocked Jesus.
So we've done studies on people who claim to have premonitions, and it turns out like almost nobody actually has them. Most premonitions, people believe that they've witnessed a vision before it happened, but that's never the case. In fact, when people write down their premonitions, they often don't even match later when they go back and say that it came true. It often doesn't even match what they wrote down. So like we have attempted to study people who have premonitions. The reality is we can't find anyone that can actually validate them. Like to validate somebody's premonition, you would have to like literally write it down and then later like show it to somebody, make sure that they've seen it, and then later see if it comes true. And the other thing too with premonitions is people who claim to have premonitions is they have like thousands of them. They'll have like a 200 in a year sometimes. Eventually, they're going to see something. You know, they're going to get a vision of something that looks vaguely familiar to something that happens later, and they're going to connect those dots. I mean, it's just human nature.
Okay,
I
so
think I think what would be even more impressive is if next time you have one of these visions, instead of just writing it down, record yourself with a timestamp on it. That way, when it actually does happen, we have actual evidence. And don't be vague about your prediction. Give excruciating detail about the things in your vision. That would be confirmation that you really did see these things before they happened.
right, I have written down one actually this year, at the beginning of this year, and part of it has like started to happen, but it's like not finished, I would say. So technically, so this what happened. I wrote down that my uncle would be cured from his mental illness and that he would meet a woman and marry her. And basically, I would say about a month ago, a woman that he knew in college 20 years ago came up to this state where I live, and she ended up saying that God told her to come back and find him. There was no connection, and he hasn't been with anybody anytime before that because he had this like big problem with his mind. And now she has actually set appointments for him, 7 of them already, to get checked on that. And he's been
What's his
acting better
problem?
already. What?
What's his
Oh,
problem? What's his health condition?
it's schizophrenia.
Yeah, there's medication for that, by the way.
Yeah, but even then, like when he was getting medication, it didn't really help.
Well, was he taking it? My experience with people with schizophrenia is often they don't take the medication.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
I mean,
Like,
it kind of is the point. Like
okay,
if he's going to meet a significant other, right? The first thing that significant other is going to do once they find out that they're schizophrenic is get them on the medication. Like there's no way a normal human being is going to meet somebody with that mental illness and just allow the schizophrenia to run rampant.
well, the signs is that's what the signs are leading to, but they don't fully know. That's why he had to go to so many appointments.
Hmm. You understand that these
God, I
aren't
was
convincing to any of us, right? Like these coincidences
Yeah,
aren't proof of
I'm
anything.
just saying that's what my experience is. I had spoke it to her in church, even though I'm not religious anymore, but I spoke it to her in church, telling her the prediction. I call it a prophecy, and she said that same month she had broke up with somebody she was with for 12 years, And that same month in March, she got her new keys to a new apartment. The
Yeah.
same time that I got the prophecy about that.
Let me ask you a question. If there's a divine entity that's so in tune with what's happening in your life that he's giving you prophecies, why is he letting 3 million children die every year of starvation as their parents are calling out in agony for any assistance possible? See how weird it is to believe like God will like work in all these really tiny minor ways, but then when it comes to like children dying of bone cancer or starving to death, he's just like, "Oh fuck it. I can't help you there."
Okay, so um, I would say my philosophy on that is that God is the source inside of creation and outside of it, and He is love. But basically, once we come to Earth, we're farther away from that divine love. So it's like nothing can be perfect once we become born, because we're not fully whole with God. We're not made one yet until we go back. But
Why can't God? Isn't you're a pantheist? Isn't God
oh,
everywhere?
okay. So yes, he's in everything and outside of everything,
So
but
you can't
he
escape
isn't
a
all
pantheistic
powerful.
God, can you?
No.
Right. So like if this God is everywhere and in everything, then you can't be like away from it while you're on Earth.
So somebody mentioned this before. I forgot how you said, but it's something about the process of like restoration or something, where you got to go through the whole thing until you the world become restored, all of creation, because it starts out corrupt and like as a fallen world.
You're not a Christian. You don't believe in a fallen world.
Well, I would say the world is imperfect, not necessarily,
Yeah, well,
fallen.
it's imperfect because you're the pantheistic God you believe in, like fucked it up.
That's why I said he's not all powerful.
It sounds
It's
like a
it's
like a
an
klutz.
instinct. Again, it's an instinct. God, humans want love, so that's why they procreate mostly. Now, this God, he also wants love. That's why he creates as well, but he cannot control everything that goes on with his creation until they come back to him as a whole
It
being.
is this God immaterial?
Inside material,
No, immaterial, meaning made of nothing.
I would say he's made of light.
Made of light?
Yeah, like
Like photons?
energy, a consciousness.
Do you know what a photon is?
I guess like with atoms.
Mm-mm. No. So photon is like a little packet of energy, and it moves at the speed of light at all times. Like it can't just like stand still, and it certainly can't be in all places at once. So like if God is made of photons, it just means that he's not immaterial. He's made of well photons.
Well, I'm not sure, but I would say yes, he's omnipresent, so he's everywhere.
Right. So he couldn't be made of photons then.
So you know how like we cannot fully know what's above or like spiritual, because you can't literally see that, but you only can tell by experiences if there is something at all. So I don't know how this God looks, but I just believe it's a higher power source, whatever it is.
Right, but like why would you believe in this thing when it clearly is kind of a goof? It fucked up creation. It's not even all that powerful. Like what's the draw here? Like imagine I feel like this is like another version of like Stockholm syndrome where like the abusive parent where the child still loves the abusive parent just because of like the parental bond. Like this God you believe in had fucked literally everything up.
I would just say you can't control, wanting, having desire. It desired creation.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did it create the earth for human beings to live on?
Yes, it created everything.
Did it know when it created the earth what the earth would do, that it would eventually have
No,
natural
it doesn't.
disasters and
It doesn't
tornadoes?
like it doesn't have a will. It can't control anything. It just
It can't
is.
control
It's there.
anything?
No, it can't. It only thing it
So
could control is having a desire to create.
Does it know the future?
It can give like spiritual gifts, yes. So it sees everything. It's all knowing, all
Okay, so it's all
you know.
knowing. Okay, so it's all knowing, and it's powerful enough to create the earth. But it means if it's all knowing and powerful enough to create earth, that the deity would have known prior to creating the earth that the earth would have natural disasters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the god knew prior to creating the earth that earth would have natural disasters and chose to create the earth anyways without any changes, which goes back to my first point, which is, well, the thing's an asshole then.
I would say it's more like a random thing.
Random? He didn't create the earth with any intention. He just like
Well,
poofed it out and said what's going to happen is going to happen.
no, like I said, its identity is love, so that's the intent it wanted for creation, but obviously free will doesn't
Well, I'm not talking about free will. I'm talking about natural disasters, right? The free will has nothing to do with natural disasters. Like we didn't design the earth, the deity did, right? So I'm trying to figure out how this thing can be loving, but then also create natural disasters that kill 200,000 people a year.
there's an analogy where basically God, in a pantheistic point of view, he's the sun, and the sun rays is creation. So the farther it's away from the sun, it's like not fully whole. So that's where like the
I,
imperfection come.
I feel like you've strayed far from pantheism with this, and I think it's kind of like you want Christian theology, but without any of the obligations of Christianity. Like you want your cake and you eat it too.
That's literally what I read on when I was researching it.
Yeah, this sounds like akin to Christ consciousness almost. But so the reality is though, like if the God knew the future and he knew that the earth would have natural disasters and he created it that way anyways, rather than creating earth without natural disasters, well, I mean it certainly just seems like the God is a prick or he's just dumb. That can't fall in the category of loving. Why would a loving God randomly kill 200,000 people a year?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. But that's how I see it.
Yeah,
It's
you see
he's
the you
we're
see the problem though, right?
yeah.
Right. So like the way to solve the problem is to say, well, he didn't know the future, right? You could say that. You could just say, well, fuck, this guy doesn't know the future. But if that's the case, then he can't give you premonitions because he doesn't know the future. So you kind of need to hold on to that one, right? So you could say, okay, well, he does know the future, but he's just kind of an asshole. He's not all loving. You could do that move. You can say maybe he's not all loving.
But with pantheistic point of view, we are actually, parts of God. So it's like that's how we see the future, and we have that love in us, but we have to like um accept it and become more like it, or we won't, fully be God. It's like the thing where people say there's a devil and a God, and you have to choose, but in reality, it's us choosing in between that. Yes, that's a Christ consciousness, but yeah, one of them is
Right.
an illusion here, and then love is the actual thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about whether or not human beings are evil. I'm worried about the God right now. The God seems evil. I'm trying to figure out why you think this God is loving when like if, for example, if I built a house, actually my grandfather built a house. My great grandfather built a house for the family, and now we have science that are architects do all that stuff. But imagine in the olden days, I built a house for my family. But inside of each of the bedrooms of the children, I've got like booby traps that if you like step on the wrong floorboard, like you're gonna get sucked into the basement and like lit on fire or something like that, or drowned somewhere. And I knew that was gonna happen, and I decided to design the house anyways. Wouldn't that make me evil?
Yes. So let's
Right.
say
So you see the
everything, all
analogy,
my
right?
premonitions. Yeah. So let's say all my premonitions, they're just hallucinations, right?
Hmm.
Wouldn't that still mean that there's a possibility that that guy exists in? if it doesn't know everything.
No, that's what I'm saying. If your God is giving you premonitions for the future, the God must know the future. That's just all there is to it. He either knows the future or he doesn't, right? And so if you're getting premonitions and the thing knows the future, but he's also wreaking havoc on his own creation, then you just have to get rid of the notion that it's all good. It's certainly the God's not good. He's at least with some percentage douchebag.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But if he doesn't know the future and he also isn't all powerful, he just was this type of random thing that just created creation.
Yeah, if it's not all
That-
knowing and not all powerful, then I don't see how it's giving anyone's premonitions.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that there's still a possibility though that that God is true?
I don't think so. No.
We don't even think there was a beginning to the universe, really. So, no need for a creator.
Yeah, I mean, this brings up a good point, and I appreciate that, Dalton. So, like in our worldview, which aligns with the science, I don't see what the creator does. I don't see where it gets you because we can explain the natural world without it. So I'm not sure why adding the creator into the worldview like does anything.
It gives like meaning, like, well, I would say meaning and like understanding of why the world came to be beyond just human understanding.
Well, I don't think so, right? Because when we look at the world around us, this God no longer accounts for it. Just like the example we already did with natural disasters, we can do the same thing with evolution. We can do the same thing with animals being designed to like live by mauling other animals. Like the more we probe the environment that we live in, the more this God seems like either incompetent or uncaring. But in our worldview, in the atheistic worldview, this is expected. This is expected if we're a product of 4 billion years of evolution.
Right. So explain exactly like what you believe in.
Well, I don't believe in any deities or spirits or afterlife or anything of that nature. I think the universe has always existed in some form or another. My particular favorite cosmological model is the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, which uh, I think the data that we've got from the dark energy instruments are starting to prove that, which is that the expansion of the universe is eventually going to stop accelerating and contract, and we're going to come back into a hot dense state again, and then we'll have another expansion event. So the universe is in constant state of expansion or contraction. Back when I was in college, 4,000 years ago, this used to be called rebound theory, and I even saw in a book once it was called the rubber band theory, the rubber band universe. But the reality is, I think nowadays everyone calls it the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. And if that's the case, if the universe just always exists, then I guess I don't really understand why the God would be necessary. And if there is a God, it seems like it would just be like a super evolved entity that's a natural phenomenon rather than like an actual creator.
I heard it
Right.
called the Big Bounce.
Yeah.
So you believe that time was infinite.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we can tell, it seems like there's no limit in the past that there was a universe. Like, I don't see a good reason to believe that there was once nothing, and that some sort of a divine entity created something from nothing.
So do you believe in the Charles Darwin theory about evolution?
Yeah, I mean, we've moved forward since Charles Darwin in our evolutionary understanding, but yeah, I certainly do believe in evolution, and I think there's a lot of good scientific data for that, especially now that we sequenced the human genome and we've been able to sequence the DNA from all kinds of other members of the animal kingdom, and we've kind of conclusively demonstrated that we have a common ancestor with the great apes. We share like 90% of our endogenous retroviruses with them. That's when a foreign piece of DNA gets into our DNA, and then it gets into our reproductive genome, and we pass it on to our children. And if in fact like every human being has the same endogenous retrovirus in their DNA, it means that everybody went back to a common ancestor. Now, interestingly enough, we've got like over 200 of these endogenous retroviruses that all human beings share. And it's interesting because a great deal of them we share with the great apes, and there's something like there's like 170 or 180 of them that we share with the ape family that doesn't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom. It's only with them that we share the retroviruses, which means at some point in time we had a common ancestor with those exact retroviruses, and that's why all the primates have the retrovirus and why all humans have that retrovirus.
Okay, so you believe that we evolved that much to be able to talk and build buildings and all of these different things that expanded the world in a very metropolitan, I think that's how you said, way.
Yeah. Yeah, and like so I think people don't realize how long 4 billion years are. So for example, think back to the dawn of writing, how the world was. So we're talking about 4000 BCE, was like we've got the first instances of writing coming about, and we don't get real good writing until like 2500 BCE. But think about how different the world has been in just the last 6000 years. 6,000 years is nothing on the cosmic scale of evolution. In fact, just within those 6,000 years, there's been a lot of changes to human beings. For example, our height. The average height of human beings in 6,000 years has grown drastically. The shape of our jaw has differed drastically. The way our teeth grow has changed. So like 6,000 years. Let me see if we got a billion. Let me do a little bit of math real quick. So in 1 billion years, there are 166,000 6,000 years. So the 6,000 years that we know of written history, there are 166,000 of them in a billion, which means we've got the amount of evolution we've experienced in 6,000 years has happened about six and a half, about 650,000 times over. That's a lot of evolution.
So what do you think our purpose comes from?
It's a good question. I don't think purpose comes from anywhere. I think we, as human beings, develop our own purposes. And I think a lot of it's driven by evolution. So, for example, we have a strong evolutionary desire to mate and reproduce and take care of our young. And some of it, I think, is uncontrollable. Not everyone has it. I trust me, I know that for sure. But like, I can tell you from my experience, like, the day my son was born, like the first moment I put eyes on my son, I knew I would never love anything more. And I didn't do it. I didn't force myself to think that. It was just something that happened inside of me. You know what I mean? It's like this primal
Yeah.
instinct. And so I think a lot of the things that we refer to as purpose have been kind of pre-programmed a little bit for us through the process of evolution, because those are the things that have allowed us to survive as a species.
So wouldn't you say it's because of love? That's how you got a purpose and why you have it.
Well, to be sure, I think love is an evolved chemical process. I think the fact that we emit particular chemicals when we're experiencing things, and that causes us to react in particular ways, that all developed via evolution, because the social creatures that didn't have that chemical reaction that we call love, well, they died out because they destroyed each other rather than helping each other.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds
I think.
like you're trying to
Go
process
ahead.
everything. I mean, listen, I know we I kind of we covered a lot of ground. You're welcome to ask any questions, though. I realize that this might be the first chance you were really getting to talk to somebody about it.
Yeah, it has been because I've been trying to like talk to Christians because like my whole family is Christian and they do not understand me at all. But I like the perspective which was talking about how there has been billions of years before even any religion probably. I know Hinduism is like the first religion, and how people started writing like on these papers, all of these things, and they started to like evolve like everything does. We always evolve and change things, so you learn and grow. So I think that has a lot to do with why people came up with like spirituality.
Right.
A really good leading theory for how spirituality really got started was that humans have this feature within us called hyperagency detection. Basically, you can imagine like a deer in a field, and it hears the bushes rustling, and it could assume that it's a predator, or it could be the wind. It's safer for the deer to assume it's a predator, to assume that there's someone or something responsible for moving the bushes. And this sort of like thinking, our ancestors had this, and this would eventually lead to us associating things in nature, with like invisible agents causing things. And this is ultimately probably the origin of like spirituality.
Right, not having words for things that could be understood by science, I guess.
Well, listen, Lingua, we appreciate you coming up. We've got a number of people waiting to get into the guest box, but I really enjoyed the conversation. I know we covered a lot of ground, but come back in and chat with us again in the future and let us know what you're thinking. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Cheers, friend.
That was nice.
Yeah, it sounds like she might have had a religious background and she worked her way out of religion already, and now she's just working through some of the other stuff. And big W for her being willing to do that. I'm going to grab David from the queue next, but before that, let me grab our super chats real quick. Buzz, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, God impregnated and betrothed a virgin. Did he get stoned as predicted by Deuteronomy 22? Is this Doug's original story? Well, I do know this. There was a time in history that they would have pounded the nails in using stones as opposed to hammers. So who knows? Maybe Doug was actually the one who drove the nails.
I like to imagine that someone tried to stone Yahweh, and the rock that hit him, like some of that divine essence, kind of like scooted off on the rock, and that's what started Doug. It's like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the ooze.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I haven't put any Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into the Doug lore yet, but maybe it's time. Speaking of that, Doug Brown, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Says, as a prophet of our igneous Lord and Savior, I bid you happy cooking, Justin. Well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. And you know what? That last guest was so nice. I didn't want to cook her. I just wanted to have a good discussion with her. We like nice people around here. And Gaius Husky, great to see you. And thank you for the super chat. It says, Tag Bros, R2 philosophy, what mumble rap is to hip hop, and what Ja Rule was to being a gangster. I hope their performance is in bed isn't as bad as their arguments. What's Tag Bros? Oh, yeah, the Transcendental Phil Bros. Yeah. You know what? If we get Tag Bros here tonight, man, I'm putting the timer at like 10 minutes. They're not getting 20, 30 minutes to do tag. That's crazy. Brianna, thank you for the super chat. Says, what is the most common heresy, heretical belief you hear while debating Christians? Have fun cooking. Love you guys. I think the most common heresy that we get is either one of two things. One, that the stuff in the Bible isn't from God because they see stuff they don't like and they're like, well, that's not from God. Moses wrote that. Or they'll, when we start pressing on the Trinity, they inevitably fall into a heretical view of the Trinity because first of all, it's illogical. And when they try to make it into something that's logical, well, they failed because all the logical models of the Trinity have been deemed heretical by the church.
That was I was going to say partialism. Yeah, for sure. That one comes up a lot in this live.
Partialism for sure. And Dexter, thank you for the 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, buddy. And great to see you. It looks like we don't have to save anybody from the rapture anymore. I think we're in the clear now. Evan, thank you for the super chat. Says, caller, your beliefs are dangerous. Please stop. Well, that caller might be okay. I think she's working through it. Friends. Texas, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I think you need to expand your definition of love, Justin. If you think of love as cruel, vengeful, absent, sadistic, etc., then God can easily be all loving. And you know what? I didn't think about that. That's my bad, Texas. I forgot about that. If we've learned anything from the Bible, God, if God is love, then those are absolutely the properties of God. That is the case. All right, let's get David in here from our YouTube queue. How you doing, David?
You can hear me?
David? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I got about 10 minutes. Sorry, I planned to get on a little bit earlier. I have my next shift start.
It's okay.
So
Some of
just
these
real
conversations
quick
are
before I
long and some
go,
of them are short.
yeah, I got you. I'll probably have to call in another time because, it takes more than 10 minutes usually. Yeah, so one thing I found interesting in your last
But
conversation, I mean, you guys kind of touched on
are
like
you a
a little
believer?
bit of, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Okay. And what do you believe in?
Christianity.
Okay. Did you want to talk about
So
Christianity?
yeah, well, I wanted to talk a little bit about just God in general, right? Some of the arguments you gave, I guess you would say particularly against sort of a design argument or fine tuning is what you guys kind of touched on a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the main things is you point to the imperfections, right? Is that correct?
No.
Like the imperfections
They're
in
they're
creation?
they're not imperfections, they're cruel. Like if I designed a dwelling for somebody with those types of quote unquote imperfections, you would call me a cruel designer.
Right. But the point is the problems in creation. You can put whatever label you want. That's one of your main arguments against fine tuning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now do you see that more as an argument against theism or just Christianity?
Both. A general theism. Any theistic model that has a loving deity and an all-knowing deity, I think the creation, as you call it, like the earth that we live on, is like a huge W for atheism. Because what we experience here is exactly what we would expect under atheism. It's entirely unexpected under a loving theism. However, if you believe in a deistic God that's more of a force of nature and less of a all-knowing, all-loving entity, then you can kind of square that. But the reality is most people don't believe in a deistic God.
Yeah. Um, it seems though like that argument altogether doesn't really touch a sort of general theism, right? It doesn't touch whether or
It
not
does.
there's a designer or creator. It more goes against characteristics of that designer,
Well,
right?
yeah,
So,
obviously it depends on which
yeah,
theistic concept you have. Like if you believe in a
right.
theistic concept that includes multiple deities and some of them are malevolent, or if you have a deistic concept or a theistic concept that doesn't believe that the God is good, then that's fine. Like if your God's an
Yeah.
asshole, then yes, that would account for the suffering down here.
Yeah. So what I tend to find is like, because fine tuning is probably one of the main arguments I would say that convinces me that there has to be a designer.
Why?
But what I often find is it doesn't seem like atheists want to
What
engage on that. They just
what
sort of attack
what's it fine tuned for?
characteristics for existence.
How could you possibly know it's fine tuned for an existence when it seems like the things that do exist are few and far between? Like if
Also, can
anything's
there
fine tuned for existence, it would theoretically just be our like planetary system. That's it.
I
plus
didn't
is
say
it,
it
do we
was
have any
fine
evidence
tuned.
of there being anything other than existing things? Like
Right.
non-existing things, we don't have any evidence that that's the thing that exists.
Sure. Do you have a cat in the room with you?
Not
Is
currently.
that
No,
an
but there are
example of a
cats.
non-existence thing? Okay, so the point would
No,
be
no,
yes,
cats
there are
do
things that don't
exist.
exist. That doesn't make any sense. That's a philosophical concept. Of course, there are things that don't exist, and we could be one of them, but we're not. So the in answer to the first question you made, or the first
We
point
could
you
be
made about it,
something that doesn't exist.
no, we could have been,
You
right,
mean we
but we're
could have
not,
not existed, you mean?
right? Yeah,
So
I'm not saying
what?
we could not simultaneously.
I
The
mean,
point is
first of
that
all,
we do.
I don't know that it's the case that we could or should believe that there could be nothing. Why would we believe that?
Well, what do you mean? Why would we believe that there could be nothing? Is it an impossibility on your position?
No, in fact, in my position, there's no reason to ever believe that there was nothing. In fact, if you can't get something from nothing and you have something, then the only logical conclusion is it was always been something.
No, that's fine. The problem is that the something that exists, I think, exists in such a way that it needs to have been designed in order to exist, right?
Why?
So because of its complexity and the order that it has.
Well, complexity has nothing to do with design. There are lots of complicated
No,
things. There's
absolutely it
lots of things
does.
that are orderly that
That's
certainly
why
aren't
I coupled
designed.
it.
Like, I like
But you're
bismuth crystals and
separating them out,
snowflakes as my two prime examples of that.
right? You're separating them out though. If you
Yeah,
take just
exactly. I'm
complexity,
separating out really
obviously,
clear examples of things that aren't designed but have
right? But
order.
you're not. Give me an example of something that is both complex and ordered that you don't believe is designed.
I just told you snowflakes.
Is that an ordered thing?
Yeah.
How
Every
so?
snowflake only has 5 arms.
Okay,
The
and
basic
that's
structure of a snowflake is almost always the same, even though the minor details are always different. They're highly organized. They're really well structured. They're repeatable, and they're fucking awesome.
I would say it's
okay.
not complexity that tells us that something's designed. We know something is designed by comparing and contrasting it to things which are not designed. So, for example, I know Mount Rushmore is designed because I compare it to a naturally forming mountain. But if everything is designed, it's not like finding a watch on a beach. It's like finding a watch upon a giant pile of watches. Like everything's designed. There's nothing to compare it to know if it's designed.
Right.
Yeah, I think you could compare it to. So, for instance, with that logic, you wouldn't be able to tell. All right, let me give an analogy real quick, and then I probably need to hop off. Let's say you are at a refrigerator making factory, correct? I say correct. Sorry, I just mean you understand my analogy. Let's say you're at a
Sure.
refrigerator making factory, right? So that you believe, like we would say, we have good reason to think, or we'll just assume, right? The factory itself is designed, the refrigerators themselves are designed, and then you find, let's say, a television, or you find something else in that factory that's designed, right? I could both assume that the television and the factory and the refrigerators, that all of it is designed, and not say that the television is accidental or something like
Because
that, right?
everything that you've laid
Because
your eyes on, in fact, that they are created. Like
I don't
you've
think
seen
you
human
just need a point
beings,
of
and
reference,
you
though.
you don't. The point of reference is that you're a human being that knows what other human beings make, right? So,
Okay,
like,
but
for
even
example,
if I
I
hadn't
know that
seen a
human
TV
beings
before,
make TVs, but
I,
human beings generally don't make, like, I don't know, the mud puddle that forms in my backyard when it rains, right? So, like, we actually have data
right.
points in our worldview. We have things that we know are made and things that we know are not made. In your worldview, literally everything is made, which means you have no way of knowing if something is made or not made because you just attribute madeness to everything.
That doesn't even make sense, because if I'm saying
It,
that
it
everything is
makes
designed, then
actually
I
makes
would say that
a
everything's
lot of sense.
designed. It doesn't make sense for me to go, I believe everything's designed, therefore I can't conclude that things are designed. So let me
No,
give you, let's walk through a,
what's your
do you,
metric for knowing if the puddle in my backyard is designed?
I would say the order or complexity of the thing.
The complexity of the
And
mud
I
puddle?
And again, I
Yes,
said that
I
we
don't
don't
think it
actually
is.
determine things are designed by their complexity, but by comparing them to things that naturally occur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we could walk through a little bit, I, man, I'm cutting it close.
Well, I'm
Um,
gonna I'm gonna show you something real quick. Can you see my screen?
yeah.
Can you see the whole screen or just part of it?
Probably just part of it. It looks like.
All right, hold on. I don't know why it does that to me. Um, Let me turn my camera off and turn my camera back on and see if it shows you the whole screen. Well,
It's
I'll
still
hold
partial, I think.
I'll hold the prop up high. Okay, so all we need for mud puddles to form and other naturalistic phenomenon are like the properties of the universe. You see this bottle right here?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna shake this bottle up. Now everything's mixed. It's all chaos. And then they just sort naturally. I didn't do anything. No one created it. But we do have an order now. We've got ordering. No God was necessary in the making of this sorting whatsoever. All you need are the basic principles of physics, and things will start to self-assemble.
Yeah, I don't think that they would just self-assemble, though. For instance, you
just
have
watched
to
it
get a
happen.
bottle that was man-made. You had to pour water in it, and you had to put those things
So
that are also
are you telling me
apparently
that
and putting all of those things in there.
buoyancy doesn't work outside of my bottle?
No, but my point is, it doesn't necessitate that an occasion would arise for that phenomenon, right? So when we're talking
There's not an
about, let's say,
occasion
the
that would arise
conditions
for
life,
buoyancy to work?
If a bunch of
well,
leaves and a bunch of
given that
rocks
there's
fall
a
into
bunch
a
of
river,
water, yes.
if you have a bunch
Yes,
of
you're
leaves and a bunch
giving
of
an
rocks that are
already
rolling down
designed universe, though.
well, no, that's yet to be demonstrated. But if you had like a whole bunch of leaves and rocks rolling down a hill and they fall into a river, the leaves would end up floating to the top and the rocks would like float to the bottom. They would like organize themselves without any
Right.
hand needed to organize them.
Yeah, all you need is gravity, my man. Gravity does a lot of work.
But my point is, when you're talking about things like not just that gravity exists, but for instance, the way in which it needs to be set in order for the rest of the universe to exist, right? So it's not an impossibility for, say, gravity to be stronger or weaker than it is.
Sure, but
therefore
if you
not
have an
bring about
infinite,
existence.
but what if you have an infinite number of tries at making universes?
I don't think it would happen. So even with
Oh, sorry.
because if chaos, like there's an infinite number of chaotic combinations to be had, right? So if you just are doing it chaotically and randomly, that's what I would expect, is that you would get a chaotic combination. So for instance, let me give an analogy. It's like if, let's say I have a box of Legos. I don't care how many times you just dump out the box of Legos, I don't think it'll create the set. Now you could say, well, what if you had every Lego set in the world? That's fine. You would
no, if you had an
create
infinite amount of
chaos from that
time.
chaotic. Infinite amount of time
No,
would
if you had
change nothing. I don't think it would ever create.
No,
It-
it would.
Not only
would. You
not only
eventually
would it,
think.
but got to remember you're putting physical limitations on the Legos. Like you're saying the Legos aren't going to do the same thing that like, you know, the molecules we know of in the world would do by combining with each other. Yeah, we know that because they're already preformed, only fit particular ways. So they're going to fit whichever way the physical parameters allow them to fit. They're not going to fit in ways that physical parameters don't allow them to fit.
What is the point of saying that? Because when we look at our universe, it fits in a particular way.
I know, exactly. Right? Yeah. It fits exactly how we would expect based on the molecular structure of everything that we know. But Legos are different. What you're asking is how come cars don't transform into deer? No, I didn't.
The same thing as Legos,
I did not say that. I think you're in the wrong conversation.
Okay. What it seemed like you were saying was because there are set rules to the Legos, that's why you're granting that it wouldn't work. Whereas with our universe that obviously follows a set of rules, then you're saying it would work. Why would that be the case?
No, what I'm saying is if you have Legos, you have parameters at which the Legos can and cannot join because they're fucking Legos. Like you can't join Legos in any combination you want.
Go for the universe?
Yes, exactly. And the universe has formed in a way which we know the universe can form based on the physics that we know about.
Okay, but if it wouldn't happen again, if you grant it with the Legos,
it would.
They wouldn't just accidentally fall into place.
Yeah, no, Legos would if you dumped the Legos into, I don't know, a tumbler for 40 billion trillion years, they would form something eventually.
How do you know that? And why would you think it would do that instead of just having an infinite amount of tossed around Legos?
Because we know that Legos self-assemble sometimes. I don't know if you had kids. I've got kids. David, why are you talking over me every time I talk, Dave? Do you want me to mute you?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you not have self-control, Christian? Okay, so we know for a fact that Legos randomly self-assemble. Anyone who's actually had a child who's played with Legos know that when you dump them all back into the bin, when you start picking them out, some of them are going to be stuck together.
What does that have to do with the Lego set being completed? When you dump
If
them
you
into a
have
bin
and
because they were previous.
it,
Please let me finish. Can I finish? I'm sorry. I just got called out because I talked a little bit. Let me talk for a second. Um, okay, if we're talking about the Lego set and you're saying because the Legos were previously put together, then dumped back out, sometimes they're still together. How is that relevant at all?
I didn't say that at all. That's not even close to what I said, Dave. You weren't even listening. So when you dump Legos into a bin, some of them will be stuck together in the way that they were designed to stick together. They'll self-assemble. You do that enough, you're going to have a bunch of them that self-assemble. It's not hard.
It'll create the Lego house. You think it would happen?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't say that.
Set.
But
I
it is
think
true.
if you have an infinite amount of time, you have an infinite number of possible combinations that the Legos could fall into.
Exactly, and it would be chaos would be infinite, right? There's
No.
no shortage of chaotic combinations, so it doesn't.
There's
make
no
any sense
shortage
to
of
say that
combined
would-
combinations. Chaos means nothing to you in this scenario.
What do you mean?
We're talking about when they self-assemble. We're not talking about when they break apart. Obviously, we know that they're going to self-assemble and break apart at different intervals. We're talking about whether or not they can self-assemble into something meaningful, like a Lego playhouse or something. And given infinity,
Right.
yes, given the infinite amount of time, anything that is possible will happen.
I don't
Anything-
think that's true. That's only true if you have a finite
No, it's-
set. Right?
No,
So
no,
think
that's
about
not
it.
not remotely true. Anything that the probability is not zero in an infinite amount of time, it will happen.
That's only true if you have a finite set, though. Think
No,
about it. So,
not
let's
remotely
say
true.
that-
We're talking about
It is true.
Dave. I don't know
That's
if
the
you're having a
second
little bit of
point.
trouble keeping up here. We're talking about an infinite amount of time. A finite set is not infinite. We're talking about
If you
infinite
could
amount
let
of
me
time.
finish my
So
thought, I could
if you
explain why
have
I'm saying
an
that.
infinite amount of time, then all possibilities will eventually be instantiated.
That's only true if there's a finite number of possible things.
That's
So think
certainly
about
not true
it.
at all.
If I have 100,000 combinations, let's say there's a set, right, of 100,000 different, or let's say 10, right? And then you have something hitting that set or, grabbing one of those possible scenarios over and over again for an infinite. If it's finite, you're right. That if the set's finite, eventually everything in that set will be.
I don't know why
If
you're
it's an
you're bringing up
infinite set-
infinite sets. Do you think there's an
Because the
infinite set
point
out there
is
somewhere that we're working with? Do you think that we
I'm-
were talking about infinite sets? Because no one here mentioned infinite sets.
You just said an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of attempts will get you the desired results. I'm sorry,
Yeah, and that's
not
not an infinite set. I don't know if you know what infinite sets are, but that's not an infinite set. We're talking about things that are not infinite inside of an infinite time capsule.
You would have to be saying that there is a finite set of combinations for the elements to fall into. in
No,
order
I
for
wouldn't.
Every single type. You would absolutely have.
No, and to
unless
be
you're-
clear, there's no such thing. If you've got a finite number of items, there's always going to be a finite number of combinations.
You're saying there's a finite number of ways to put things together in the universe?
If you have a finite set, meaning a non-changing number of entities, there will never be an infinite number of ways they can be combined. It will always be finite.
I think you could infinitely smash the particles together in different ways and get different results. I think you have to
Not if
argue
it's
that there's
not if
something
it's a
that
finite set of
makes it a
particles. No, you
set.
can't.
Really?
You cannot
can
have
also-
infinite number of
I think
combinations
you
on a finite number of items.
I think you're kind of mixing up here because it's not just putting them together.
I
but it
I
would
think
be-
you're confused because you don't know how logic works. If you've got a finite number of things, if you've got 10 of something, you're not going to have an infinite number of ways to combine them. If you've got 1,000 of something, you're never going to have an infinite number of ways to combine them. If you've got 4 billion something, you're still not going to have an infinite number of ways to combine them. It's always going to be finite, even if the number is mind-bogglingly large.
Right. But my point is, we're not just talking about 10 things here. If you're talking about, let's say, dumping the Legos out on the floor, there are, I would say, an infinite number of ways that they can dump out on the floor, right? Their positions could be changed
No, there's
very
not.
slightly. Yes, there is.
No, that's not
Every one of
infinite.
these pieces could very. Yes, you could.
Listen, Dave, I don't know if you know
Think
how
about it
words
like
work,
this.
but that's not infinite. That's not the
I
definition
could.
of infinite.
Why
You've just
can't you just have a normal conversation instead of sitting here insulting? See, this is part of the
because
reason people
you're
don't
not
take you
listening, Dave.
seriously.
It's
You
because
come
you're
in
you're
here
not
and you start
listening.
not
You don't know
listening.
how words work.
Okay, well, you can't
So
understand what I'm
so to
saying,
be
so it's not
clear,
really worth my
if
time
you
to
have a
argue with you.
finite set, there will never be an infinite number of ways for the finite set to rearrange
Well, my
itself.
point is that you don't have a finite set. That's what I'm arguing.
We
is you're saying
do.
it is a
We're
finite
talking
set,
about
and
a
no, it
finite set of
isn't.
Legos. I don't know if you know this, but I think you're lost in the discussion. Lego sets are not infinite. There's no such thing as an infinite Lego set.
There would be an infinite number of combination of
This
ways
guy's
for
over
them
here
to
literally
work.
fighting for his life. No, on a finite set of Legos in a Lego set, there's not an
All you
infinite
can do is
number
sit
of ways to
and
combine
whine and sit
them.
and tell me that I don't know how to say things. You can't actually engage what I'm talking about.
I
And I'm
have.
sitting
I've
pointing out to
addressed
you that
it.
they would
I've
have
addressed
an
it
infinite
5
number
different
of ways.
times, and you literally have no idea what I'm saying. So,
I
in a
understand
Lego
what you're
set, there's
saying.
not an infinite number of Legos. There's a finite number of Legos, and if you have a
There's an
finite
infinite
number of
number of ways for
Legos,
them
then
to
there's
fall on
never
the
going to
floor.
be an infinite number of ways for those Legos to assemble.
Yes, there would be. There's an infinite
No, there
number of ways
wouldn't
for those
be.
things to fall on the ground for them. Yes,
You're
there
just
would be. For
well,
them
you're
to
just
not
wrong.
connect.
You're just wrong. There's
I'm just wrong.
there's never an infinite number of ways for something to assemble if it's finite.
Okay. Because the
You
problem is what
you're
working
struggling
with is
to
finite.
understand the difference between large numbers and infinite numbers. They're not the same thing. A large number is not
I'm not
infinite.
just talking about it being large. I would say that
It's
there is, when you're
it
talking about
certainly is
dumping it
large,
out,
but it's not
there
infinite.
is an infinite number
There
of
is
ways
not.
for them to not connect together. Is the
There
point.
is not an
There'd be an
infinite
number
way.
of chaotic
No,
combinations.
you're wrong. Every time you say it, you're wrong.
Okay, well,
You
every
can
time you say it, you're
can
wrong. So I
reassert
guess if
you
we're
you
just
can
gonna
reassert
say
your
that over and over
conclusion.
again,
You can reassert your conclusion. It's wrong every time.
well, you've repeated yourself about 50 times and not actually addressing the point. So anyway, I gotta go
I've
ahead and go.
addressed it
But
5 times now. This is like the worst talking point I've heard in like a week and a half, that non-infinite sets can have infinite ways of self-assembling or infinite ways of combining. Oh, he left.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a shame that he didn't have the courage to actually talk about Christianity. What a coward.
One of my biggest pet peeves is when Christians pretend to be deists.
I know. It's the craziest thing, actually. I was hoping eventually he'd get over the whole stupid discussion on fine-tuning and we can get onto some of the good stuff, but apparently he was stuck, so what are you going to do? I'm going to grab our next 3 super chats and get our next guest in here. We've got 2 guests that already have their camera on, look like they're ready to rock and roll. Meg, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, working on bite work with the melanoise in the rain while Justin grills Christians. Nothing better. Well, thank you, Meg. I appreciate that. I don't know what bite work is, and I really don't know what melanoise means. But I thank you for being here, friend. It's great to see you. Jeff, thank you for the super chat, says, you're spoiling us, Justin. Loving it. But question, if you can't get something from nothing, who created God? Well, that's the thing. God is always the special pleading. They'll say you can't get something from nothing except for my God, right? You can call them out for special pleading, but typically they're okay with it, right? They don't see the problem with it. GL, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Great to see you tonight. It says, wanted you to know that I'm going to start pushing a Dougism. I'm not convinced that Doug exists, and I don't think others should either. Doug exists. He's right here in front of you. He's on the screen. You can see his googly eyes moving. Look, he's animated. His eyes move. He's watching you right now. Just to be clear, GL, Doug still loves you even though you're denying your savior. It's okay.
I have archaeological photos proving Doug.
That's right. Yes, exactly. We've got little archaeological artifacts. All right. Let's bring in Source, and we'll see if we can get Source into the conversation. How you doing, Source? Source?
Oh yeah?
Are you with us?
That's
Source? Are you on a phone call? Source is on a phone call and he's got a bad connection. We'll move on to the next guest, which looks like I can't read the letters because they're tiny. Oh, is that Omega? Looks like Omega. How you doing, Omega?
Hey, Justin. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Omega, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, and no, I didn't want to take up too much of your time. If you could just entertain me for maybe like 5 minutes or so.
Well, Omega, we really love and appreciate that you waited for us, but it is Friday night. It's our busiest night, and this is a debate stream, so we're here for debates, my friend.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe
It's
some
okay.
other time.
We love and appreciate you, but we're doing debates. Cheers,
All
friend.
Right. Thanks.
By the way, Justin, before I forget to, because I've forgotten every day since you had it done, the cut is looking good.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
I keep forgetting. Every time we go live, I need to say something, but I forget.
I think Connor is up next. Let me grab Connor from the guest queue. How you doing, Connor?
Doing good.
Oh, Connor, your connection's really bad. It's like almost non-existent. Can you turn the camera off and try again? I'm baffled by the amount of people that think they're going to live stream and not have a good connection. It's so weird to me. I'll never understand it. Like, I get it if you're just watching a YouTube video in like 260p or something, but we're
Guys.
we're streaming here. Welcome in, Connor. Connor?
Hello.
Connor, you got 3 red bars and they're all blinking, which means you have no reception whatsoever. All right, we're gonna drop you, buddy. You got to get some reception, okay? We'll bring in Salmon then.
Oh, we've spoken to Salmon before.
I think I've seen it before. How are you doing, Salmon?
Yeah, I was here. I think like a week ago or something. I'm good. You know.
Sure. So, Salmon, welcome back. We know you're at least 18. What God do you believe in?
Allah, Lord of the worlds.
Do you say Allah?
Yeah, of course Allah. I'm gonna show you. He's the God of Abraham in the Torah.
Oh boy!
You ready?
Oh,
I
you're
can't
the
grab-
goofball that came in here pretending that the Bible proved the pedophile prophet.
Are you ready though? You ready like to go with my
Just to
arguments?
be
Or?
just to be clear, is your Bible is your argument from the Bible?
No, my argument is the fact that the Prophet Muhammad is in the Torah, and I can show you the prophecies, and it
So it
proves
is
that
from the
This is gonna be
Bible.
good.
Yes,
It's
the
gonna be
Bible
good.
expert is here. He can help us actually. I'm gonna see if he knows the
Oh,
Bible more than
is that so? Okay. Well,
Yes.
show me what part of the Bible says that
Yeah.
there's going to be a prophet named Muhammad after
Oh.
Jesus.
I'm glad you asked. This is a very good question. Go to Genesis 17:19, where God promises Abraham's son Ishmael a big nation. And we know the big nation was from the Prophet Muhammad, who was born in Arabia.
According to legend. And just so you're clear, the Ishmaelites existed long before Muhammad.
Yeah, of course, because Muhammad was a descendant of the Ishmaelites. Like
no,
the
you
prophecy
you
said.
believe that. You believe that Ishmael was descendant from Abraham. We don't believe Abraham even existed. That kind of a claim actually requires evidence.
Yes, but if the prophecy has come to be true, which has, we
It
should
hasn't.
give the benefit of the doubt.
To be
What do
clear,
you
the
mean?
prophecy was written many hundreds of years after the Ishmaelites already existed. The evidence of the Ishmaelites in Arabia pre-exists the dating of Genesis. Genesis
Okay,
is
that
written in Aramaic script.
So when was it written, you think? Like, give me it.
Genesis is an exilic work.
Okay, so what's the dating on it?
6th century BCE. The Ishmaelites predate the 6th century BCE by a long
Okay,
shot.
good. So the Prophet Muhammad came in the 600 AD. Okay, so that's honestly a red herring. So could we
You're
go
off
into the
by
prophecy?
you're off by 1,000 years. I said BCE.
Okay, and the Prophet Muhammad came after, so wouldn't it be a prophecy?
It's not a prophecy.
Oh,
The
real?
prophecy is written after the Ishmaelites already existed. You can't write a prophecy about the Ishmaelites after they already become a nation.
Okay, I grant that. That's what happened. But Muhammad came afterwards, right?
Muhammad's not in the book.
I'm gonna show you that he's in the book.
He's certainly not in the book.
Of course he is. Now, could we go to Genesis, please?
This is so
could
bad.
you read 61:6, by the way?
Oh shit! What's up, Ems?
Hello, could you read 61:6?
Yeah, let me grab Quran 61:6.
Yo, what's up, Ems? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I met you on the live a year ago where you talked about the embryology in the Quran. I can cook you on that too, but that's not for another
Sure.
time.
You're certainly not going to be cooking anyone, that's for sure. The Quran 61:6.
No, I'm actually really excited. I'm so hype, honestly. You guys are
says, remember when
where are you
Jesus, son of
going?
Mary. I'm reading the Quran. This is your holy book. Don't be scared.
Why not Genesis?
Says because Ems wanted to read 61:6. Says, remember when Jesus, son of Mary, said, "O children of Israel, I am truly Allah's messenger to you, confirming the Torah which came before me, and giving good news of a messenger after me, whose name will be Ahmed." Yet, when the prophet came to them with clear proofs, they said, "This is pure magic."
So the claim is that Jesus came down confirming the Torah and told them that there's a prophet named Ahmad, which is a derivative of the name Muhammad, that is going to come. And this was supposedly the Torah and the Bible.
Yes.
I guess I missed a talking point. What's happening? We lost Ems.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at the Torah. I don't know why Ems is bringing up the Quran. The Quran is a great book, by the way, which we can go into later. But
it's a horrific, poorly written book.
It's an awesome book. I love the Quran, man, and it's actually in Isaiah 42.
Quote,
prophesied in Isaiah.
What's the name of the third chapter? Has to look it up. The Muslims don't read their book any more than Christians reading their books.
So, bro, could we go to Genesis, or what are we doing?
Ems, your microphone isn't working right now. I don't know what's going on. We can't hear you.
I thought this was gonna be fun, bro. Like, I don't know why you wanna like.
I know. I'd hate to have.
Muslims are smart. That's why.
I'd hate to have to
was
talk
that,
to an ex-Muslim too.
It was claimed that the prophet was found in the Bible during the time of the prophet. So when he was alive, he claimed that the Bible had his name in it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have had. It could.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what Ems is
1400
saying
years ago, the Bible had the name Muhammad in it.
Yeah, so Ems is saying that according to the Quran, the name Muhammad was actually in the Bible, not just an illusion. So that's certainly not true. Muhammad's name doesn't show up in the book.
The companions go to the Christians and tell them, by the way, our prophet is found within your scripture.
Yes, he is in the scripture by character and traits.
He's certainly not.
Let me show you. Why don't you give me the benefit of the doubt?
This
I'm waiting for
alleged
you.
prophecy.
I am.
This
I just said it. Genesis.
I just read Genesis 17. All it prophesies is that Ishmael's descendants will multiply and he'll become a great nation.
Okay, when did they become a great nation?
They were a great nation.
He had 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1,000 years before Muhammad.
Okay, which nation was it? Which big nation that took over the world?
I have a list. It doesn't say take over the world.
It says great nation. You want me to show you?
Yeah, it doesn't say take over the world. He had 12 sons: Nebaioth, Kedar, Abdil, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jeter, Nephesh, and Kedema, and each of those became a tribe. Okay. And so so the prophecy was fulfilled in that he became a great nation.
Wait, so which tribe got big?
No, all of his descendants together are the descendants of Abraham, so the descendants of Ishmael, and they became quite numerous because they were 12 whole tribes.
Okay, and it said, "I will make him into a great nation." When was that accomplished?
Through the 12 tribes.
Yeah, none of those.
From Ishmael.
To be sure, it was already accomplished before Genesis was written.
No, so yeah, the big mistake here is you guys actually don't know what the definition of great nation means. Great nation here in Genesis 12.
Please tell me what the Hebrew text says here. Which verse you want to look at?
Yeah, so Genesis 2 actually tells you what a great nation is. It says it's going to be
2?
the one that Genesis 12:2.
Okay, 12:2. Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be a nation No, it's going to be a nation that blesses Abraham every day. Which nation blesses Abraham
That's
every
not
No.
day?
about
It's the
Ishmael.
Muslims.
That's about the Israelites. I think you're
Yes,
confused.
and the Muslims.
I'll
no,
never
and the
understand
Muslims,
why people who don't even read their own holy book are bothering to fumble around in somebody else's holy book.
No, because it's the same great nation definition. You
It's
guys
not.
haven't read. You guys, yeah. it is.
Does Genesis not say that it's through Isaac that your seed will be counted?
Yeah, the covenant was with Isaac. Yeah, we believe in Jesus as the Messiah. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Isaac is not Ishmael.
Okay, both were going to be blessed anyways. We have no problem with it.
The primary blessing, the blessing found in Genesis 12, was through Abraham, through his descendant Isaac,
Yeah.
not through Ishmael.
Okay. Ishmael was going to be a big nation, and Isaac had the covenant, which they're saying is Jesus, I think, in the line, which was going to be a warrior, but Jesus had no army because he was a pacifist.
Isaac is the fulfillment of Genesis 12.
And Ishmael, who had a big nation.
No, Genesis 12 has nothing to do with Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter about Isaac. I'm showing you that the Prophet Muhammad fulfilled this prophecy
was
of
a
Ishmael.
pedophile doofus that didn't know anything.
Yeah, he won wars. He won wars. He was a brave man.
And he lost wars.
Winning a war is meaningless.
And he lost some.
Yeah, you want me to show you how it was prophesied in the Torah he was going to win wars too?
It wasn't.
It's in the Hadith too.
Could you find me his name, like Jesus said was in the Torah? Go ahead.
Yeah, dude, we don't have Jesus' name in the Torah actually.
No. Could you find me Muhammad's name, like Jesus said was in the Torah? Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have a direct the word for Muhammad. It's actually Ahmed, which means praise.
Jamil, could you find me Ahmed in the Torah? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm giving you traits and characteristics.
Could you find me the name Ahmed in the Torah? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't find it directly, Ahmed. No.
Could you find it in the Bible?
It's not there.
Anywhere in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been any.
Did Jesus lie or did God lie?
Yeah, to be clear, the Quran says that the name Ahmed is in the Bible.
And also, his argument is weak because the friends of the Prophet themselves said not to take anything from the books of the Jews and the Christians. Justin, can you read Bukhari 7363?
Mm-hmm. What was the number again? 7 what?
363. It tells them not to take anything from the Christians and the Jews.
Okay, Bukhari 7363.
The book is corrupted, so it doesn't matter. You're using a corrupted book, which is not technically the book to me and to you is pointless.
Yeah,
it is not
that's actually my favorite thing about Muslims is when they want to use the Bible to support their pedophile prophet.
Because
when they don't even believe that the Bible is true. They just want to the parts we like are true, the other parts are not true. But it says, why do you ask people of the scripture about anything in your book, the Quran, which has been revealed to Allah's messenger, is newer and the latest? You read it pure, undistorted, and unchanged, and Allah has told you that the people of the scripture, the Jews and the Christians, changed their scripture and distorted it, and wrote the scripture with their own hand and said it is from Allah to sell it for little gain. So your own traditions teaches that the Bible has been corrupted.
Yes, some parts. The Torah is actually our
you know
book.
the parts you read to us are not corrupted.
Yes, because the prophecy was fulfilled, so we know it was true.
It wasn't fulfilled in your guy.
I just said it got big.
That has nothing to do with a prophetic individual. There's no prophecy in Genesis 17 about a great prophet rising out of Ishmael's descendants. Just that his descendants become very numerous, which they already were numerous before Genesis was even written.
So yeah, that was just one of the prophecies. So we can have more.
That's just one failed prophecy. Let's go on to another failed prophecy.
Hopefully you got something better than that, bud.
No, I mean we have a lot. We even have Isaiah 42. We have
Isaiah 42 is absolutely not about your pedophile prophet.
Yes, it is. It's
not even remotely true.
It is, bro. It's
Isaiah 42 is about it's not consensus, and it's about the Babylonian exile. There's not a single individual in 2nd Isaiah that wasn't alive at the time of the exile.
You want to bet money on this?
Yeah.
Okay, Song of Praise. The Quran. It's like a song. Boom.
Betting is haram in Islam. Why are you sinning live on TikTok?
What?
Betting is a sin. Why are you sinning on TikTok?
What do you mean?
Because he doesn't know. Because he doesn't know his own holy book. He has no idea.
How am I sinning? What are you talking about?
It's a
Gambling is
sin.
haram.
It's a sin.
Yeah, bro, I'm joking. Are you taking everything
Oh, now all of a
serious?
sudden he's joking.
It's
I'm
a right to
joking.
joke about sins. But
Why are
sure.
you guys like? This
Well,
is
one
crazy
thing is
how
true.
Muhammad is.
You certainly are a joke. That is for sure.
I mean, I love my prophet. He was the best man ever. But anyways, we can move
He
on
He
to
touched
wrote the
the.
truth
children.
about sins.
Yeah. He did the Islamic Empire at age 40, so we can go.
I know he was humiliated at age 40.
Yeah. He was very masculine and warrior. So let's go, guys. Come on.
He
They
certainly
literally spat
wasn't.
on his face and shoved him
Sounds
around
like
and manhandled him.
yeah, that's about right. Yeah, he sounds like a bitch.
Who?
Your prophet. That's why he had to
I'm
marry
not-
children.
I mean, no. He married 11
Grown-ass women
wives.
didn't want to come near him. He's probably missing most of his teeth.
I mean, no. He was very handsome. If you read the hadiths, he was more handsome than the moon. Actually, he
Yeah,
also was the most.
I'd make my
man.
cult followers say that too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he was
it
more
was on the
handsome
cult.
than
So,
a piece of rock
so
in the
Sam,
sky.
so Salmon, in Isaiah 42, does it
Yes.
use past tense or future tense when referring to, like, for example, God putting His Spirit in the prophet?
It says future, like the Lord will march out like a warrior, sing to the Lord.
No,
Try again.
listen to my question. Listen to my
Yeah.
question very carefully. Does it use past tense or future tense when it refers to God putting His Spirit in the servant of Isaiah 42?
I will pour my spirit on him, and he will bring justice to the nations.
I
So
have
if-
put my spirit. I have put my spirit on him.
What
Past
do you mean? It
tense.
says, I will put my spirit.
No, it does not.
What shite translation
says-
are you reading?
New International.
Here is my servant. That's present
Are you saying
tense. Whom I uphold.
Did he just-
Present tense. I have put
He's
my
reading the
spirit in
NIV.
him. Past tense. You got to put that toddler Bible down. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get the children's Bible.
Wait.
It's
Even
the NIV is notorious, Salmon, for
No, it's
taking
okay.
verses which are written in
Yeah.
the past tense and making them future tense.
He doesn't actually know how to read, which is why he's got to use the NIV. But don't worry, I've got the Princess Children's Bible for you. We can read out of the Princess Children's Bible, and we'll see what the
no,
Princess
we don't
Bible
have to.
says.
We don't have to.
I've got the. If this one isn't clear enough, I got a like a toddler Bible, like a Precious Moments Bible, sitting around somewhere. We can.
Yeah,
we
it
can
doesn't
dig
matter if it's
into.
past or present. It doesn't matter
Yep.
because
Yeah,
that
it kind
means
of does, because that's
No,
how
that-
prophecy works. So
No,
just to be
because
clear,
those are-
I've got the passage right here, and it says, "Here is my servant, the one I support. He is the one I chose, past tense, and I am pleased with him. I will put my spirit in him. And he will bring justice to all the nations." This must be NIV as well. He will not
Yeah,
cry,
so
so on
the-
and so forth. So
the Hebrew is
it's-
natati ruchi, and natati is I have, perfect tense. Put my spirit in him.
You know how I know it's not a problem? Because in a hadith, the companion of the prophet actually quotes Isaiah 42 as Muhammad being a prophet. You
well,
want me to show you?
these
Sure.
aren't true.
No, I wanted to show
It's
you.
crazy. He's like, we can ignore the grammar because the hadith says so. What a bullshit way of reading
And
a
the
text.
hadith
No.
misquotes it. So please
That-
bring the hadith. Go
The
ahead.
hadith misquotes it.
it-
Yeah, what's the hadith number?
Sahih Bukhari 2125. I'm like surprised you guys know nothing about Islam. Like, oh my
No,
God.
this is actually you're actually helping us because you're giving us an example of.
It's not this one,
where-
bro. You went. It's Sahih
Oh.
Bukhari, brother, not Abi Dawud.
I just
You're
punched
giving us-
in
you're actually-
2125. I thought he'd stay in the same
Okay.
section.
I don't know.
You're actually helping us out a lot here, Sammy, because you're giving us an example of where the hadiths misquote the Hebrew Bible. So this will be good for us, actually.
Yeah. So look, this is the companion quotes the Torah.
He says, I met Abdullah bin Amir bin al-As and asked him, tell me about the description of Allah's apostle, which is mentioned in the Torah, i.e. the Old Testament. He replied, yes. By Allah, he is described in the Torah with some of the qualities attributed to him in the Quran as follows. O Prophet, we have sent you as a witness for Allah's true religion and a giver of glad tidings to the faithful believers, and a warner to the unbelievers and guardian of the illiterates. You are my slave and my messenger. I have named you Al-Mutawakkil, who depends on Allah. You are neither discourteous, harsh, nor a noisemaker in the markets, and you do not do evil to those who do evil to you, but you deal with them with forgiveness and kindness. Allah will not let him, i.e., the prophet, die until he makes straight the crooked people by making them say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, with which will be opened blind eyes and deaf ears and enveloped hearts. Is that where he quotes
Oh
Isaiah?
my God. Yes. Isaiah 42. That's 2 to 3 and 6. Read it.
That's not.
Look at the similarities. Yes, it is.
So, listen, opening the eyes and the hearts of the people is a stock phrase in all ancient literature.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It says in Isaiah 2, he will not shout or cry out or raise his voice in the streets. Okay, big. That one, good. In 6, it says, I will open eyes that are blind, to free captives from prison, to help those who sit in darkness. So
Referring to
what
the
do you
prophet did
have
that?
now?
Do you think the prophet did that?
No. So what do you have? Yes,
Exactly.
he did.
No, he didn't do that.
He
So
did.
so not
Sure.
only did
What
not
did he
only
do?
did he not quote Isaiah 42, Isaiah 42 is about someone who's already living. Here is my servant is in the present tense. Chosen is already in the past tense. This
Doesn't
is someone who
matter.
already existed. It does. Yeah,
It doesn't
grammar actually
matter.
does matter. Yeah, no, grammar matters. You can't just ignore the grammar and make it what you want it to be because your pedophile prophet said so.
It was already prophesied, so it doesn't matter if it's present or past.
It wasn't
or future.
prophesied.
It's already prophesied.
It's prophecy about an existing individual.
No, it doesn't. That's
Yeah, it
your
is.
grammar understanding.
No, that's
look,
just how grammar works.
No, no, it's
It's
not.
okay. I know you didn't get your GED, so you don't know how grammar works. But the way grammar works is you can't talk about the future and the past.
It is
Like
the
when
future.
I said Dalton came over to my house and I gave
be
him
fair, just-
food, that's never going to be a prophecy for the future. That's literally always going to be a telling
That
of
happens.
history from the past.
No, it
In
shows
the
that he
Quran
was
that
already
happens.
playing.
So
Well, in the Quran it happens, not in the Bible.
Yeah, the
Yeah, so-
Quran is a lot like the New Testament in that it just likes to take passages from the Hebrew Bible out of context.
Yeah,
and
because
the
it's our
authors are
book.
well, yeah, your book just again your book misquotes the Hebrew Bible.
No, the Hebrew stuff is our book too. The Torah is
No,
the
it's
Muslim
certainly
prophet.
sure as hell not your book.
They're the same God. It's our book.
No, it can't be your book because according to the Torah, your prophet should have been murdered for being a false prophet.
No, yeah, he wasn't a false. He was a warrior like all the other
He was a-
Old Testament prophets, like Solomon and David.
Nah, he was
So-
a beta that married children.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was just jealous of him. I guess he was too masculine,
Jealous?
too handsome.
Why would
too
would I be?
masculine.
He got
Why would I
11
be jealous
wives.
of
wait.
a scrawny guy in the desert marrying children?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was beautiful. He was a warrior. He protected people.
Sounds like you're starting to get like a little homoerotic fantasy going here.
I mean,
That's
I
okay.
love
I can
him
show
on-
you.
That's okay in my
I can show
world,
you
but in
him
your
being-
world, I think it's a problem.
So what do
I
you
can
have
show
next
you
against
just
Islam?
a second, Muslim. I can show you the Prophet being very masculine. By the way, could you open up Bukhari 268?
Yeah.
Which one?
Let me grab it. 268.
Notice how I won the debate, and now they're moving on. Let's just
Not
say
only
that.
did you
No,
not
no.
win the
This
debate,
one-
you're
yes,
you're
I
just
know this one.
you're actually just getting clowned
one-
on at this point. Says the oops, let me the prophet used to visit all his wives in a round. During the day
Yeah,
and
but-
night, they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the prophet strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the prophet has given the strength of 30 men, and said, or Said said, on the authority of Qatada and Anas, had told him about 9 wives only, not 11. What am I missing here, Ems?
And also, could you read Bukhari 5215? It shows more masculinity, by the way.
Damn, so he had all that strength. God damn. I didn't
30
know
men.
that.
The prophet used to
why are you
pass
so
by
horny?
and have sexual relations with all of his wives in one night, and at the time had 9 wives.
Yeah, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this right here?
The problem is that he did it all in one bath, according to him.
So yeah, like what's wrong? Are you jealous or like what's going on here?
I think that it doesn't continue the translation in the one you're reading, but it says that he would do this while taking one bath. Let me find you the one. So he would like sleep with 9 people in one night with one bath.
So he wouldn't
mean, if-
he wouldn't bathe between boning the women?
Yep. So
Kinda
read,
This sounds like this
read
sounds exactly like the
Ibn
kind of
Hisham
posting I
588.
would expect from someone bullshitting. about how great someone is.
It,
So, like, what
it
else do you have
certainly
against
is the
Islam?
kind of thing
Like,
we would expect from
like,
a prophet who didn't know how germs work and didn't know how venereal diseases worked.
what do you mean he didn't know what germs worked? What?
You know that he praised lice. Could you search up the word lice in the
Yeah, I know,
passage?
like, yes.
Yeah, he said that lice is really good and that it's blessed by Allah.
Oh shoot, yeah. Let me grab it real quick. It shows up,
So, yeah,
I think, more than once.
we proved Muhammad in the Torah.
No, you
like
certainly
We
did
haven't.
not. You can grandstand all you want about not proving it, but everyone knows what's happening.
We said he was strong, a warrior, handsome. What else? What else do you have left?
By the
Nothing
way,
else.
this is a perfect like showcase for any Christians who want to make the claim that Jesus was prophesied in the Hebrew Bible, because if they aren't able to see the way in which they're like forcing someone into the text that isn't there, just look at the way that this clown over here is forcing Muhammad into the text when it clearly doesn't say it. Like, it's the same exact phenomenon that's happening.
We have more about Muhammad in the Bible than we have about Jesus.
We don't have anything about Muhammad in the Bible. You've yet to show us anything.
Well, I showed you multiple times.
No.
If you don't want to take it, that's up to you. You can think about that in the
what you've
afterlife.
showed us. What you've showed us is that the author of Genesis said that Ishmael's nation would grow large, and then a text from Isaiah where it speaks about the prophet writing the text, how God put His Spirit in that prophet. Nothing about Muhammad.
Yeah, two prophecies,
Yeah.
and you don't want to accept. Okay.
Ems, I'm not sure which passage you're referring to in the Hadiths. I see a couple mentions of lice, but I don't know which one.
I can find you it, and also you. According
I
to the
think Ems
Prophet,
is coping.
I am coping. Yes, the specific number of times to bath in a week for a Muslim is 1 time a week.
I think Ems is
Ew.
coping. He
Once a
realizes
week?
Islam is true.
That's
The
gross.
Prophet said
Yeah.
that is the exact amount of bathing that you should do.
Yeah, Islam is certainly anything but true. It's also just disgusting.
Yeah, I think that's just what atheists do. They cope that they have no creator, they have no purpose, and they want to talk down to God. That's not how it works, bro.
Well, your
Yeah,
God
we
doesn't
also
exist to
don't like
talk down
child
to.
brides.
Yeah, we certainly don't like pedophiles.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Let
a
me ask you a
pedophile.
question. I don't know if we got around to this last time, Solomon. I don't know if you actually answered the question or if you did answer the question, but do you think that morals are relative or objective?
The objective.
Okay, so they don't change,
No.
not even with time?
But humanity morals do change.
I'm not talking about human morals. I'm talking about objective morals. So there
Yeah,
are
God-
objective
yeah.
morals and they don't change over time?
No.
Okay, and so it's objectively immoral then to marry 6 and 9-year-olds right now?
No.
Okay,
'Cause
then
Aisha
you're a
was
more
Is immoral.
okay. Then you're a more relativist.
No, Aisha was different.
We'll try this again. If morals don't apply indefinitely against everybody, then they're not objective. If they apply in one situation and not another situation, they're relative. So you
No, that's
believe in
false.
relative morals? No, that's the definition.
No, that's false. Because in that
No, that's
time,
the definition. What's the definition of objective?
objective means ultimate authority.
No. Try
Not
again.
feeling.
Nope.
I just said objective authority without any emotion into it.
No.
Okay, give me the definition. What do you guys say?
Entirely independent of mind. It stands independent. It exists without
Okay.
a mind determining that it is the case. Right?
Okay.
So if you believe in objective morals and you believe that morals don't change over time, then it would be true that the same morality would apply to everybody. If it's wrong for you to marry a 9-year-old, it would be wrong for Muhammad to marry a 9-year-old. Now, the only way out of this is just to admit that you believe in relative morals. You're a moral relativist.
No. There's other
Okay.
choices. That's like a false dilemma.
Okay,
fallacy.
then the only other thing you can do is admit that you think it's okay objectively to
Do you
marry
think it's okay
9-year-olds.
or not?
Obviously
it's
not.
okay?
But I'm asking you. Do you think?
Where
it's
do you
okay?
get your morals from?
Certainly
where do
not
you
from
get your
your.
morals from?
Certainly not from your
Okay,
prophet.
so
I'm
you have
asking
no
you. You're not
opinion.
going to pivot. You're going to answer the question.
I'm not.
I'm
You have no
asking.
opinion, 'cause
I'm
you don't
asking
believe in
you
God.
whether or not it's moral to marry 9-year-olds.
It doesn't matter. You have no opinion on the sins.
I
Your
know you're
morality
afraid
is
to answer the
subjective.
question because I know this puts you in a. It's
I
going
said
to
no,
paint you
it's
into a
not
corner.
okay.
But okay,
No,
so
I'm-
then
I'm-
you disagree with the objective morals.
No, I agree with the objective morals. I'm just saying
No,
Aisha
you
was
don't
different
agree
at
with.
that
No,
time.
it's objectively moral to marry 9-year-olds in your worldview if Muhammad did it,
No.
because you can't.
No, because
something can't be okay for Muhammad and then not okay for everybody else because it's no longer objective.
Because back then they were adults. Now
Then it's
shifted
no
to children.
longer. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, that means
That
it's
is
not.
true. You
That
want
means it's
evidence?
not. That means it's not objective.
Let me show you evidence.
There's no evidence. In
Mhm.
fact,
Yes, there is.
your own hadiths say that women were coming into menstruation around 15 and 16.
Okay, wait. Let me show you evidence. Because the enemies of the prophet never mentioned his marriage. Why not?
And
Why?
no one
Because
can.
they used to.
There you are.
They
Say
used
that again, Ems?
to. The enemies of the prophet used to marry children too, so it was pointless
Yeah.
to mention it.
Yeah, just to be clear, he wasn't the only pedophile in the desert.
And also, you cannot make a statement that they didn't mention it because we do not have any surviving records of non-Islamic origin.
Yeah, so I'm saying at that time, that's the normal. That's what they did.
It was normal, sure.
And they're
but
considered adults
They were
because
not
there are no
considered adults.
iPads. Yeah.
No, Habibi, Habibi. No. The scholars said that Aisha was not considered an adult.
Which scholars? Which scholars are you talking about? But who's that?
You don't know who Shafi is.
No.
So you're debating online and you do not know the four jurisprudences of Islam.
No, I know it's like Hanafi, Atari, like I know some of them.
Wait, again? Hanafi what?
I know
Hanafi what?
Hanafi, Hanbali, Atari.
Atari? What is Atari?
Atari.
Atari. What is Atari?
It's one of the classes.
It is Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali, Hanafi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The founder of Shafi'iyya has said that Aisha was a child at the time of marriage and consummation.
Yeah, I mean, some people have differing opinions, I know, in the scholars.
Could you find me a scholar who said that she was not a child at the time of marriage? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to look.
The hadith says she was playing with dolls.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, by marriage, she was physically and mentally ready.
No, she wasn't.
She was playing with dolls.
And it's funny how...
Do you think that children playing with dolls are mentally ready to get married?
It's funny how the debate is on which God is true, and we're here talking about people's wives. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, actually, we're trying to demonstrate the problematic part of your religion.
We should know who God
that
is.
you have objective morals, and part of the objective moral framework is that you can marry children.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this: why did the Prophet marry Aisha?
I mean, there's multiple hadiths. There's hadiths where he said he saw a dream. It was divinely ordained.
Exactly. So your God told him to marry a child and sleep with her.
No, I mean, there's other too.
If it was ordained, that means not only was Muhammad was a pedophile, but your God is a pedophile.
No, to establish political alliances with Abu Bakr. No, so I'm just saying, like, so what's at the end? So how are you gonna save yourself from the afterlife? Like, are you gonna play around?
No one cares about. No one's worried about your afterlife. No one cares.
Yeah, you don't, because you have no purpose. That's why you're a human being.
I have purpose. I have purpose.
What's your purpose?
But it doesn't come from your God. Like your God's purpose is to like create violence, war, and pedophiles.
Yeah, you have a brain but can't use it. That's really sad. You don't even know your own
What's
creator.
sad up here is that like you're a frog and getting boiled in water right now. You have no idea that you're
no,
even
where the sperm goes into the secondary oocyte in meiosis II. You can't even like defend that, the embryology of anything.
Sure. Let's take it step by step. Could you bring up 23:14?
Yeah, so like, what's wrong with you, brother? Are you okay? Like, why are you here? Like, when are you gonna become Muslim again and worship the one true God?
He'll never worship your pedophile God.
Like Jesus said, the Father was the only true God in John.
Ims is too smart for that, and that's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it's funny. Who made you too smart? Who made you?
Not your God.
Yes, that's what they all say, and it's not gonna be a good ending for you guys. It's the grave isn't good.
Okay. No one's worried about your threats of hell.
Yeah. That's what Satan used to say.
Yeah, no one cares. But now Satan doesn't exist. So we're talking about sperm now, and it says that sperm is the spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage. I'd love to hear an 18-year-old Muslim who hasn't read his own book tell a doctor how sperm works.
He's 18.
Yeah. No, I'm 18. I'm actually I know.
You sound like you're 15. When I was 15, I thought I knew a whole lot too. You'll learn with age that just because like you've learned a couple things at 18 that you don't actually know anything, but it takes time to get there.
I'm actually very smart. Actually, I'm actually probably
you're
more than
certainly not.
anybody.
Are you in college?
Levels above college, actually, and also
What's
I believe
that?
in one God.
What's a level above college? What are you doing right now? What's your training?
Graduate school?
You'll figure it out when we go into embryology.
What's your
very
training?
good at it.
Are you in med school?
No.
Are you in school at all?
Yes.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
So you're in
Okay, can we
college?
go back to the verse?
What's your degree?
No.
You're not in college.
Bro, I'll show you.
So what kind of school are you in?
A
School of
high
Life.
level educational school where I'm getting a
Oh,
doctorate.
like what?
Let's say.
You're getting
You need to know.
You're 18 and you're getting a doctorate.
Okay, let's just say I'm 18. Let's
So-
just say for you. Let's say
So
I'm
you're
18.
you're on an online website and you paid somebody $500 to give you a piece of paper with a doctorate.
No, I'm 18. Let's say. Let's just say that.
What's your degree in?
Like I said, I just graduated high school. Now I'm in college.
Tell me, what degree track are you in right now?
Why do you need to know my degrees?
Sammy, you're a
You said you're really
professional
smart. I want you to
bullshitter.
prove it.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. Let's talk about
No.
the verse. I'll show you how smart I am.
Prove it. What school are you going to? Where'd they accept you?
Bro, why do you need to? Okay, this is kind of weird. Now I'm just trying to go to the verse.
It is a simple question,
This
though.
is what happens when you get called out in your lies. You're not smart. You're probably not in school. You're just pretending to be smart. Like you're so overcompensating for being a tool. It's embarrassing.
I'm very confident, actually. That's what it's.
I know
That's-
you're
that's the
overconfident.
problem.
I know it teaches you humility.
Okay, so
God
you
has
wanna?
said that those who have pride in their heart, He's gonna torture.
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna show.
just to be
Ants
clear,
how-
there's a direct correlation between humility and actually getting advanced degrees,
Oh, that's really cool.
which is how I know you have no advanced degrees and you're sure as hell not in school.
Okay, so Ems, what do you think about this verse, bro? Let's see how smart you really are. Embryology expert. Let's go.
Yeah,
I
ask the
think it is
doctor.
stupid.
Doesn't matter if he's a doctor. At the end, we're still human.
I think the verse is stupid.
Okay, so yeah, so this isn't actually about sperm. If you actually read 86:5, it's not about sperm.
What is it talking about? Is it talking
Yeah.
about the baby?
No, it's talking about the people. You're not reading.
So the baby.
context.
Jamil.
The baby.
Linguistically. Linguistically,
hold on.
it could apply. Sure. Linguistically, it could apply to the baby or it could apply to the semen. But I'm asking you a question. Do you think that babies come from between the backbone and the ribs?
No.
Then where do babies gestate?
Yeah, so in development, in pregnancy, actually, when you look at, when you actually learn about embryology, the baby,
I'll put it on
This
the
is an
screen
anti-
for you
not
since you
embryology.
haven't studied it.
the womb, the uterus actually extends. I'm not the extends, but the fetus actually extends under the ribs
Nope.
towards the top
Below
of
the
the
ribs.
pelvic.
So here's
Yeah,
here's
so-
a picture of the baby in
Let
utero.
me get you a cadaver one sec.
There's
Oh, you got a
better
cadaver.
picture.
Fuck yeah, I
could
want
you
to see the
bring me-
cadaver. What's that?
I'm gonna come back on my phone. Just pull me
Okay.
up.
Yeah, that's not a good picture, actually. There's better pictures where the feet are under the ribs and the head is near the pelvic bone. And I can show you. I mean, you guys can search
It's
it
not
up. You guys
under the
can-
ribs.
It is that very.
not.
That's how pregnancy works. I don't know.
God,
how-
this
not.
is embarrassing.
It's crazy that he thinks continually talking is going to help him.
No, I'm blessed, bro. I don't need to. You know.
I think you're confused.
I don't
Doesn't
get
your
back-
religion teach you humility?
It does.
Are you like
It's not
Moses?
working.
Yeah, the most humble man in all the world.
But it also tells you to, if somebody smacks you, you gotta be a man.
No one smacked you. You're so beta that everything is a threat to you.
No, bro. I don't use beta alpha. These terms are non-existent in my.
I did. I used it
not-
just now. Like you're
Yeah.
so concerned about being like disrespected that you're like on the offense all the time.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I
why
can
you.
be dis-
By the way, that's why you get disrespected.
Yeah, I mean, I think I taught you guys a little today about smart Muslim. how
You certainly
the
didn't
Torah.
teach us
Sam, man.
anything other than how dumb a Muslim could be.
Yeah, you've definitely demonstrated to us that you don't have any reading comprehension since you don't know the difference between past tense and future tense. So
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like, It's just one God. You gotta believe in one God. That's it. Like, how hard is that?
Oh, there it is. Let me blow you up.
Could you point to me any structures here?
Yeah, can you label anything on that
Yeah, I think, like,
anatomical structure?
I mean, I know the right side is like the spine. That's the pelvic bone right there. The uterus, the bladder.
The
But we
pelvic
can
bone?
go into that. But
Behind the spine? The pelvic bone behind the spine?
no, the spine is that black white area right there.
This.
Yes.
Let
And
me
then
just,
all the way down there is the bladder, the uterus.
where's the bladder? Could you tell me what number is the bladder?
I think it's 15, and then next to it is the bladder, and then
15.
over.
So
Yeah.
this is the bladder.
And then in between is the.
Wait,
You think
this
that's
is
the
the
bladder?
No, the
Now you know this guy's never been able to bed a woman.
no the tube, and I'm saying the middle is the.
The tube, what is the tube called?
I think the urethra. I think.
How many holes does a woman have?
Yeah, we don't need. I don't disrespect women like that. We
This
don't
is
do
no
that.
disrespect.
I don't think you know.
And yeah, like back there's like the glute area, but we can look into after. But could we go back to the verse, please?
Jamil. Could you label where the womb would be?
Yeah, it's like that pouch right there.
Number?
Let me see. It's like right in the middle.
You're talking about this.
That one, yeah.
Jamil. 1 sec, I'm gonna grab my daughter's atlas. 1 sec.
God.
Imagine all the time he could save if he had stayed in school. When are you getting your doctorate next year? Is it a 1 year or a 2 year doctorate program?
I got doctor, I got masters, I got everything.
You got a
Hey,
master's
Simon.
at 18 already, huh?
Damn, bro, I actually got it right too. That is the uterus. This dude was
Hey,
lying to me. This
hey,
is,
hey,
bro.
Sa-
I got
hey,
all of it
Simon.
right.
Salmon.
It's the bladder, uterus, and glutes.
Salmon, I
This
have a
dude
question for you.
lying.
Salmon,
Huh?
I have a question for you. Was Aaron the brother of Moses?
Yes.
Did Moses live like a long, like hundreds and hundreds of years before the time of Jesus?
Yes.
All right, who's Mary's brother? The Virgin Mary's brother?
Oh, so
There
we're
we
talking
go.
about how. Yeah. So Ems, why did you lie, bro? I got all of them right. I told you.
No,
I
you didn't.
knew. Man. Yes, I did. I did bladder, uterus, and
Look at
glutes.
the screen, child.
Ems got shocked that I got all of it right. But anyways,
Sure,
that's not
sure.
sad. I did. I'm literally looking at the
Yeah,
picture in
Sure,
front
sure,
of me.
sure.
Yeah, you're doing great, Habibti.
This is the spine.
I already
Yeah, this is
studied
the
this,
spine.
by the way. That's
The
why I got
thyroid
it
would
right.
be up here.
Yes.
The
So
would be the upper ribs. You
Can you
understand
ide-
that, right?
Can you identify where the ribs are on this picture?
yeah. I mean, I can't see it from the picture, but over there is where the
You
feet
can.
of the
It is literally
fetus
right
would
there.
be.
It is literally right there.
Yes.
The
So
end of
the
the spine.
feet. So yeah,
The thyroid are the upper ribs. You
yes.
know
So
that, right? So
so
it
the
would be these ribs right here.
yes. Okay. So the feet of
And
the
between these ribs and the backbone.
okay. Yes. Proves my point.
That
And
you're
how does it prove your
wrong.
point?
No, because look at the fetus. Like, what are you guys talking about? I'm wrong. It's between the pelvic bone and under the ribs. Like, do you not understand the
The
definition?
pelvic bone?
Under the ribs
the
is not
pelvic bone
between the
is
backbone and the
not.
ribs.
No, between the
And the
ribs
pelvis is
and
not the thyroid.
between
the
the
pelvis
ribs
is
and
not the thyroid.
backbone.
And the upper ribs. So the ribs at the top.
Who said it's the upper ribs, bro? Which text you
Ibn
reading? It
Abbas.
says ribs.
Ibn Abbas. The meaning of the word thyroid is the upper ribs near the turqua, which is the clavicle.
Ibn Abbas didn't know modern
Wait,
science, so he
let
could.
me
no,
make
this is
sure
Arabic.
before we get
This is
too much
Bro, this
further.
thing is a
Salmon,
fool, bro.
you don't actually know Arabic, right?
Bring me back on my other device.
I can read I can read, but I can't translate now.
Then that is pointless. It is entirely useless.
So I knew the anatomy, which he said I
no,
did.
you
So-
didn't.
I
so you-
proved
No,
it
you
to him.
didn't.
So you didn't know anatomy,
I did. I
and
named
now you're
all the
lying.
structures.
And now you're lying about anatomy.
No, I named all three structures.
Do you
bro.
think that
he
the
just-
audience is so stupid that they're gonna let you lie to them? Like they're not gonna know.
You can. I mean, you can replay
Like
the
they're
live.
not. They're
I
not
named it
gonna.
correctly.
They're not gonna call you out for the gaslighting.
They don't know anatomy. How are they gonna know?
They saw the picture. They saw the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bladder, uterus, and then the glutes, and I named all.
So
of
you
them.
know
You
anatomy.
literally thought the bladder was in the clitoris, dummy.
No, I did. What?
And you know anatomy.
Yeah, and I named the urethra.
Sure,
Buddy,
they
but
told the
I
blood
don't-
supply to the testicles.
I don't believe in God, but I'm
That's
gonna
sad.
fucking pray for whoever you get married to because they're never gonna get pleasure, not even once.
Yeah.
How could you name the blood supply of the testicles?
What?
Well, if we, well, I
you
really
name
pray
the blood
for
supply
whoever
to
he marries
testicles?
because
Yeah, I haven't gotten into
Could
that.
you name the circle? Boy, could you tell me what the circle of Willis is?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. No.
Could you name any structure in the intracavernous sinus?
No.
Could you tell me what the deep perineal pouch is?
No.
Then what anatomy do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking basic right now, so I'm not
Basics?
into that. I mean, maybe
not-
Could you
not
tell me the
even at a
difference,
real
difference
school.
between supination and pronation?
yeah, supination is where the palm faces the anterior, and
The
protonation is
anterior,
where it
wait,
faces
when the
the
palm faces the anterior?
yeah, like what how you say it? Your palm is anterior.
No.
It faces
Supination
toward.
is when it is facing upwards. So think about it as when you're saying subhanallah and you're putting your hands upwards and your palms upwards to Allah. And
That
then
is-
pronation is the other
that
side.
is not
That is not what anterior
supination.
is. Anterior is, again, looking forwards into the body. So like, it would be the front side of the body. The supination and pronation are both equally anterior, quote unquote.
Ems, did you have to get your PhD done before you knew that, or did you learn that in
No.
like high school anatomy?
This was actually like the first, like, the orientation to medical school.
Or
Yeah, it's
So I think-
crazy. It's
So I think what we've seen here is that Salmon
Yeah.
doesn't know the Bible, he doesn't know the Quran, and he doesn't know female anatomy.
yeah.
we
I
could
don't
have guessed
know,
the
but
latter of those things pretty easily.
Crazy how you're a doctor but don't believe in God. That is the most craziest thing I've heard.
Because the body is so fucked up. And also, could we stick to the verse back again? Justin, could
crazy.
you bring up, let me send it to you actually. Just pull the quote of the definition of the word taraib onto the screen. I'm going to send it to you.
Gotcha. Over Discord. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Damn, bro. Like, I'm actually hyped, bro. Like, I'm proud I'm Muslim, bro. Like, this is crazy.
I know.
You're
I know.
listening to-
Ignorance is bliss. Like there's a point where you
blessed.
can be. There's a point where you can be so stupid that you don't even see when you're being cooked. It's like it must be.
I mean, they
It must
can
be
rewatch
nice.
it. They
Like
can see
you're
it.
literally the
Uh-huh.
definition of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like if you open up the Dunning-Kruger in the dictionary, your picture is going to be there. Ems, you send
I
it
mean,
over
that's
Discord?
cool.
Sending it now.
Okay. Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger is?
No. I think it means like you overestimate
First,
how
first
much.
rule of the Dunning-Kruger Club is you don't know you're in it.
I sent it.
Got it. Let me put it on the screen. It says,
No. The translation is going to be off because some of the, like, Apple Translate is horrible. But
Oh, this
pretty
is
much what
Apple
it is,
Translate.
you could- yeah, if you could bring up the Arabic at the top.
yeah, the
one
Arabic's
that-
showing right now.
It's not showing.
Oh,
like,
sorry,
on the
that
first-
Arabic.
Yeah. So, عن ابن عباس ترايب المرأة موضع قلادة. The taraib of the woman is the place she rests her necklace on. قال عكرمة جميل وقال علي etc etc قال ابن عباس الترايب بين الثديين. The taraib of the woman is what is between her breasts. And then it says الترايب is what is between the turkuah, which is the clavicle, جميل, and the breasts. So it is the upper ribs.
So it's the upper rib.
And you studied anatomy. Could
Yeah,
you tell
so-
me where, like which vertebral level do the breasts start at?
Yeah, so YouTuber Dean's response actually talks about this verse. These scholars did not understand modern science. So
Sure, are your scholars stupid? Because what I was showing you was actual definitions of the Arabic words. It doesn't matter what the modern science says when the definition of the word means something specific.
No, it doesn't. That the next verse literally talks about man. The predicate here is man.
Jamil. If the context is man, that is irrelevant to the fact that the word tanayib means the upper ribs. The word itself means the upper ribs.
Just so we're clear, the upper ribs are here. The lower ribs are down here.
And by the way, between, it says specifically, the word specifically that they're using is that it is between the clavicles and the breasts. The breasts start at T2 and end at T6. Like that is where the mammillary gland is going to start and end. So you'd have the upper half, the upper third or the upper half of your ribs, and then the back of your spine. So please show me how the baby is going to be between that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's under the ribs, above this backbone. It makes perfect sense.
I'll just restate my conclusion without addressing what just was mentioned. Sure.
Not to mention that the scholars, most of them, agree to the fact that it is talking about the sexual fluid. But sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
all
like
the
I said,
tafsirs that I've ever read says that it's about the semen.
Some of them do mention that there is also a alternative explanation that it is the baby, but it is not an opinion held by the scholars.
Yeah, so today we learned they don't know where a fetus grows, how they grow, where their feet
They don't.
is.
Yes, and neither do you.
You don't. You
No,
don't.
we do.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you certainly don't.
Why do you guys like
Alright,
cope?
well-
Like, what's
Well,
wrong
listen,
with coping?
listen, Solomon. I think you've been cooked enough. Like you're literally an absolute waste of space. I've never seen you bring a good argument yet. So we're gonna move on to the next
I believe
guest,
in
and
one God, at
maybe
least. You don't.
somebody who actually has an argument. Your arguments are bad. They're not just bad. They're like the worst arguments we ever hear. Every time you've been on this live stream, you've brought the new worst argument. So congratulations, you did win something.
I mean,
You know, Justin, what would be a really interesting project to undertake is all the instances where Muslims try to force Muhammad into the Old Testament, and then all the instances and compare their methodologies to that used by missionaries to force Jesus in the Old Testament, and
It's
like
roughly
line
the
up,
same.
Yeah, they'll use the same
Yeah.
exact methodology. That's a good
Mormonism
idea for a project.
too. Mormonism does the same thing. Yeah. Well, friends, I got 5 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We had Connor.
Thank you
What's
for
that?
having me up. I'm going to
Ems,
drop into the comments.
Thank you for
having
being
me
here,
up.
man. We love you, buddy.
Love you, Mems.
Meg, thank you for the super chat. Meg says Belgian Malinois, pronounce Malinois. Oh, Malinois is a dog.
French.
Oh, I didn't know that. Used for police and military work. Well, shit. I hope you're enjoying your time with the dog. It sounds delightful. Sounds great. Jay, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, do you believe our universe is not trending towards heat death? No, I don't. Meaning all configurations not prevented by physics will eventually occur. I don't think the universe is going to die in a heat death. I think it's going to collapse. But I can certainly understand why people would believe it's going to die in a heat death, because there seems to be some data for it. C. Willie, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. Says, yo, Justin, would you ever debate a Christian? Sorry, I meant Jordan Peterson. I know, because he's not a Christian. I would debate Jordan Peterson in a second. Like, I know there are a lot of people out there that would be fun to debate, but he would be fun, and he'd be low-hanging fruit. He wouldn't even be hard. He has no idea what's in that book.
I think you're a masochist is what it is, Justin. if you want to debate Jordan Peterson.
There would be a time limit. There would be a time limit. Mellow Matt, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, crazy that many Christians aren't aware that their God originally came from an earlier polytheistic religion. Cultural hints are everywhere in the Old Testament. That's the hard thing, Mellow, is to find the polytheistic background of the Old Testament. It's mostly hints. Like there's suggestions, right? It's not entirely clear. And I think that's why they're so willing to push it aside. But I think once you're out of the cult, you see the hints and you're like, oh, well, yeah, they were just originally polytheists, right? But I think when you're stuck in the cult, it's hard to make that leap without really solid evidence of it. Randy, thank you for giving out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Randy. I super appreciate that. And friends, thank you so much for being here. We got a lot of debate happening. If you want to get in on the debate, you can hit the guest request at the bottom of the screen, or you can put the link on the screen into your phone, tiny.cc/DZguest. You can use the clickable link in the description of the video as well, and you'll be able to get in line to discuss your God. And with that, let me grab our next guest, Connor. Connor is back. Hopefully, he's got a better connection this time. I don't see red bars yet. Welcome back, Connor.
Am I good?
Yeah, no red bars. They're all green.
Oh, sweet. I've been waiting to talk to you for a long time, man.
Yeah, welcome in, Connor. So, Connor, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some deity?
Yes, I'm over 18, and I think I do.
So you might and you might not.
I don't know.
Fair enough. So, what deity concept are you wrestling with?
The kind of mainstream Christian ideology is a little tough for me.
Okay. What are the points that are convincing, and then we'll look at the points that we probably find completely unconvincing.
It's crazy how you have all of your thoughts in your head and then you get on.
Trust me, I get that. It happens fast.
So
You got to write them down.
I know I should have done that. But my thing is I believe in something, but I just don't like the idea that Christians put towards it.
Okay, so what would be for you the thing that is leading you to believe that there is the something in the first place?
It seems like there has to be something.
Sure. What do you think is the reason why there would have to be a God, though? Like, what does the God explain in your worldview?
Well, I think the word God is also limiting too, right?
Well, it can be. You know, there are different conceptions of God, but I think for the sake of our discussion, we can use your conception of God as the definition.
So I've been going to mass.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Catholic Church,
Mm-hmm.
and I love going to it. But when it's time to actually, go to RCIA and become one, I don't know if they'd let me, because I don't know if I can say all of these things. Like, I don't necessarily believe every single word in the Bible. You know what I mean?
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of Catholics that don't. They'll probably still take you, actually. I don't think that would be a prohibiting factor. But like, so you're a semi-Christian of the Catholic variety. What's the thing that is leading you to believe that there needs to be a God? Like, so for most people, the God is like a God of the gaps, where they're like, here's something I can't explain, and because I can't explain it, I'm going to insert a God into it. What's your gap?
I don't see any other way of explaining reality without there being something other than me.
Well, I think there is something other than you. I think I exist as well, but I don't know about a God, right? So, for example, like the cosmological model that I think makes the most sense is Big Bang, Big Crunch. The universe is in infinite cycles.
Yep.
And there's no such thing as the beginning of the universe. Like, there's no reason to believe that it was like once didn't exist.
I think it's infinite before. Turtles all the way down. I've been watching you for a while, and I know that that's what you think too.
I agree. It's turtles all the way down. Now, so that starts to limit the idea of your God, right? So if your God didn't create everything, then now we have to wonder, well, what purpose does the God serve in the worldview if he's not a creator?
Can God be a process?
So are you familiar with process theology by Whitehead?
I was listening to you earlier today, and you were talking about it. Not live, but old video. And I don't know anything about it.
So there's like a special form of open theism called process theology.
Process theology. I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah, there's a guy who pioneered the movement named Whitehead. I think it was his first name Max. I always forget his first name.
I'll turn my shit on.
My audience probably already
Okay.
knows it. We've got some people that are familiar with process theology. No, it wasn't Max. I don't know why I was thinking his first name was Max. It was Alfred Whitehead. But the general idea of process theology is a little bit of a less powerful, less knowing deity, where the deity is
Okay.
like working within the parameters of humanity, attempting to lead them into like a more perfect union or more perfect situation. So in
Right.
order to hold on to process theology, you have to kind of, would say, minimize the God a little bit, right? But I think if you minimize the God, so the God lacks like the omni properties, then it becomes very difficult to know how he could be responsible for anything.
Well, how about if we come at it from the idea of thinking that God is like everything rather than an unentity separate from everything else?
So what you're describing now is what's called pantheism.
Oh, okay. Is that bad? I
Well,
don't know.
it is heretical, but it's fine.
I wouldn't call
Um,
it bad. I think pantheism is atheism with extra steps.
yes, I agree. So I think most pantheists probably realistically are just atheists, right? Because you've now
Okay.
redefined God so that God no longer has a definition, right? So pantheism, there's almost no distinction between the God being everything and the God being nothing, right? Because if you can't distinguish between God and not God, it just seems like the easier of the two is not God.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But so at this point, I think in where we're at is there's two roads that you can go down when you're finding something that's like totally like undefinable and undeniable. What's the word that you always use? Um,
Indistinguishable?
Ineffable?
yeah, it's
Immutable.
like you can't prove it wrong, you
Oh,
know,
unfalsifiable.
unfalsifiable. Um, when there's two roads you can go down. You can either say, yeah, he's everything, or yeah, he's nothing, right?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think some people will try to do that. They'll either maximize or minimize the deity. But to me, I think once you start minimizing the deity, it's hard for the deity to have any explanatory power. And once you maximize it, it starts to break logic.
Right. And then we start getting into um like the can God make something that he can't lift or stuff like that.
Right. You get into nonsense like, can he make a burrito so hot that he can't eat it? You know, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
Um, so
so
yeah.
what would be wrong with going down that path? So like for me, at this point, we have those two paths in front of us where I can definitely say that if there is a God, he is everything or he is nothing at all.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
wrong.
Mhm.
You go,
Wrong
Justin.
already? Okay.
I think he's about to say something beyond the word wrong, but
Oh,
Just wrong if you're going for a Catholic route, but there's nothing wrong with like entertaining ideas.
right.
okay.
So I
So
think if you
go
go
ahead.
the route that he's nothing, at that point he's not really God anymore. He's just kind of like a naturalistic force, like the demiurge. And then you can't really attribute agency to it. It seems to be just one step above arbitrary. Um,
Yeah.
and if something can be explained by either a demiurge or just a naturalistic phenomenon that doesn't have any superpowers, then it seems like the naturalistic explanation makes the most sense.
But there is like just still nature and natural occurring phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's expected in atheism. In atheism, that's kind of like the default model.
Right. Can I just I'm asking because you are the one that went to school, man. Um, can I call that God?
Well, no, as there are some parameters on what you can call God. Like theoretically, you can call nature a God. It just wouldn't fit the definition. The definition of God is typically some sort of agent that has creative capacity. Now, some people are going to disagree on like what kind of power. So, for example, the ancient Greek gods, they had different powers. They had different like well, I don't want to use the word gifts, but they weren't identical, right? But in Christianity, there's one God, and since there's one God, you have to give the one God all the powers. And
Right.
so I think if you want to say that nature is God, to me that's just an admission that you're an atheist.
Yeah, I think I feel like what I'm getting from you, Connor, is that you have like a deep appreciation and awe of the natural world. Like you see everything and it's just absolutely beautiful and stunning and wonderful. And I got that too. Although I can say this, that when I left theism and became an atheist and started learning about physics and biology and learning how the universe came to be and how life came to be, that
Yeah.
was far more beautiful than any religious idea that I'd ever entertained.
Right.
So maybe
Right, because
you
religion
just need
kind of
to,
puts caps on it, right?
yeah. So maybe what you really are in like deep need of is, this is gonna sound silly. I would watch Cosmos, Cosmos
Is
with
that the
Neil
Morgan
deGrasse
Freeman
Tyson.
one? Oh,
Neil
Neil
deGrasse
deGrasse Tyson.
Tyson.
That's right.
Yeah, and that was when I was first starting to deconstruct. That really puts into perspective like that you can have like an awe and wonder and for the universe without needing to like title it God. Like the universe is beautiful all on its own.
Right. Right. I think in my case, though, I'd like to argue the point of the universe and everything and God are synonymous, or I think I think we're talking about the same thing. I'd like to
Right.
think that.
But if the universe is God, then the universe didn't create the universe. Like it would be
It
self-existing.
always
So
been.
right, so we can get rid of the creator concept. Like the God didn't actually create anything. And if the universe is God, then it seems like it can't be sentient because the universe doesn't appear to have any sentience.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's why I like your title, that your God is imaginary, because I think he is. But I also think that what I am is as well. Or I am imaginary as well. Or at least I don't know how much of myself isn't imaginary.
Like who's imagining you?
No, I mean in my sense, like how much of who I am do I create? And how much of the the universe or God thing do I create? And when I'm praying, because right now we're talking about he's not sentient, so I can't pray, right? How much do I actually create of what I think God is?
So
Does
do you
that make
think
sense?
that
Am I just rambling?
no, it sounds like you're suggesting that maybe your own consciousness is giving rise to God?
It sounds bad, but yes, I think so.
Well, I don't know if we would call that a god. You could say that your consciousness is giving rise to like spiritual entity, but I think once the god is contingent on your brain, it's no longer a god.
What if it's more of like uh, a hive collective consciousness? Like I am
Sure.
thinking about God the same way that everybody else in my proximity is.
Sure, yeah, the collective consciousness. I think the problem with the collective consciousness is we would expect that more human beings would be in agreement like on the god concept, because if there was a god concept that pervaded like all the minds of human beings, we would expect that their conception of the god would be vaguely similar, and they're all pretty drastically different.
Right, but they can I argue the point that they always have one? Is that a good argument?
Well, no, because there are some people groups, like for example, in South America, there's a people group called the Paraha. They are one of the uncontacted peoples. They have a very small language. In fact, they don't. They not only do they not have a God concept in their like worldview, they don't even have a word for God in their language. That's how divorced
Huh?
they are from the idea.
Do they have a word for nature?
Yeah, they have
Uh,
words for things that they experience directly.
Hmm. Yeah, because I'm trying. I guess what I'm actually trying to do is I'm actually an atheist trying to find a way to make it work.
I get that. I did that for a while. A lot of us did.
Yeah, because I
I
just
think you're looking for some form of spirituality, even though you are perhaps an atheist. And there's a really great book on this topic I think you might enjoy, you might benefit from. It's from Sam Harris called what is it called? Just in Spirituality Without Religion or something like that. Here, let me look at the title.
I forget. The only book I ever, or I don't even know if you made it into a book. I just remember waking up. Hold on.
what was it
Oh yeah,
called?
that's a good one.
Yeah, Waking Up by
Sam
Sam
Harris
Harris was good.
Yeah, Waking Up, a guide to spirituality without religion.
Okay, Sam Harris.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
good.
he's an atheist.
Okay, I'll read that.
And he captures what it is in this book, what I think it is that you're sort of clamoring for.
Yeah. Do you think it's a if I just use it as a worldview, or if I could just say, like, take for instance atheism and just grant atheism, right?
Mhm.
But you can have this lens that you view everything with called Christianity if you want to.
So there is such a thing called secular Christianity, and secular Christianity is people who believe in the moral teachings of Christianity, and they like the ritual and they like the community, but they don't actually believe that it's true. They don't actually think that the Bible is true. They don't think Jesus is the Messiah or that Yahweh is his father. And certainly that's something that works for some people. I think it can be a little bit difficult once you start digging into the Bible, because if you're going to be a secular Christian, most people are going to assume that the part that you like is rooted in the Bible. And there's a lot of stuff that Jesus did in the Bible that's pretty horrific.
Yeah, and see how now I from what I understand that you went to Catholic school and you used to be Catholic, is that right?
So I was never really Catholic. I did 12 years of Catholic school just because my mom liked the Catholic school system. And to be fair, it was a safe school to be at.
Oh,
And when I became serious about religion, I was a Protestant, and I went to Protestant Bible college and seminary.
I was
oh.
Catholic.
Okay, question for you then. If I come at it with at that point, because I don't think, like, because we can go back into Deuteronomy and talk about all the slavery and the injustices, like the bed sheet thing. What about one of your favorite ones is the bears eating the poor kids? I mean, that's not funny, but
It's
yeah.
tough.
I don't want to grant that. I think that there's mistakes, you know?
Right.
Um,
Yeah. So like the difficult parts of the Bible, you're wrestling with it,
yeah.
right? Because you see the problem, right? So my thought is this: like when you've got a book and it's full of like these really difficult passages that don't make a lot of sense, what's more likely, that the book is actually like part true, or that the book is probably like Bronze Age mythology or Greco-Roman mythology pretending to be true?
Um, can there be some like things that you can take out of it? Like, I mean, you can open up any ancient book and find something to take out of it, right?
You could, yeah, you could do that. Like if you really like the idea of doing like a secular Christian route, you since you're no longer a Bible believer anyways, you don't believe that Jesus is God or anything like that. There's nothing wrong with finding the good parts of the Bible and saying, you know what, I like this. I like this part. And then getting rid of the bad parts. I think that's the important thing though, is that you use your common sense to recognize the bad parts and say, we don't need this.
Right. Now, can I say, as far because you just said that you don't think Jesus is God, and
Right.
for some reason, I'm having a hard time with that one because I don't necessarily think that the Jesus in the storyline
Hmm.
would be the Jesus we need to think about, but the Jesus that we as a culture kind of associate with the image of Jesus, like the all perfect human being, right? I think that one is the one that I would put, like, that's just what I call the perfect person, is what
Mhm.
Jesus is. And that's what I'm striving to be.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and again, it depends on what you think perfect is. You know, like, so for example, Jesus thought that the thing that would make somebody perfect is to follow the laws of Moses perfectly.
And that's not perfect.
That's not, that's not good. We don't want that.
No. So what can I pull Jesus, the image of Jesus, away from the Bible and say this thing that we have created separate from the Bible, this is the thing that I want.
So this is actually a good point, because I think Christians have already done this unwittingly. I don't think Christians
Right.
realize that their conception of Jesus is not the biblical Jesus, right? So right now, 9 out of 10 Christians you're going to walk into, you ask them about Jesus, they're going to describe a Jesus that's not actually in the Bible. And I
Right.
think that's okay. Like, if you're going to construct a version of Jesus that makes sense to you, even though it doesn't necessarily line up with the Bible, I think that's fine. The only caveat I would say, like, if we go into Jesus construction mode, then I don't even know why we have to put the Jesus label on it. You can just say, I believe
Yeah, we
in
can
this.
call it anything.
Yeah, you can name it anything at that point, right? You can,
We can call it Doug.
Hell yeah, you can just call it Doug. Praise
Yeah.
Doug.
So what's stopping me from being able to do that? And being able to go into mass and being able to participate in the sacrifice of the mass with that thought process.
So I think it's just conditioning. So for example, I grew up all my life believing that the Bible is true, God is real, Jesus is part of a Trinity. And so for me, it took me dang near a decade to fully deconstruct myself. It doesn't happen overnight. It's something that happens over a long period of time, typically. Because like if Jesus, let's take God and Jesus, the whole concept. It's a building, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, what we want to do, because we love this building. This building serves a purpose that we like. So what we do when people notice, hey, listen, the window is broken in that building. You're not going to tear the whole building down. You're going to be like, okay, let's board up that window for now, right? So we
Right.
deconstruct the religion one piece at a time. We typically don't just bulldoze the whole building. So you're still picking the little pieces out of the building. You haven't got down to the foundation yet.
Right. And that's like one of the things they say with like paganism too. If you take all the pagan things out of Christianity, you're not gonna have Christianity anymore.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So I don't know. I think there's something in it that I'm looking for.
Sure.
You like ritual, and that's a big thing, and which is to be expected when you belong to a social species. Being in communion with one another and having rituals that sort of order your life, but those are things that you don't need to like be a participant in religion in order to have. Like, you can have those things for yourself as well. We
Yeah.
have community here.
And there's nothing wrong with going to mass, by the way. I enjoy a good Catholic mass. To me, they're relaxing, they're calming, right? So like, there's nothing wrong with enjoying the ritual in the community of a church that you enjoy, as long as you're not like one of the sycophants that like believes all the crazy dogma.
Right. What would be a crazy dogma?
Well, I think some of the crazy
Transubstantiation.
transubstantiation is a wild one.
Well, let me say, so with this new idea of what Jesus is, right? Can we picture that? And we are like the whole "you are what you eat" thing. You can picture that in the Eucharist, and you can consume it and attempt to become what you eat.
So this is actually, I don't know if you know this, this is actually part of the reason behind the doctrine of the Eucharist being the literal body and blood of Jesus, because in order for you to be whole, in order for you to be perfected, you now have the perfecting body and blood of Jesus in you. That's how your body and blood becomes, we'll say, I don't know, uncontaminated or undefiled. So that's
Right.
like that's the cleansing, the rejuvenation of your flesh and your blood. Now, obviously, like if you don't believe that the body and blood are physically there, it's just bread and wine, then now it's just kind of a symbolic act,
I
Yeah,
think the
but
actual
what
term
if
is theophagy is what it's called, and it's practiced outside of Christianity too. That the idea is that by eating the god, you take on some qualities of the god.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, but I'm trying to hang on because I think that there's something that happens because it's not that it's actually like his damn leg or anything that we're like gnawing on, right?
Well, that's what they
But
believe. That is
I think
the
it's true in its separate sense. It's the body
I
of
mean,
Christ in a separate sense.
well, in the Catholic theology, at least, when they say that it is the body of Christ, they do believe literally that the substance of the bread is transubstantiated into the actual substance of the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus. So that it's not symbolic; that you really are eating Jesus himself.
Okay.
That is the
Okay.
official Catholic dogma, at least.
Okay. They also say that the church is the body of Christ as well.
Yeah, that's a
Sure.
separate. That's a separate matter. Yeah.
So I would say they'd both say that's literally the body, right?
No, in that case, when they talk about the church being the body of Christ, that's not meant to be taken in the literal sense, as in like the doctrine of transubstantiation. That's just that's why they call it the mystical body of Christ in Catholic dogma.
And Dr. Joe is a friend of
Oh.
ours. She recommended as well. Thank you for the recommendation, Dr. Joe, that you might also enjoy the book No Nonsense Spirituality by Britt Hartley. She's pretty cool.
No nonsense spirituality.
Yeah, I think you'll like that. There's another atheist type creator that still believes in spiritual practice. I think you might be in the same vein as Hartley.
Hartley?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Britt Hartley.
Britt. H-E-A?
Hartley, I believe.
Hartley. Okay. I'm going to do some reading.
Yeah, I mean, let us know how you come along. Remember, it's a long journey, but it's still fun. The journey's fun.
Is there anything we can argue about? Because I've been wanting to argue with you for a long time.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds like we actually agree more than we disagree, but it sounds like
dang it.
Once you've consumed some of Britt's work and some of Sam Harris's work, you might have a different opinion than what you have now. You might come back and say, no, there must be a God, and here's why.
Yeah, like with the whole idea of Jesus being truth and the striving for Jesus being striving for truth. Like when I'm looking for truth, I can't help but thinking that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say I'm looking for Jesus or I'm following Jesus, man, look at me. I feel like that's actually what I'm doing when I'm looking into proving maybe Jesus is wrong. Or that came out weird. It's weird talking and looking at my face. I don't like it. When I feel like I am following Jesus when I'm proving the Bible wrong.
Yeah, well, you might be following a deity, but you're not following Jesus.
Oh, okay. I'm following what Jesus means, maybe?
Maybe you're following the idea that Jesus
what Jesus
had.
means to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's fine. You could say that for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, hey, Justin, you're awesome, man. I really appreciate you taking my call.
Connor, thanks for coming by. You're awesome too. We got a lot of positive responses from the comment section about you. They're digging your vibe.
Cool. Hey, am I able to come back on, or is it like a one-time only thing?
No, you can come back.
I want to come back as soon as I can, maybe after I do some reading.
Yeah, do some more reading and thinking, and come back and tell us where you're at.
Okay. Hey, tell Ems that he has a beautiful voice. I was a little disappointed when he left.
I absolutely will. Thank you, Connor.
Okay, thanks guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers, buddy.
That was
W.
nice.
Connor. Yeah, what a nice caller. In fact, Jeremy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Jeremy says, "Let go, Connor." We agree, Connor. It's okay to let go. It takes time, but it's okay to let go. Says, "My Sunday school teacher told me I was potentially the Antichrist when I asked why God never responded to my prayers. I was 9. This was a Baptist church in North Carolina. I spent years terrified." Oh, Jeremy. Yeah, North Carolina Baptist Sunday school is going to be pretty severe. And I was lucky I never got traumatized as a young person in the church because I didn't really go to any dogmatic churches growing up.
Imagine being threatened by a 9-year-old.
Ah, yeah, I know, right? Imagine a teacher being so insecure that a 9-year-old threatens their faith. That's pretty wild, actually. All right, let's grab our next guest. Rob came back again. I have no idea why, but we'll get Rob in here.
It's you,
Well,
Rob.
welcome back, Rob.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, man. Can't complain.
Are you ex-Christian yet?
No, absolutely not.
Don't worry, we'll get you there.
All right. Well, what's your new argument?
Well, I mean, we could continue on in creation or objective subjective morality.
I mean, you pick
Again,
pick the topic you like the most.
wish I was a little better prepared. I thought I was going to be on for waiting for a while. Let's do objective subjective morality.
There was a bunch of people in queue when you joined, and then they all dropped for some reason. I guess they were in there by accident. Okay, so do you believe that morals are objective?
That they're well, absolutely. As
Why?
with a Christian worldview, yeah, I would say yes, sir.
What do you think objective means?
They have a foundation. They have a basis.
That's not what objective means. Objective means it's mind independent, meaning it's true no matter what a mind thinks about it, right? So if your morals are dependent on God's mind, that means that they're relative and subjective. They're subject to God's mind. Right?
So I see what you're saying, but I would say for humans that God through his revelation has given us objective morality in several different ways.
Try this again. Nope, it doesn't fit the definition of objective. You can say binding, they're binding to humans, but they're not objective.
Well, objective, so when I say objective, I would say like, okay, so the way I'm speaking about it is like 1 + 1 = 2. That's objective.
Well,
Because
1 + 1, like the concept of 1 + 1 = 2 is an objective thing.
Right.
But we're
So
not
it's
talking about 1 + 1
unchanging.
= 2. No,
So-
unchanging doesn't make it objective.
Right, but and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with scripture, although we can. I mean, I obviously, I mean,
Rob, you know
I
we're
just-
going to go to the Bible eventually.
no, I understand that, but to establish our argument, what I'm saying is, I believe there's good and there's evil, and I believe
know.
it's the human heart can perceive
is-
the difference between the two.
And what
The mind,
decided what is
human
good
mind.
and evil?
What's good and evil? I think it's inherently revealed in us. Like for example,
Nope,
child
I didn't say
molestation.
revealed. I said what decided what good and evil was going to be.
God.
Okay, and so God's mind is what determined good and evil.
I don't know about his mind necessarily.
Does God not
believe
think?
I believe he wrote it on our heart. I
Does
don't know
God-
if God thinks so.
You don't know if God thinks? He says so in Exodus 33.
Yeah. So he does say, "My thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways. My thoughts are higher than your thoughts, my ways." So yes, we could discern from the Bible that God does think.
All right, so yeah, if God doesn't have a mind, he's certainly not communicating with anyone. Okay, so if your morals are dependent on God's mind, meaning your God's mind is what told you what morals were, that means you believe in subjective morals. They're subject to the mind of God.
But I would say that God is the basis for existence. So
You
they're
can say it all
not.
you want, but it's still subjective morals. Rob, I think this is the trouble we had like the last 3 times we talked, is rather than addressing the words that you're saying things and then I'm addressing the things that you're saying, but then you never actually address the things that I'm saying. Do you comprehend that subjective and objective morals are different?
Yes.
Okay.
The way that I understand them, yes.
And what do you think subjective morals are?
That, like, moral relativism.
Yeah, but what makes them subject?
Because they can change based on viewpoint by different people.
Well, you're close. It means it's mind dependent.
Right. Human mind dependent.
If there's a moral system no, not human mind, just mind dependent. Humans has nothing to do with it. If there's a moral system that depends on a mind, that just means that they're subjective. They're subject to a mind. That's God's mind.
Right. In order for the moral system to be truly objective, it would have to exist independent of whether God was there or not. It would just have to be there.
But no, why is that? Why do you say that?
Because I don't agree with that. Definition of objective.
I reject that.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter if you reject it, Rob. We're talking about definitions. That's what it means to be objective.
Right.
Mind independent.
So I have a different definition though, because you're trying to put God in a box.
You have a wrong definition. We're using the actual.
No,
we're using the definitions that we use in English. If you don't like the English definitions, you can write to Oxford and have them change the dictionary.
Right. I guess I have a different definition because I don't put God inside the box. He's outside the box. So like I say, he's the moral basis.
No one's boxing God. We're just using the words that we already have in English. And in English, subject means it's mind dependent.
So the actual Oxford definition is based on for subjective is based on your own ideas or opinions rather than facts, and therefore sometimes unfair. Second one, existing in somebody's mind rather than external reality.
Right. That's subjective.
So if morals come from the mind of God, then they're subjective.
But see, I feel like that's not right because I feel like you're pulling God down to our level.
You can Rob, you can feel anything you want to. You have to actually address the words that we just said.
Well,
do you agree or disagree with the definition of subjective?
No, because I'm not going to put God on my
then
level.
You disagree with the definition. You have to pick a different word then.
No, sure.
So the way,
no.
Rob, I don't know if you know how English works, but you don't just get to redefine the words that you don't like.
Okay, well, maybe I'm not using the right words then. What I'm saying is that there's
a different word then. What word would you like to use?
There's a moral foundation for the universe. Can I say foundation? Can we go with that?
Yeah, and the foundation is what?
Is God.
God's mind.
Good and evil. No, not his mind.
So, did he determine what good and evil are?
So in the day that we ate of the fruit, we would understand good and evil.
Stop. I'm not gonna have another conversation where I ask you yes or no questions and you don't answer them. Does God determine what good and evil is?
Yes.
Okay, and did he do that through some sort of a thought? Like did his mind determine?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Because if it's not the case, then it's not grounded in God. If God didn't make that decision, then that means they're arbitrary.
Yeah. Either God's coming up with what is good or evil, or good and evil is something that exists independent of God.
Well, what I'm saying is that I believe from the human perspective, we know good and evil, and that ability comes from God. It separates us from the animals. Animals don't have morality.
That's entirely false. Animals absolutely do have morality. It's just different than ours. And the more cognitive a species is, the more complex their moral system becomes. That's not even a question. But that's not the point that we're talking about. The point that we're trying to hammer down if you believe morals come from the mind of God or not. And it sounds like you want to say yes, even though you hate the entailment that means that they're subjective. But that's what it means. Either you accept it and we can move on, or we're going to do this for a half hour.
Well, I kind of see what you're trying to do, so I don't want to step in that because
I'm not doing anything.
Our views of God are totally different. So for me,
I'm not doing anything. We're just doing definitions, Rob. That's it.
You're
All we've done at this point is done definition work.
right. I mean, I'm not going to say that morals are subjective.
Then you
because
don't
they
believe
come from
morals come
God.
from the mind of God.
Because
then
here's a problem. Here's a problem.
Rob,
I'll open
Rob,
up.
the problem is you can't be honest, Rob. It's just definitionally true. If morals come from a mind, it doesn't matter whose mind it is, that makes them subjective. The fact that that makes you insecure is meaningless. It's
No.
definitionally
That's not the
true.
case.
And I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody who wants to change the English definitions.
But that's
Amelia,
not the
thank you for
case.
the paint.
Justin. That's not the
It
case.
is the case. Okay, so then we'll try this again. Are the morals dependent on God's mind?
I don't know. That's why I already told you I don't know if they're dependent on his mind or not.
Well, if they're not dependent on his mind, then they're arbitrary.
Well, I don't know the actual source, if they're from his mind, if that's some sort of pre-existing thing from before creation. I don't know where good and evil come from. I know that we perceive good and evil, and that we know it because God wrote it on our heart,
Rob,
gave us the
why do
ability
you
to
keep
discern.
pivoting to the heart conversation? We haven't got that far.
Okay, fair enough.
We're not
All
there
right, well,
yet. We're trying to figure out
but
where they come from. We're not
I don't
determining
know.
whether or not we know them yet.
Right. I don't know.
Okay, so
I
if they
really
don't
can't.
come from the mind of God, that means God didn't make that decision. God did not decide what was moral and what was immoral, which makes them arbitrary.
No, well, I don't believe they're arbitrary.
Then God had to have decided what was moral.
Okay, I mean, we can go with that. We can go that God
Okay.
decided.
So
what was
if
moral.
God made a decision about what was permissible and what was not permissible, which is clear in the Bible, that's what he did. At one period, one thing was permissible. At another period, another thing was permissible based on his decision. That means God's making the
Yes.
decision. What
Yes,
that
I would agree with that.
means is that God's mind is determining moral behavior, which means morals are subjective and they are subject to God's mind.
All right, if you want to debate on that basis, but because what I don't want to do is get into affirming moral relativism amongst humans. That is where I would disagree.
Well, we're not even talking about humans yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Does God decide morality? Okay, yes, I can go with that.
Okay, so now this is going to change the course of the discussion, because the beginning of the discussion, your argument was morals are objective. And now we've come to a conclusion finally that they're actually not objective, they're subjective, and they're subject to the mind of God. Now, why would I or anyone else be compelled to follow these morals?
I think that, so when I became a believer, I feel like my eyes were open to how much evil and sin was in the world.
You mean the Christians? Those are the ones creating all the evil.
Also, sin existing is dependent upon like whether or not you value God's law, and which again is just coming from God's mind.
Indeed. And it actually doesn't answer my question. I said, why should I feel compelled to follow your God's laws? Even if it's real, why should I follow them?
So I would say personally, because when I became a believer, that I began to pursue a life that I believe lined up scripturally, laid out in the New Testament, because I believe in the New Covenant, and that my life got better, and that I became more aware of like things that I didn't used to think were evil, but then the weight of my sin when I became born again was revealed to me, I believe, by the Holy Spirit, and showed me that some of the things that I were doing were destructive, even though the secular world would say, "No, go ahead, do that. That abortion isn't hurting anybody. That pornography, that doesn't bother
Rob,
anybody."
I don't know what you're talking about. I asked you, why should I follow your God's morals?
Well, I'm saying because your life would get better. I'm giving you your answer.
I disagree. I don't know why my life would be better. Why would my life be better to follow the morals of a God that thinks it's okay to rape women and murder children?
But see, I don't agree with that.
The Bible says that.
Where?
You've never seen God tell the Israelites to kill babies?
He doesn't like the Old Testament.
Of course, he's never read the book. Okay.
Well, no. I've read the Bible multiple times, front to back.
Apparently you missed Numbers 31 and 1 Samuel 15 and Deuteronomy 20.
Numbers 31, Moses told them.
Wrong.
And I agree.
Wrong.
Pull it up. Pull Numbers 31 up.
All right, here we go. The very beginning of the
chapter. Those are the first words.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Avenge the Israelites on the Midianites. Afterwards, you shall be gathered to your people." So God told them to go to war.
Yeah.
And then it says, and then it says that they did all that Moses commanded. It says Moses sent them to war, 1,000 from each tribe, along with Phinehas and Eleazar, so on and so forth. And they battled against Midian, and they killed the kings of Midian, so on and so forth. And then they took the women as plunder, and the flocks and all of their goods. So they did what God said. They went to war,
right?
And they killed the people, and they kidnapped the women and children, which is what God tells you to do elsewhere.
No, but look,
no,
Justin,
he does.
It says
Rob,
Moses said that.
Rob, don't you lie on the book. Moses didn't say shit yet. The only person who spoke here so far is God.
So Moses
the Lord
spoke to
Moses.
Verse
the
3.
Lord spoke to Moses, "Avenge the Israelites on the Midianites, and afterward you'll be gathered to your people." So Moses spoke to the people what God told him to say.
No, he didn't.
He did.
There's a direct quote from God right there, Justin.
No, verse it's
2.
Not.
And it's a period.
No,
it's
verse
a quote.
2 is.
It's an end quote.
Yeah, avenge, to kill, to murder,
Moses said,
to go to war. That's what that means.
Okay, Moses said something different, though. That's the point I'm making.
No, Moses isn't repeating God's words verbatim.
Right.
Obviously, you understand that the phrase "avenge the Israelites on the Midianites" is not an exhaustive instruction from Yahweh. It means to go to war.
Yeah, but you're saying God told them to do that, and he didn't.
He did.
That's not true.
If you're looking for something more direct, Deuteronomy chapter 20.
See, but now you're going to pivot.
No, we don't have to pivot. This fucking chapter says it if you pay attention long enough.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so they went to war, and who commanded them to go to war?
God commanded them to go to war. I've agreed.
And what did he want them to do when they went to war? What do you think he was going to have them do?
To destroy the Midianites.
Okay, so he wanted the Israelites to destroy the Midianites, correct?
Yes. To go to war with them.
So just to be clear, he wanted them to go to war and to utterly destroy the Midianites, just like the other Canaanite tribes, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the starting point. The starting point is God said, "Go commit this genocide." Now what happens is they bring some of the women and children back. And this is the part that Moses is upset with. Why would Moses be upset with them that they have some captives?
You'd have to ask Moses. I don't know why Moses.
It's clear in the text if you have a 5th grade reading level. Moses is upset because he wanted them to kill all the people.
He wanted them, not God wanted them.
No, your words that just left your mouth 30 seconds ago was that God wanted to kill all the people. You said that. And to kill all the people. And to kill all the people. And to kill all the people. I'm not reaching. You said it.
You're reaching,
before I moved on to the next step of the argument, you agreed with me. Now you're disagreeing with me because now you've seen that the entailment of your own words traps you in a place that you don't want to be. So God said to go to war with these people. And how many people did he say to leave living?
Justin, you're adding to the text. Moses
how many people did he say to leave living?
Show me what you're talking about.
I'm asking you, in the text, where does God say to leave people living?
It doesn't say not to leave people living.
Okay, so why are you assuming that God wanted people to remain living?
Because it doesn't say either way. Hold on, let me get my Bible. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is Moses is the one that told them to kill the women and children, not God.
No. In fact, now you're adding to it.
No, I'm not. It says it right there. Moses said to them, "Have you allowed the women to live?" God didn't say that. Moses said that.
So Moses is lying?
No, Moses is saying the truth. That was coming from
okay,
Moses.
so
though. That
Moses
wasn't
is
coming
saying the
from
truth.
God.
If Moses is saying the truth, that means God told him to kill all the individuals.
But it doesn't say that, Justin. It doesn't.
It does say that.
No, it doesn't.
It
We went up
does
to
say
that first
that.
quote.
You just
It
said
was
that it said it.
no, I didn't. It was an end quote. It
Rob,
said,
it's
"Go
like
to
you're
war."
it's like you're in an entirely different conversation. You have no idea where you're at right now. You keep saying
No.
things, and then 10 seconds later, saying you didn't say it.
Well, Justin, I'm
Okay,
reading the text.
So you're
and
not
seeing what
reading.
it says.
You're not reading the text, Rob. Why was Moses mad that they left some alive?
You'd have to ask him. I don't know why.
Use your rational thinking capacity and think to yourself, why would God's chosen prophet, the one that he trusted with all of his people, why would that guy be upset that they left some of the people remaining?
Well, you're going to say because that's what God told him, but that's not what the text says.
I'm
I don't
asking
agree with
you,
that.
what would be a good reason for him to be upset?
Oh, Justin, I'm not going to say that that's the right thing to do. I've told
Rob,
you before.
I'm
I
not
struggle with
asking
some
you about what's
verses.
right and wrong. I'm asking you to use your brain to come to a conclusion about why Moses would be upset in this passage.
Apparently, that is the culture of war back then, and that's what Moses was engaging in. But it does not say God said to do that.
Because God does command to do it, and when they went to war, it says they did battle against Midian as the Lord had commanded Moses and killed every male. They killed the kings of Midian, so on and so forth. So they went through and they went to battle as the Lord commanded, and then when they came back, Moses is upset. Why would Moses be upset?
Because the culture of war, apparently that's what Moses wanted, not what God wanted.
No, that's what God wants. If you bother to read the rest of the Old Testament, when nations pollute the land, when they defile the land through idolatry, what they have to do is be wiped out. That's why in Deuteronomy 20, the nations that are here in the land that I'm giving you, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. The Midianites defiled the land with their idolatrous practices. That's why God said, go avenge me. So we've got one more nation to add to the list of the Canaanites that need to be entirely annihilated, which is why Moses would be upset. And to be fair, Rob, hold on, Rob. We haven't even gotten to the part where God tells them to take the little virgin girls and distribute them as spoils of war.
I already know. I've
God
read the
said
Bible,
that. Just to be clear, God said that.
No, Moses said that.
No, God said that.
All right, show me where God said that.
Yep.
Go to it.
It's down like 30 something. Says, then Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord had commanded Moses when they divided up the little virgin girls, as the Lord commanded.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
and
I mean,
the Lord demanded his own tribute.
Can I say something?
Are you going to address the part where it says that the Lord commanded it?
Okay, so dividing the tribute, yes, that's what it says.
Yeah, and part of that tribute were the thousands of little virgin girls.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't say what happened to them. They may have went and worked in the temple. They may have been consecrated. You know,
You think 32,000 little virgin girls were in the temple?
Well, I would say this. I would say
we know they were given to the warriors. By the way, verse 28.
Yeah, Israelite women.
Well, hold on. It talks about that in Deuteronomy that a soldier can marry a wife as a spoil of war. That does not say that they can rape them.
Marry? No, it doesn't use the word marry. It uses the word he can take her. Yeah, because there is no Hebrew word for marry. It says lechach. He takes her.
It's in my translation it says that they can become wives.
Well, your translation is spurious. There's no word for wife in the text.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Justin, I would have to take your word for that. I mean, I
But
hear you,
no,
but
we can show you in the dictionary. We don't even you have to take my word. I'll show you in the dictionary where it says
okay,
that.
okay, go,
But
go. Well,
but we're still in Numbers 31. I'm not gonna let you run
yeah,
from it. It says the
yeah.
Lord
No,
spoke to
no,
Moses, saying, "You and
no.
Eleazar the priest and the heads of the ancestral houses of the congregation make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal." So God says, "Inventory the plunder, including human beings,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
plunder." Then it says, divide the plunder into two parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation, which means the little virgin girls were distributed to the warriors. What do you think warriors are doing to little virgin girls?
Well, I would say that that's a tough passage, and that's an old covenant passage, and I would say
No one
that.
cares about the old covenant. We're talking about whether or not your God behaves morally.
Well, let's remember, my God is Jesus. Okay, Jesus came back and straightened a lot of this stuff out.
Jesus
That's
is
what
a
I'm saying.
trinity.
No.
Your God is this God.
And also Jesus directly affirmed the validity of the Torah.
No,
Sure did.
well, Jesus
Yeah, he
came
did.
and changed. He came and changed a
Not
lot
according
of
to
the things in the
Jesus.
Torah.
Nope.
He said, "You have heard it is written, but I say," and then he went ahead and changed many things.
No, that's
So,
not changing. That's called build. So this is a rabbinic practice.
That's
called
fencing.
building a fence. Yeah, building a
Right.
fence around the Torah. It's when you add extra stipulations, not to do away with the previous commandments, but to protect them so that you don't break them. So that's not that's not doing away with the Torah in the least bit.
And to be clear, Rob, I will not let you pivot to Jesus, because if Jesus is God, that means Jesus did this shit.
Justin,
you
I've
can't.
already.
Rob, please tell me you're a Trinitarian. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that means Jesus is God, which means there's nothing God did that Jesus disagreed with. Jesus was here, nodding in approval, sitting in the corner, enjoying all of it.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
No, obviously that's the fanfic.
The reality is, can I give you my view? Can I give you my view, or are you just going to talk and talk and talk?
View on
and never let me
Jesus?
talk? Can I give you my view?
Is it going to be related to what we're talking about? Because you're really bad at staying on topic.
Yeah, because we don't care about new covenant talk right now.
It's just like the divorce issue.
He can't stop
when it's
himself.
like, because of the hardness of your heart, you were able to do a divorce. War was not ever.
This is not a law. No. We're not talking about a law. We're talking about something God did.
Yeah, I mean,
God said
tough.
that you can kidnap these little virgin girls and distribute them to the warriors to be war brides.
Yeah, I would say that they became wives. Yes,
they were children.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know that they weren't.
How do you make someone your wife?
This is a tough passage. I mean, I'm not running from it. It's a tough passage.
It's not tough, Rob. It's horrific.
I'm not. We don't know the exact circumstances. We don't.
We
know
do.
That these,
it says they're children. Hataf in Hebrew means children.
I understand that.
It's a collective noun for children.
But we also don't know that they weren't kept and protected until they were marrying an age where they could marry.
You can't be that dim-witted that you think a bunch of 20-year-old warriors who went out and just murdered all these families are going to take these little virgin girls into the house and be like, oh, I guess I'll just adopt you until you hit puberty.
I can't think that, because these are the people of God.
You can't be that dumb. They're not people of God.
And they should
no,
be led,
all they did is rebel against God. Like they didn't follow any of those rules. What if they're not going to follow any of God's rules? What in the world makes you think that they're not going to rape these little girls?
And also, within the culture of Israel, marriageable age for them was as soon as they hit puberty. That's not any better.
Again, I'm a Christian. I'm not Jewish, so it'd be better that you ask a rabbi. What would a rabbi say?
This is something your God did. It doesn't matter if you're Christian or Jewish. The God you believe in said it's okay to kidnap little girls after you murder their family members and put them into marriage. By the way, it doesn't matter how old they are, by the way. It's still rape. Women who are kidnapped in war cannot consent.
It doesn't say that they rape them, though. You're adding
No, that's the definition of rape.
It doesn't say that.
No, that's the we'll try this again, Rob. The definition of rape includes the fact that women that are kidnapped don't have consent.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, and these women were kidnapped.
Yeah, by the text they were, yes.
Which means every one of those women that ended up in quote-unquote marriages were raped.
But can I give you another scenario?
Are you going to address what I just said?
Well, it doesn't say that they were raped, but they were spoils of war.
We'll try this again. We'll try this again. If women who are kidnapped can't consent, that means they are raped, yes?
If they were raped, they were raped.
We'll try this again. If women are kidnapped, can they consent? It's yes or no?
No, they can't. They can't consent.
Did these women get kidnapped?
They were spoils of war, yes.
Okay. What do you call it when you go into a woman that is kidnapped and doesn't have consent?
I've already answered the question.
Try it again, Rob. I need you to be honest for 5 seconds. What do you call it when you kidnap a woman and you go into her and she doesn't have the ability to consent? What do you call it?
I've already said it's rape.
Okay, so that means these women were raped.
If they were raped, yes, it doesn't say they were raped.
They were.
Jeez. It does.
It's crazy. The amount of kindness. There's no Hebrew word. There's no Hebrew word for rape, Rob. You know that. We've already gone over this. We already went over this. There's no, you know full well that the spoils of war, the little girls that were made to be virgins or guaranteed to be virgins that were distributed to the warriors became war brides because God commands it in Deuteronomy 21 or Deuteronomy 20 and 21.
Justin, so you won't let me get a
Rob,
word
it's crazy. Rob, it's crazy here that you think it's outlandish that they would have made these little girls their war brides when God explicitly tells you can do it. In Deuteronomy 21, he explicitly tells you that you can do it, which means you can't get up here and give me this fake piety bullshit like they wouldn't marry the women that they kidnapped. God tells them to do it. Deuteronomy 21, I'll read it for you because I know you haven't fucking read it. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to take. It doesn't say marry. And so you bring her in. No, that's fucking, that's the English text. There's no word marry in there. And so
is that just like trust me, bro?
Rob, I'm gonna show you in 5 seconds if you can focus.
Because I want to look at my blue letter Bible.
So you bring her home to your house. The word you're going to find is that is going to call her a woman, not a wife. And it's going to say lakach, which means to take.
11.
It says shave her.
Deuteronomy 21, 11.
Rob, try to focus. We're going to read it first. Holy shit.
You focus. I'm going to the scripture.
Rob, we're reading the verse. I'm not going to read it if you're not listening. We can do all the bullshit about wife after we read it. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry, and so you bring her to your home, to your house. You shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Now, husband and wife, not in the text either, it just says woman and man. The reality is, this is a captive woman. She's been kidnapped in war, and God says, if you find hottie toddies that you kidnapped in war, you're allowed to go into them and make them your woman, which means there's no point pussyfooting around Numbers 31 that God wouldn't let them marry the women that they kidnapped. Obviously, he allows that.
Under the old covenant, there was all kinds of things.
It doesn't fucking matter what happened in the old covenant. We're talking about one specific instance. Did your God do it or did he not?
Justin, obviously, first off, it could be allegorical. This whole thing could be figured.
This is not allegorical.
Yeah,
these are instructions. Yeah, these are laws.
Yeah, no, we don't know that.
Rob,
this could be allegorical.
That is the saddest kindergarten baby cope I've ever heard in my life. That when God gives you direct commands on how to behave, they're now allegorical. What's it fucking allegorical for? You can go rape women?
No,
Rob,
the
this
plunders of
this
war.
this is
The
why I
plunders of
always
war.
yell at you. You
No,
can't be
the
fucking honest,
entire
Rob. You can't be
because
honest.
they're
You're not an
disrespect.
honest individual, Rob. You're not
Why
honest.
are
You're
why are
dishonest
you so angry?
at every turn
Why are you so angry?
because
I'm
you're
trying to have a
irritable.
conversation with you.
No,
No,
because you're
I'm
dishonest.
fine.
Because you're
I'm fine.
dishonest. Because you're
You don't
dishonest.
know. You don't
Rob,
know.
I do know. We're all
You
watching you
don't
be
know.
dishonest on this live stream.
Were
We
you
watch you do it.
were
We
you
watch you do
there?
it. We watched you do it 5 other times.
No, they're watching you get angry about nothing.
No,
Like
they're
I'm
watching.
allowed to have my
They're
Christian worldview. Why do I gotta be
this is
wrong?
not about
How
your
come I
Christian
can't look
worldview.
at?
This is about you
Yes, it
getting up on a
is.
live stream and lying about the
Yeah,
text. You know
yeah.
goddamn well
No,
when God gives you instructions, they're not allegories.
you don't believe the text anyways. So
It doesn't
why
matter
are
what
you
I
even
believe, Rob.
arguing?
We're talking about whether or not this is allegorical.
Yeah,
Pay attention and lock the fuck in.
it could be
What about
allegorical.
this
You
text
don't
is
know that it's not.
allegorical? Find me something in here. Give me one piece of grammar that would indicate that this is an allegory.
Okay, go to Luke 24.
No,
Go
in
to
this
Luke.
text. Find me something in
No,
this
I'm
text
going to
that's
show you. Okay,
allegorical.
well
No, you're
well,
not.
you won't go where. Yeah, you won't go where I want to go. I'm
In
trying to show you.
Deuteronomy
No.
I have a whole.
21, show me one thing in this text that is allegorical. And give me the rule. Give me the grammar that lets you know it's allegorical.
I'm
Give me one
Justin.
good
Justin.
reason. You can't just say it's allegorical because it makes you upset. You can't just say it's
No, that's not the
allegorical because
case.
you don't like what it says. Give me one actual reason to believe that it's allegorical.
Luke 24.
We're not in fucking
No.
Luke 24, Rob. We're in Deuteronomy 21. Pay attention.
I'm trying to show you how it can be allegorical.
No, you're not. You're trying to pivot away from Deuteronomy 21. Show me in Deuteronomy 21 one good reason why this would be read as an allegory.
Because Christ said that all
It
the things
doesn't.
of
It
Moses
does
and the
not matter what
prophets
Christ said. I asked
and the
you
law
in
are
this
concerning him.
passage, in the passage we're reading. Why would anyone read this passage and think that it's an allegory? I don't care what Jesus said.
But why can't I just have a differing point of view than you? What's
I
the
need
beef?
you. I need
That's
you
what
to
I want to
actually
know.
stay on task, Rob.
No,
The
I'm
fa-
on task. I
Rob,
have a
here.
Christian
No,
worldview.
Rob.
I have
Here's
a
the problem: is
born-again
you don't.
experience.
Listen. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. You come to my live stream repeatedly, and you lie to my face. You're here. I didn't go to your fucking house. You came to my house. Which
I'm
means
not. I'm not lying.
which means you have a problem. You lay awake at night worrying about what I'm fucking doing, which is why you have to come back here repeatedly and lie
Because
on
I
your
care.
book, lie on your book repeatedly and make a fool out of yourself. It's not because you
What-
care. It's because
It's
you're
because
so
I care
upset
about
that
you.
that atheists
Yeah.
exist and we actually read this book and you don't, that it
No.
keeps you awake at
No.
night. You roll around
No.
at bed at night worrying about what Deconstruction
I'm.
Zone is doing online,
I'm.
which is why
I'm
every
loving.
time I'm live, you're here making a fool of yourself.
I'm loving my neighbor as I love myself.
You're
I
certainly
care
not.
about
You're
you,
making
bro.
a
I don't
fool
want.
of yourself. No one cares about your fake
Justin,
fucking
can
piety,
can I
Rob.
ask you something? Can I
No,
ask you
you
something?
can't. Not unless you're
Actually,
going to address Deuteronomy 21. You're not going to say another fucking word
What?
until you find
What's
me
the question?
what. You're not going to say
What's the
another
question?
word until you find me something in Deuteronomy 21 that would indicate to the reader that this is an allegory.
What is Deuteronomy 21? What do you want me to address? Go
We're
ahead.
in Deuteronomy 21, verses 10 through 14. We've been trying to analyze this text for the last 5 minutes. And once we read it, you went to it's a fucking allegory because it makes you uncomfortable. Give
But
me
why are you so
one
disrespectful?
give me
Why are you
one reason
disrespecting me?
because you
I'm.
can't fucking focus. You're a 5-year-old. So
But so what? Even if
Rob,
that's true,
Rob, I need
why are
you
you
to
disrespect me?
because you're a child. Because
So even if I'm a child, okay, if
because
I'm a
our
child, why are
first
you?
two interactions started with you being dishonest and disrespectful. I don't owe you anything. I
You
don't owe
don't.
you I
You
don't owe
can.
you respect.
You can
You
kick
get on
me
my
off the
live stream
live.
repeatedly. You get on my
Right.
live stream repeatedly. You lie in the book. You lie to my face. I don't
I'm
respect
not
people
lying.
I don't respect people that lie to me. So go
I'm
into
not
this
lying.
book. Stop coping. Go into Deuteronomy
I'm not.
21. Stop bitching
Can you
about
try
the
to be
meta.
more respectful though?
No,
Can
I
you
will
can
not
you not
fucking give
cuss
you
at me
respect
and not
until you
yell at me?
read this book.
I
Until you read
I
this
read the
book
book
and
every
be
day.
honest with me, I will not give you the respect you want. You get respect when you earn it, Rob. You can earn it
But I
right
feel
now
like
by going into
I feel
Deuteronomy
like
21. Rob, stop talking. You're never going to talk over me. My mic is way fucking louder than yours. Go into Deuteronomy 21 right now. Put it on your fucking screen and give me one basic rule of grammar, or reading as to why I would think this is an allegory, you're not going to say another word until you do it. I'll talk over you. I'll mute you. You're going to do it. I'm not going to let you spend another 2 hours of my live stream like the last couple times we talked and do nothing but pivot and lie to my face. I'm going to keep you on the point. I'm going to keep your fucking feet in your shoes. And I'm going to put your ass in the fire. You're going to look at this text and answer my questions. What in this text would indicate to the reader that this is an allegory?
It's not in Deuteronomy 21.
Then it's not a fucking allegory then.
So because I don't agree with you, I'm wrong. Is that
You don't
what's
agree with
going
the
on?
text.
You don't agree with the text.
I interpret the text differently than you.
No, you lie.
Well, you insert bullshit into the text that's not there. Any critical scholar who's worth their salt would be able to decide if a text is allegorical by means of actually assessing the text itself. You don't need to go outside of Deuteronomy. If the book of Deuteronomy, if this section is allegorical, you should be able to find some evidence of it in the text. If not, if it reads as history, then we take it to be history.
Okay, fair enough. For example, let's just say that it is true and it's not allegorical. I didn't say it was allegorical. I said it could be allegorical.
It can't be.
Numbers
It's not.
31 could be allegorical.
No, it's not. We're in
But see,
Deuteronomy 21.
why is it that could you be wrong? Is it possible you're
No,
wrong?
not on this fact.
Or
No,
you-
I'm not
you're
fucking wrong. I know
definitely
what an
right.
allegory is. I passed 5th grade English. I know what allegories are. This is not allegory. These are
you ever-
instructions. Instructions are not allegories.
Justin, are you ever wrong about anything?
I'm not wrong about this.
Okay, you're not, but you are sometimes wrong about things and you don't know
I am
you're
not
wrong.
wrong about this, Rob.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear that you can be wrong. You may not be wrong about this, but you're capable of being wrong.
It's a
Right.
red herring. It has nothing to do with the conversation.
capable of making
Rob,
mistakes.
you are deflecting from answering.
I said
what
that
Justin
it
is
may
demanding
not
of
be
you.
allegorical. I've answered that. I've said that. Okay, what do you want me to say? Like, can we move?
What I want you
on?
to say, Rob, is to be fucking honest and admit that God allows his people to rape women. That's what needs to come out of your mouth. Is you need to be honest for once. You've talked to me probably 5 times now. You haven't been honest even one of those times. You're going to be honest this time, or I'm going to move on to an adult that will, and I'll stop taking you. The honest thing to do right now is to look at Deuteronomy 21 and admit that this instruction allows for the Israelites to rape women.
No, it says Mary, and I have to take your
It
word.
doesn't say
mean
Mary. We'll just show
so,
you right now. 21:11, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I bet you anything it will say lechach, and lechach means to take. Let's see.
Yep, there we go. Valakakta. That's lakak. It means to take. It doesn't mean to marry. You can just look up the definition in the BDB, the Brown Driver Briggs. It means to take. There's no phrase in the Hebrew Bible for making somebody your bride, for going to get married to them. When you want a woman, you take a woman. This is the taking of a woman. Keep in mind, whether it says marry or take is the least relevant thing in the entire fucking passage. They've already been kidnapped. They're already captives. The difference between married and take is ridiculously stupid.
No, I got you. But in the Blue Letter Bible, it says lakach.
Blue Letter Bible is giving you the Strong's Concordance. The Strong's Concordance does not tell you actually what the Hebrew means. It just tells you how it gets translated in the King James Version
it says
Bible.
it can mean Mary.
No, it doesn't.
But I mean, I'm just saying.
Again, the BLB is giving you the Strong's Concordance definition, and Strong's is only going to tell you not what the Hebrew actually means, but how it's translated in the King James Version Bible.
And again, Rob, I don't know why I have to repeat myself with you. It doesn't fucking matter how you translate it. The women were kidnapped. They cannot consent. They are rape victims. I will never understand why Christians get up here repeatedly lie to my face and do rape apologetics. If this was your fucking mother, would you think this is rape?
I'm not.
Rob, if your mother was kidnapped in war, do you think it would be rape?
No, I'm not condoning it.
If your mother was kidnapped in war and became a war bride, do you think that's rape?
Yes, absolutely.
Then these fucking women were all raped. Just be honest. For once, Rob.
I've already said that. I mean, you keep getting me to repeat that. I've already said that.
Then tell me more about tell me more about why I should follow the morals of your God when your God allows for the raping and kidnapping of women and children. Why would I want to be a part of that?
Don't give us the Jesus thing, because Jesus affirmed every jot and tittle of the Hebrew law.
I disagree with that. He fulfilled
Well, you're
the
wrong.
law
We'll just show you where he tells you to follow the laws.
Yeah.
I'll never understand why I have to get up here and repeatedly read the book to you like you're an infant that never read the book before. Hebrews was literally written for you. It's time to move on from the milk and have some meat. Jesus literally said, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Doing the laws of Moses makes you great in the kingdom of heaven.
So what is, okay, fair enough. So what is John 3:16 then? What does that mean?
It is a useless passage. It has nothing to do with Jesus' words. It has nothing to do with the law.
So the ones you like are not useless, but the ones
it doesn't
you don't
mention
like
whether you should follow the law or not. It's not even related. It's not even on topic.
Come on, man.
It's like you've never even read this book. John 3:16, like a fifth grader has that memorized, and it doesn't say anything about whether you should follow the laws.
Right. Exactly.
Then it's just irrelevant. The question at hand is whether or not you should follow the laws.
John
Rob,
3:16
I swear you need to get on Ritalin. I cannot have another one of these conversations with you where you can't stay focused, Rob. We're not talking about John 3:16. We're talking about whether or not Jesus endorsed following the laws of Moses. If you bring up a passage that does not address the laws of Moses, he did not fucking do that. Pay attention, Rob.
Can we talk respectfully to each other? Can we talk
Rob,
respectfully to each other?
Not until you stop doing this lying pivoting bullshit.
No, you're lying and pivoting.
No, I'm not. Just shut up for 5 seconds, Rob. I'm not going to have another one of these conversations where you can't stay on track and I have to yell at you the whole time. Here's what's going to happen. If you're going to bring a verse, that verse better fucking address what Jesus said about the law, because we're talking about Jesus's perspective on the law, which means the only verse that needs to come out of your mouth better have Jesus talking about the law. Do you have one of those?
Yes, John 3:16.
No, it fucking doesn't. John 3:16 doesn't say shit about the law of Moses. Try again.
It says that you don't need to...
Rob, open up your goddamn concordance and look for the word law in the concordance and find the passages where the word law shows up and tell me what it says.
All right, I got one. All right, how about when the scribes and Pharisees, I'd have to Google it, but it says that you reject the weightier matters of the law.
Yeah, how about you read verse 1 and 2 of that same chapter? The scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moses. Therefore, do whatever they tell you to do. Just don't do according to their works, for they preach, but they don't do what they preach.
Right, and they reject the weightier matters of the law. They
exactly. That's why he's criticizing them, because they reject the law, and he thinks that you should follow the law.
Right, they wash the outside of the cup, but the inside is dirty. Right. That's why
you're making the exact opposite argument.
You're making all of our point. You're making all of our points for us, Rob.
No. All the law of Moses is all for show.
No, it's not.
It was a bad thing. God
called
the law of Moses.
No, God said it's perfect. Psalm 19 says the law of the Lord is perfect. It revives the soul.
That's not talking about. But Justin, that's not talking about the law of Moses, though.
It is. There's no other law. If you read Psalm 19, it's talking about the scripture isn't the law. There's only one law of God. It says the law. The law. We know what the law is. The Torah is the five books of Moses.
The Torah is called the law, Justin. You know that. You've been to seminary.
Yeah, I know. The law in the Old Testament refers to all the laws given by Moses.
Mind you, the verse that Justin just quoted where he says that the law of the Lord is perfect is the Hebrew word Torah.
Man, my phone is about to die.
Of course it is. By the way, the entire point of Matthew 23 was that what was wrong with the Pharisees was the fact that they preached Torah observance, but they didn't actually observe the Torah. So Jesus' whole point for that whole entire sermon is that you should actually be a practicer of the Torah and not just a preacher of it.
Yeah. The law is not bad for you, it's good for you. In fact, it says the precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is clear, enlightening the eyes. It's good for you. The commands of the Lord are good for you. They benefit you. Deuteronomy 30, God says that this commandment is not too far for you. It's not too hard for you to do it.
But it says no one can keep the law.
No, it doesn't say that. No, the New Testament says that because the writers of the New Testament were buffoons who didn't read the Old Testament. God says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. And literally the same chapter, God tells you in the Messianic age that you'll follow the fucking laws. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today, which means all of the commands of Moses are going to be enacted during the Messianic kingdom when God circumcises the hearts of the people. Jeremiah 31, where the laws are going to be written on the hearts of the people, and everyone from the least of the greatest will know the Lord. They won't have to talk about it anymore. That's the Messianic age according to you. That includes these laws. It doesn't matter what rhetoric Paul told you in the New Testament. Paul was a heretic and he was a liar.
I don't believe that.
Then address the verse that I just read.
I think that was fulfilled in Christ.
Address the verse that I just read.
I did. I said
no, you didn't. Try again. Address Deuteronomy 30, verses 6 through 8. What do they say?
Deuteronomy 36 through 8. You just read it, right?
Yeah, you weren't listening. If you would actually listen when I read the Bible to you, you would know what we're talking about. Right now, we're talking about whether or not the Bible says you're going to follow the commandments of Moses during the Messianic age. You can find it in Deuteronomy 30, verses 6 through 8, which you didn't listen to. So now you have to go read it yourself.
I'm trying to find this verse. Have you read Ezekiel 20?
I will 25? Not answer a single question until you read this passage.
All right, hold on one second.
To all my friends out here who do legitimately have ADHD and get medicated, just know that I love you and there's nothing wrong with it. But going unmedicated, Rob, is a problem. You need to seek help.
I have ADHD. I am unmedicated. I can read the text and focus.
Well, no, I was trying to find another verse because, like, I have my own
this verse, the fucking verse we're talking about right now, is the verse you need to read.
Why do I need
this? Rob, this is why no one likes talking to you. You can't. You got a goldfish brain. The verse is on the screen. You're holding a Bible. Open to the verse and read it.
Justin, you and me have read this verse before.
Then fucking read it again.
Different. So I would say that maybe you have ADD because we've read this and been over it. And
then
I don't believe. I
then
believe that
what
Christ
does it say? What does it say?
You don't know what the word fulfill means.
Fulfill means no more obligation.
No, that's what abolish means.
Yeah, fulfill. If you're going to understand like the Gospel of Matthew, you gotta have to understand its Jewish background. Fulfill in Judaism has a very specific meaning. It means to do. So read the passage that Justin is telling you to read.
Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today.
And what time period is this going to happen?
But we don't know when that what we don't know.
I'm asking you what time we do. Verse 6. I told you 6 through 8. Pay attention.
All right, can we agree to disagree and move on?
No,
to
you're going to
another
read
subject?
verse 6.
I already read it.
Read it right now. What's it say?
Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live.
That's right. And when does that occur?
It doesn't say when it occurs.
Yes, the Old Testament tells you when it occurs. When do you think this occurs? And keep in mind, in your own doctrine, it occurred when Jesus died for your sins.
Justin,
Did
you're the
Paul
one
not say that God
thinks you
has
have all the
circumcised the?
knowledge.
Did God?
I don't
Did
know.
Paul? Did I fucking just called you Paul? Rob, did Paul not say that the Christians are circumcised in the heart, not in the flesh?
Yes.
Okay, so the time period where God is circumcising people's hearts in your worldview is the Messianic age.
Well, that's according to you.
No, that's according to your own book. You just said it, Rob. Rob, this is why no one likes talking to you. We'll try this again. Your own words. Your own words. You said, according to Paul, the time period where the hearts will be circumcised is after Jesus. Do you still agree with that?
We are no longer under the law. Galatians 5:18.
Oh my God, you can't fucking focus. Rob. All right, listen, I'm dumping you. You're a literal waste of space. You can't follow a conversation for even 30 seconds. It's like, listen, I have a fucking 7-year-old with autism that can follow a conversation better than you, and he's nonverbal. This is embarrassing, Rob. No one's ever going to take you seriously or be nice to you until you learn how to have a conversation back and forth without going into panic mode and flip-flopping from one topic to another and not following a single train of thought. Don't come back, all right? I've talked to you like 5 or 6 times now. Don't ever come back until you've actually figured out how to medicate yourself and follow a conversation.
That was rough.
I know. Listen, we've had so many conversations at this point, and they all end in the same thing: him lying about the book and not focusing. It's like herding a bag of cats. Like he can't fucking focus on a single thing, and then he gets mad at you that I won't let him pivot into all these new topics. I don't know if you're concussed, but you're in the wrong place if I'm gonna let you pivot.
You know you're cooking them when they literally say, "Can we please move on?"
Yeah, actually. He really, every time we talk, he's really desperate to try to drag the New Testament into it somehow. All right,
if
friends,
there's
let me
one
grab.
word that Christians just don't seem to understand, it's the word. What does the word fulfill mean?
I know. It's kind of embarrassing how they can read Matthew 5, where Jesus literally said, "I did not come to abolish the law." And then they'll turn around and say, well, he came to fulfill it, and fulfill it means to abolish. Are you insane? Are you drunk right now? All right. Anyways, we're not going to talk to Rob again. He's done. He's banned from the channel for some good time. We're not doing any more Rob. I've already got enough backlog videos of Rob. Maybe I'll publish a mini series. Cosmic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I've noticed you quite often say humans and primates, but humans, I know, Cosmic, I know humans are primates. Christians don't know that. How come you separate the two, or is it unintentional? It's not unintentional. If you listen long enough, you'll catch that humans are primates. We say it a lot. It just is one of those things where if you refer to humans as primates in the middle of a discussion with a Christian, you'll derail the conversation because I'm not a fucking primate. Yeah, you are a primate. There's no point in doing that. It distracts from the point being made. The goal to get a Christian or a theist to the goal, you have to have as little distractions as possible, or else they'll turn out like Rob. Rob can't focus. You have to streamline the dialogue. Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yeah. Says people like Rob will do anything to muddy the waters so that they don't have to come to terms with what the book says. If it's the word of God, you think you would be able to stand by it instead of lying. I agree. Listen, if it's the word of God, just put 10 toes down and say, yeah, fucking God said it's okay, so it's okay. Just own it. Just be done with it. Don't go to this, well, maybe God's instructions were allegory. Fucking allegory for what? To go rape people? What's an allegory for? It's crazy.
I would have loved to see his interpretation on that.
Yeah, we didn't get around to it because I'm so tired of hearing Rob. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to Rob at this point, and every conversation is a waste. Every single one.
I think since I've started coming here, this is the third time I've been in a panel when you talk to him. So
I'm sure we're on like try number 5, and every time is the same thing. He can't focus. He lies on the text, and then he just waffles about what words mean. Maybe the words don't mean words. It's a waste. 5544 says, when these Christians, actually it's not a waste, people get to see how dishonest he is. When these Christians are crashing out, we should start asking if it's because they are upset they didn't make the cut for the rapture. Actually, I wonder if there's TikTok videos yet of people voicing their regret over not getting raptured. I bet there are, actually.
Oh, I saw one video where a guy who claimed that he said, in my vision, I saw that it said 9/25, and I thought that meant September of 2025. But really, it must have meant the 25th of the September.
It's always...
But that's come and gone as well.
It's always... There's a decimal in the wrong spot or something. It's always something minor, right? Or as they say in office, it's always some mundane detail. 5544. Oh, sorry, we just read that one. Yeah, you might be right. DB says it's not his fault he can't read. Rob's parents probably. You think you're hot shit because you know words. Rob. Doug 316. Respect must be earned. Agreed. And if Rob hadn't been such a waste of space every time he gets on here, maybe the conversations wouldn't go like this. DB says, you deserve extra support tonight after dealing with this guy. Yeah, thank you, DB. I appreciate that. And Rob's a special piece of work. He really is. Simon, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says, when God wants you to piss at 12 a.m., he does not want you to piss at 2 a.m. Your God does not give a single flying fuck about your own personal worldview. He wants you to piss at 12 a.m. Actually, that is the case. Because even as in Christianity, even the slightest disobedience results in going to hell. That's all it takes is one sin, and he'll burn you alive for literally ever. Pretzel flavored word salad is a crazy good name. I love this. It says John 3:16 is a shield verse. I agree. Pivot whenever the law makes Jesus look too Jewish, too historical, too bound to Iron Age commandments. Couldn't agree more. Like, if all else fails in the argument, pivot to John 3:16, pivot to Jesus' love, pivot to some other bullshit verse that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And Double Donkey Surfer, another great name, says God is a trinity except when he's a sadistic asshole in the Old Testament. Then it's Yahweh and Jesus was on vacation. I mean, that's a perfect summation of the situation. A million %. Aaron, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I swear I saw a methed out tweaker with a traumatic brain injury stay on point and pay attention better than Rob. That guy sucks. I agree. He drives me literally insane. I'm usually pretty calm, but I will never understand why somebody will get up and lie to another individual's face. That's the craziest shit. You walk him right to the water, and his lips are touching the water, and he's like, oh, there's no fucking water here to drink. Your lips are in the water. Drink the goddamn water. You're already there. Omar, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, let's not forget about KJV mentions unicorns about 8 or 9 times. Love all my heathens. Well, thank you, Omar. And yes, there are unicorns in the Bible. My particular view is that they're referring to a single horned rhinoceros, and that the people in the medieval Latin period didn't know what that meant, and so they just kind of screwed the pooch, making up what they thought rhinos were. But John, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Lisa the Rainbow Draft casts Rob into the land of fog and shadows and sends his blue letter King James simplified coloring book with him. More hen. Yeah, he definitely, I think he needs to go to the Shadow Realm. I don't think we should bring him back. Hollow Furphy, thank you for sending out 20 deconstruction or DZ debates gifted membership. That's a huge, huge win, my friend. I super appreciate that. That's very kind of you. We've got a number of people waiting to get in. Let's grab next in line and see what we get. Welcome in, Jessica. Jessica? 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 No? Okay. Well, I suppose Jessica wasn't prepared. Or we get Space Wizard, and then I actually think Kelly might be next. I think Kelly was in the queue and then dropped out and then came back. Space Wizard, how you doing? Okay, so not present. All right, we're gonna grab Kelly from the YouTube queue. Kelly, I hope you're ready. I think you've been here for a while, which is why you dropped and came back. I remember seeing your name. It could have been two Kellys. If there's two Kellys, then you just got bumped to the front of the line without earning it, which is fine. All right, let me grab the mic. Welcome in, Kelly.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Everyone else hear Kelly? I think Kelly's audible.
So I've been watching you for a while, and I've been I'm just distraught at learning all the things that I've learned. And then I came across the Gnostic books that were lost, and some of these books that kind of indicate that Yahweh was really Satan, and it's crazy. I don't know. I wanted to ask your opinion on that. As like, where is the history on all the and Marcion and all these books?
Yeah, so it's a fair question. So Marcion was grappling with the fact that the Old Testament God is kind of a POS. And so his idea, rather than going with the Trinity, was to basically go to a dual God concept. And that way you can like alleviate Jesus from the evil God. And that was kind of his work there. And certainly if you wanted to believe in Christianity, you can see why somebody would be motivated to do that. You know what I mean?
So that like be the secular, like you were talking to Connor earlier, the secular Christian viewpoint.
Yeah, he basically invented his own religion.
Gnostic, yeah.
Yeah.
So like the book of Judas, like when that was found, it kind of indicated that he was really the good guy. He wasn't the one that betrayed Jesus.
The Gospel of Judas.
He was
Yeah.
in on it.
So yeah, the Gospel of Judas is kind of an apology for Judas. In fact, it basically paints him as having to do the dirty deed that God had designed for him. Which, to be sure, the reason why these additional fan fiction get written is because what's in the book doesn't make sense. It's kind of silly. So then they have to add to it to try to like, you know, add additional theology to it to smooth it out, I guess you would say.
So there would be no truth of like them. I'm pretty sure that Marcion rejected the Old Testament completely, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what you mean by
not just the
reject.
Old Testament.
I think, or was it the the Marcion Bible or his version? I think he rejected the Old Testament because he was saying Yahweh was really Satan, and they were like the, I don't know, the outcast Christians, early Christians. So what I'm trying to, I guess, what was going on back then, where the church was trying to rewrite everything and to, make Christianity what it is today. But so did they could have had it right? Was there and then there's verses in the Bible that actually say there was the God council. There's even in Genesis, the God make us in like our image. Like they're talking about multiple gods, right? Polygods or polytheism.
Well, I mean, it's basically just fan fiction written about older fan fiction. There's no reason to believe any of it's true. Like the Bible is so full of things that are not true. I don't know why we would waste our time picking through it, trying to find things that are true, when it's clearly just a book that was written over a couple hundred years, probably 800 years, from the Iron Age up to Jesus's time period, right? And so there should be no compulsion to go in. It's like you're not going to go into the Quran and be like, well, what part of this Quran is true and what part's false, right?
No, but I was like, okay, it kind of explains why Yahweh, all the atrocities in the Old Testament, this would kind of explain why there's such a dichotomy where, Yahweh did all these horrible things because he was really Satan. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
but God created Satan. Like according to the Old Testament.
Yes, that's what I was asked. That's what I was
Satan's
really
created...
calling to ask is what was the history on the eons or these other gods and.
Well, the angels, which Satan would have been a member of, like the divine council, were created beings.
So was there a higher God that created Yahweh and those angels, correct?
No.
That's kind of that's kind of what's going around on TikTok right now.
No. That's the Canaanite view. The Canaanite view is not that they were created, it's that they came through procreation. In the Canaanite pantheon, the high god El literally had a wife, Atherot, and they, did the horizontal mambo and created children. But the Bible paints
and Yahweh was one of those children.
Well, in the Canaanite pantheon, Yahweh would have been one of the children, yeah.
Okay, I'm really confused now.
but that's not true either. Well, none of it's true. It's all fiction.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like this is just like how religions evolve over time, mythologies evolve. Yahweh is brought into the Canaanite religion from an outside religion. And then eventually he sort of like climbs the ladder, if you will, and like kind of self-promotes himself to head honcho. And then eventually, especially as the Hellenistic period encroaches upon the Jewish people, the other gods sort of get demoted to the status of daimones or demons, like spirits and stuff like that. And eventually even that angelology would evolve to become like what you see in the Gnostic texts, but it's all like there's no consistency here. It's just religions evolving over the centuries.
Okay, I'm just trying to. I was exploring other in Christianity or Gnostic, whatever their view is not the only thing. And I was wondering if you also considered Thomas Campbell's My Big Toe theory.
I'm sorry, what?
Thomas Campbell, My Big Toe. Toe is an acronym for Theory of Everything.
I don't know.
His view is we're like in a simulation, and it's a computer there is no God, that it's a computer, and we're basically partitions of this computer. I
say I have a lot of physicist friends on this app, and most of them all of them will tell you that the simulation theory is utter hogwash. I mean, just like the amount of energy, computing power it would take to simulate just the planet Earth alone, it's impossible to have any kind of like physical computer that could ever simulate even the planet Earth, let alone our entire universe. It's just it's a physical impossibility.
So again, yeah, the whole thing was consciousness is fundamental, and the universe started out with just bits, it for bit, and it replicated itself, and then it kind of made a partition, like just like how evolution happened here on Earth in a physical way. This happened in a simulation universal kind of way. It was weird. It's weird, but anyway, I appreciate you answering my questions about the Gnostics. So it's basically fan fiction.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
the
thank you.
real
You have a good night.
historical Jesus.
That's good to hear from you, Kelly.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
All right. Enjoy your night. Bye-bye.
As fun and interesting as the Gnostic stories are, I don't really read a lot of the Gnostic texts because I'm more interested in like who was the historical Jesus, if there was one, and that's like I already don't trust the Gospels, and the Gnostic texts are even further removed.
I agree. Yeah. Like if we're talking about a book that already has problems, I'm not inclined to believe that the books written hundreds of years later are somehow more accurate. Like the riffing on the inaccurate stuff. I've got 3 super chats, friends. We're going to get Chris in here. Whoever was in the queue before Chris dropped out, so now Chris is next in line. Simon, thank you for the super chat. Says, here's another $5 for your work, man. Brandon from Mindshift brought me here. Keep it up, man. Oh, thank you. I love Brandon from Mindshift, by the way. It's such a great channel. Big W, thank you for supporting. And Ursmont, great to see you as well. Ursmont says, it's allegorical SA, Rob. Mate, what the fuck? I know. What is allegorical rape? What's that supposed to mean? It's crazy. Now, to be sure that we do have allegories about that. Jeremiah gives one, and Ezekiel.
The allegory, Justin, is that you're supposed to take your mind and absolutely like destroy it.
But have you considered we could ignore all of the context and all of the genre and just say it's what makes us feel the best? That's what I'm thinking. Cahoto, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, all right, it's been more than enough time and they're still here. It's like God doesn't want them either. I mean, yes, I know. Like they've had plenty of time to get raptured. They're still here. If I was God, I wouldn't want those clowns either. I would not be pulling those people up. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Beautiful. Is that a llama in the profile picture? A rabbit?
It looks like a llama.
It kind of looks like a llama. In the Gnostic text, Sophia and Aeon gives birth to Yahweh, the demiurge. Yaldabaoth by herself, which is why he's an unbalanced jerk. I'm surprised you don't remember this from the Hidden John, I think. Actually, Jennifer, I studied the Old Testament in school. I did not get into Gnosticism that much, just because it wasn't relative to or related to my education. It had no bearing on my studies. But it is interesting. The Gnostic texts are fun. I actually did finally get a hard copy of the Nag Hammadi texts, so I'm reading through those as we speak. Actually, Carissa, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that.
There's a really interesting book. It's fiction, but it's called The Revolt of the Angels. It was written I think in the maybe early 1900s. But basically, it has this angel who is like a guardian angel for a guy who owns this massive library. Every night, the angel reads all these books, and eventually comes to the decision that he doesn't want to worship and follow God anymore. And in that book, God is called Yaldabaoth.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it sounds like a deconstruction process. Sounds pretty dope, actually. Bean Dogs, good to see you tonight. Says, glad to see you still cooking. Who's your other host? This is Dalton, the Bible guy, a good friend of mine. By the way, if you're not following him on YouTube yet, he has a YouTube channel finally. You can find it in his link tree, right? Or do you have a link tree?
I just uploaded it.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have a link tree. I should probably make one though, but it's just in my bio. It's just in my bio right now. My latest video is me talking to a Jewish Christian who doesn't know Hebrew and makes up a lot of crazy conspiracies about the Jewish people. Really good stuff.
Jewish space lasers never disappoint. Beandog says, huge grace to you. And I say, huge grace to you, Beandogs. Also, I Am the Darkness says, would Yahweh be a P3DO since Mary was so young? I think that is inconclusive, but according to the proto-evangelism of James, she was 13. Now, obviously, Christians are going to debate on whether or not they trust the proto-evangelism of James, but the infancy gospel has other facets in it that are accepted as dogma. Like we get like the
names of the parents.
There we go.
The names of the parents are actually, actual Catholic holy days dedicated to the feast of Saint Anne and Saint. I don't remember what the dad's name was.
And the Immaculate Conception shows up in there as well, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. Anyways,
I don't know if I consider it P3DO behavior or not, because there's no actual physical intimacy involved at all, like no sexual encounter.
Yeah, it depends on how technical you want to get with it, but I think you're right. Yeah.
She certainly couldn't consent to it.
No, certainly not. Gut says maybe the rapture did happen on 9/23. Jesus just couldn't find anyone following the 613 laws. Christians would think Exodus 29:15-18 was a satanic ritual. You're right. It's certainly one of those things where, like, if Jesus was right, that following the law made you like the best in the kingdom of heaven, he's not coming back right now. They want nothing to do with God's law.
Sadly, all my crazy Hebrew roots friends who follow the Torah, or at least try, are still here. So I use friends lightly.
Roger, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Roger says, always enjoy your streams. Well, Roger, we're glad you enjoy it, and we're here for you, friend. And Rock Hard for Doug is with us tonight. Good to see you, buddy. He says, watching the cooking with the kids for education and entertainment purposes tonight, and they just wonder why these Christians don't read their book. I know, it's crazy. I will never understand it. When I was a Christian, it baffled me that no other Christian was reading the damn thing. And Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. Said, what are your favorite secular YouTube channels? I don't know. I have a lot of them. I love Esoterica, big fan of that. Religion for Breakfast, big fan of that. There's a lot of really good channels, though. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I still enjoy a lot of like the Gnostic Informant and Myth Vision stuff, even though I don't go as far into the myth part of things.
Mm-hmm. Religion for Breakfast is another good channel.
Yeah, for sure it is. For sure, Religion for Breakfast is good. Cloud of Time, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And everyone who's got a membership has access to the cheat sheet. And Jeff says, if something can't come from nothing, then where did God come from? Never understood how they could not see that point. Because, Jeff, they have to special plead. And as we know, special pleading it's a fallacy in debate. Thank you for that, Jeff. I appreciate the super chat. And also, you too, Hera. Thank you for the 666. I see you've got your cud chewing rabbit loaded up. Convinced me to follow a passion. Last super chat. Extra cash going towards that making. We'll be listening while hat mating while hatting. Thanks for the inspiration. Well, thank you so much, Hera. Are you making hats? Are you a hat maker? Now I've got a question. Thank you for supporting the channel. And Sin the Drone, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, God wants people in heaven, knows who will make it, and has the power to create them there, but chooses the most convoluted Rube Goldberg way of doing it. This God is incompetent, evil, or both. Actually, I agree. Incompetent and evil. By the way, on my TikTok channel, I've got a tab of atheist jams. My favorite one of those atheist jams is called God is Incompetent. In fact, maybe I'll play it at the end of the stream. It's really fun. All right, let's get Chris into the discussion. Chris, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can the audience hear Chris?
Test.
Okay. Chris, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. And which God or what properties of God would you use to describe it?
So I would say I don't believe in a deity like separate from us. I'm more on the, I guess I heard you talking to Connor earlier, and you labeled it as a pantheist, I believe, that God is everything.
Yep.
So I do believe that God would like a word that you could substitute for God would be like intelligence.
Can you have intelligence without a brain?
Perhaps everything is God's brain.
So God is everything?
That's more so where I lean with what I believe.
Yeah. Also,
Um,
Glory Hole Hero, that's a crazy name on TikTok. Thank you for the gun, but wild name. I've never seen never seen that before. And Kedra, thank you for the face paint on TikTok. I really appreciate that. And Astronova, thank you for the hand hearts. Okay, so with the argument of God is everything, I think the reason why this becomes silly is because if God is everything, then you can't distinguish God from anything that's not God, which means there's really no distinguishing between God, like a God worldview and a not God worldview. Like, so I have the not God worldview. You have the God is everything worldview. What would be the explanatory power that your worldview has over mine?
I think either worldview would be correct in a way, kind of like the yogic culture or the Buddhist culture in the East. Like they
Right.
would kind of take that stance as well. Like God is all. In the Hermetics, um, like Thoth, what he taught, all is mind.
But I don't
God is
think
everything.
I could be wrong. I don't think the Buddhists are hermetics, are they?
No, but they have a very similar understanding of God. It's like it's not a separate being, but rather we can experience God by becoming that.
Well, the Buddhists typically don't believe in God. Are you thinking of Hinduism?
No, the Buddhists don't believe in God, but their whole like it's not really a religion either, so I can't say their religion, but their philosophy is to experience that which we would call God, to experience the divine, right?
Well, to experience nirvana maybe, but I think they
Right.
believe in like a spiritual reality, but not a creator God, right? So if your God is everything, then that means your God didn't create anything.
So it's everything was, and that's what they would say is called Maya, right? The illusion that there is creation, but it's really just an illusion because it's just frequency and vibration that eventually goes back into nothing. Are you familiar with Maya, like being illusion in the Hindu yogic culture?
No, but I'm familiar with things that have vibration and frequency, and they don't go into nothing. The energy, even if it gets annihilated, the energy goes into a quantum state. So it, like,
So,
I don't know what
so
you're
this
talking
would
about.
be, so this is
The
okay.
things in my house
So
which have
quantum,
vibration and frequency definitely aren't going into nothing.
well, if everything comes from nothing, then everything has to go back to nothing.
No, we don't. No one here believes that something came from nothing. I have no idea why you would think that.
So, do you believe there is anything that's not quantifiable?
I
Do you
think
believe there's like a void
anything
or
could be
nothing?
quantified.
Okay. So that's, I guess, where we would probably disagree. Because I would say that there is a, I guess, foundation or canvas of reality that is non-physical and can't be
Right.
quantified.
Yeah, but why would someone believe that?
I don't think it's a belief.
No, it's something you believe, which I'm asking you, why would somebody not you believe that? Why would someone be compelled to think that?
Because no matter how much you dissect physical matter, you'll eventually come to a point where it has to come from like I can't say something because that implies there's a thing, but it has to come from a source when that source has to
Why?
be non-physical.
Why would we think that it has to have a source?
If it didn't have a source, then what would it be?
It just exists eternally. If matter and energy
So
can't be created nor destroyed, it just means the fundamental particles that make up our reality and the quantum fields that make up our reality have just always existed.
in in any kind of volume and no volume
Personally, I think in an infinite
or
volume. I
medium
don't.
in a
I,
medium?
we're not in a medium. I mean, unless you think space-time is a medium.
I would lean more towards like what the ancients would call like the ether. Like we're kind of in
Ether
this
definitely doesn't
medium.
exist. We
You
proved
don't
that
think?
one a while ago.
I would disagree.
If the ether existed, sound waves would work in outer space.
What if there is no outer space?
I'm sorry? You
There
think the Earth is
is.
flat and there's
There
no
There is
outer
no outer
is.
space?
space.
Chris is fucking with me now.
No, for real. Actually, I don't think we live on a ball and flying through space.
Oh my god.
But I think that also proves that
Do you have a
there is some
phone?
intelligent. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What kind of map do you think is inside of that phone that your GPS is using? Do you think it's flat or circular?
Circular, but not spherical.
Spherical. Yeah, all of the maps that are GPS are using Google Maps, Apple Maps, all of those maps are spherical. That's how they can pinpoint you.
I'm
In
pretty sure
fact,
they use the azimuthal equidistant map, which is a flat Earth map, and it's also the logo
they
of the UN.
that's not true. Neither of those 2 points are true. They use a spherical map, and they specifically are using a method of trilateralization that only works when you're using the trigonometry of a spherical Earth. In fact, when I was in electrical engineering class, when I did applied trigonometry 1 and 2, we specifically had to put together formulas to do trilateralization for GPS systems on a globular Earth. Why are they teaching electrical engineers to do programming and math for a globe Earth to make our GPS systems work?
I think we would be here all night if we wanted to talk about the flatter globe Earth, but I want to bring this back to God, if that's cool,
Well,
because I did want to tie it to the Bible as well.
but you're not a Christian. Why do you care about what's it? You don't believe in the Bible.
Well, I would consider myself more so like a Christian, but a Christian
This
mystic.
guy's all
Like
over the place.
it, well, I want to tie this to God because Yahweh, for example,
Is
in
the Bible
Hebrew,
true?
historically, I don't believe it is.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the Bible. You're not a Christian. That's fine.
Well, this is what I wanted to present here, which is probably different from anyone you've had on the panel. I don't know if you've had any people that are more like have a more esoteric or mystical view on the Bible. But
We
what if the
have,
Bible?
and they all think that they're unique.
Rob.
That's cool. I mean, we are pretty unique because I feel like not many people know really what the Bible is talking about. And
Yeah, you unlock the
Sadly, I
keys.
agree with you.
Yeah, the
no,
many hundreds of thousands of theologians that have advanced degrees in studying the language, history, and culture that it was written in, those guys couldn't figure it out. But Chris from the internet, he got it.
so can I give you an example?
You're more than welcome.
Okay, this is it's going to be pretty brief, but for example, um, the 12 disciples and Jesus would represent the 12
The zodiac
signs
signs.
Why?
and the sun.
Fuck me. Zeitgeist.
Why?
Because
This
okay,
is human
Jesus
brain rot.
dies on the cross. He dies on the cross. He's put in the tomb for 3 days,
Does the sun
and
die?
then every year, yes.
No,
When
the
it
sun
gets
does
to its
not die.
furthest, yeah, but that's what the ancients saw when they saw the sun going south to its furthest point on the winter solstice. It sits in the tomb on the cross, the Southern Cross,
No,
which is the constellation in the
No.
sky
no,
from the northern hemisphere
they
trajectory of the
certainly
Earth.
did not.
And then on December 20 or on yeah December 25th, the sun starts its
December
northward
21st.
no, the 25th, the sun starts moving back north, which
The
represents
solstice begins on December
resurrection.
21st.
Yeah, that's the furthest. That's the
Like you,
shortest day of the year. The sun is at its furthest point south, and then from our perspective, it sits in the tomb for 3 days, and then on the 25th, it's noticeable that it starts moving north again. So they consider that the sun is, you know, born
No,
again or resurrected
that's
on
modern
the
so
fan
just to be clear,
fiction. Go ahead, Dalton.
Just to be clear, you saw the movie Zeitgeist, and you were just like,
I
"This
actually
is my
didn't.
shit."
No,
Yeah.
I actually didn't see that. But the ancients, they paid attention to nature. They saw the
They
sun.
they didn't say
They
anything that you just said.
they wrote that in the story. That's what the Bible was pointing towards.
No, they
And
didn't write that in any story.
so, are you going to ignore the fact that Jesus' story
Quote me the story
aligns
that
with?
says that the sun, the burning ball of plasma, goes to the tomb for 3 days.
So imagine you're an ancient
Not the
astronomer.
Bible. Nope. I want you to tell me where the story comes from that you're alluding to.
Observation of nature.
Nope. I want to know who, what culture, where can I find the story that's repeating the nonsense that you're saying? Because like when
No,
I
it's
talk about
repeating.
stuff from the ancient Near East, I can tell you where it is. I can say, look, here's a document from the Neo-Assyrian period written by Esarhaddon. I can do that because I actually know the ancient documents. I'm asking you, which ancient document is purporting to have a mythology that the sun gets entombed for 3 days?
That's what Christianity is.
It's not. I'm asking for the document
No.
that Christianity is alluding to.
Well, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Is the document
I
is
do.
the start. It's
It's not.
observation of nature. You
It's
look at
certainly not.
nature.
I've
They
observed
saw.
nature, and the sun doesn't go into a tomb. It doesn't die. It doesn't disappear and go anywhere.
So every year it doesn't go to the winter solstice and make its journey back north, and
That's
the
not a
days become
tomb.
longer.
A procession isn't a tomb.
Okay, well you know what allegory is, right?
I do
And
know
it
what
also
allegory
doesn't.
is.
So
Also, didn't like rest
that's
on the
what the
Southern
story is.
Cross.
It's an allegory
It's an
that
allegory
represents
for
what's
how the
happening.
sun gets tired and has to take a break and then backtrack because he figured the journey would be easier going back to home than continuing back the other way. Like once you get to
No,
allegory,
it's
you've just
it's
given
it's
up.
it's
Like you can just make up any allegory about something going one direction and then going back the other direction. Like at this point, you're just doing like a kindergarten make up a story. Like we all told stories
no.
when we were 5. We also had invisible friends, and then we grew up.
That's what the ancients did. They saw the thing. You know about mythology. That's what I'm saying the Bible is mythology, but it's based on the sun's pattern through the stars, and that's why the
Which
sun
you
is
haven't
Jesus,
been
and he's
able
called
to establish.
the story of Jesus lines up with what we see the sun do
You
every
can
year.
certainly assert your conclusion over and over again. You haven't established a link. Why looking at the pattern of the sun would lead one to believe that the sun itself was in a tomb or dying.
The Southern Cross. There's a tomb in
The
the
Southern
stars. It's a
Cross doesn't have
constellation.
anything to do with dying.
It's called Crux. That's the cross in the south, in the
It wasn't
constellation.
called the Southern. It wasn't called the Southern Cross until like Christian explorers named it that long after the time of Jesus.
This was way before the time of Jesus that they knew the Crux constellation was there.
They didn't call it that.
And there's also a tomb right in the same area.
Keep in mind we're talking about the sun. I'm asking you, what about the sun would lead one to believe that it's going into the tomb?
When it gets to its furthest point south and it no longer goes further that way and it starts coming back north.
That doesn't say anything about a tomb. How are you linking that to a tomb?
There's a constellation that's a tomb in that same area where the sun dies on the
Constellations aren't going to help you anywhere. I can go out to the stars and make any I can go out to the stars and draw me if I'm creative enough. I can draw literally anything in the sky. It's just a hodgepodge of dots. Anyone can take a marker and draw stuff from one dot to another and design all kinds of stuff in the stars. The constellations are literally just man-made mumbo jumbo.
So
by the way, again,
Job,
it was named the Southern Cross. It was named the Southern Cross, by the way, in the 16th century. Like this is like 1,500 years after the time of Jesus.
So in Job, would you agree that Job is the oldest book in the Bible?
Not even remotely
No.
true. It's one of the last books written in the Old Testament. It's attempting to be old, which is why we find a lot of broken Aramaisms that aren't even true to Aramaic in it. It's not old. It's pretending to be old.
How old would you say it is then?
It was
I
written
generally would
probably in the
place it during the
post-Babylonian
exile.
period. Yeah.
So in Job 38, it says, "Can you lead forth the Mazzaroth in their seasons, or can you guide the?" Well, let me go to the correct version. But the Mazzaroth is the zodiac signs, and that was well known by
Sure,
people of
the
that
sure the
time.
Mazzaroth.
Yeah.
That's just the text that just displays God's power over the stars, nothing more.
Right. And in Genesis 1:14, it says the stars are for signs and for seasons, and for signs of the times.
So what?
So the signs, what's Jesus represent? He's a sign. The sun,
The
the
signs
12
of
zodiac signs,
the times for
which
timekeeping,
were
for
which were
tracking,
which were
because
kept by
it's cyclical.
The feast days.
they were kept by looking at the stars and the sun and the moon and
That's all they had. That was their clock. The sky was the clock.
Exactly. So it's not far-fetched
None of
to say
this,
that
none
the
of
Bible
this
was written
leads
in the
credence
stars.
to. No,
No.
like no.
They weren't doing theology in the stars. It's for timekeeping.
Like the 12 disciples are not based on the 12 zodiac signs. The 12 disciples are given that specific number because it references the 12 tribes of Israel. And the 12 tribes of Israel were 12 historical tribes that existed in the lands of Judea and Samaria.
What if that's myth too, and the 12 tribes of Israel are also the 12 zodiac signs?
It's not. The importance of 12 is because they had a sexagesimal division system. It was a base 60, and 12 was another one of the divisible numbers of 60. When you count on your hands, they counted on the segments of the finger. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That was a full count. One hand was 12.
What about the thumb?
You counted with your thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You count the creases in your fingers with your thumb. That's how they counted. And it gets you to 12. And 12 is one of the great numbers because it works perfectly with their system of division.
So
I want to check also. You don't think that there's the reason that the Son, S-U-N, Son of God is important is because it has a relation to Son, S-O-N of God, right? You're not going to make that claim, right?
Well, I haven't made that claim yet, but phonetically,
He's about to.
It's the same.
It's utterly irrelevant because in Hebrew, the word Ben and the word Shemesh don't sound the same. Shemesh means son, Ben means Ben means son, S-O-N. Shemesh means son, S-U-N. That pun only makes sense in modern English.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jesus says he's the light of the world. What's the light of our world?
So let me just pivot. Let me just move to something else. No one cares what Jesus said. This is
and also
bad.
The historical Jesus never said that.
And do you think it holds any significance that Jesus died at 33 and there are 33 vertebrae in the spine?
We don't know. We don't know the age that Jesus died. The Gospels are kind of inconsistent on that.
Okay, so anyways, it's fine. We can agree to disagree. But my whole experience...
But have you considered this one number of coincidence that isn't actually true?
Yeah, we don't do agree to disagree on this channel.
Okay. Well, what led me to this understanding is like reading the Bible myself and realizing that, just like you guys have come to understand, that the Christian literalist interpretation doesn't make any sense.
Not even in the slightest. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
But yours doesn't make any sense either.
Well,
yours requires just as much reading into the text.
Well, hold on. When reading the stories, I think the Bible was written in a way that makes you question what does this mean? Because most people who are Christians, these theologians and just secular Christians, but both of them really don't understand what the Bible is pointing towards. But let's say, for example, the theologians.
I think unless
hold on. Let me make my point real quick. They go to school. They're given context that gives them the context of the history and of every story in the Bible. So they already have this preconceived notion when going to talk about it with other people that it's historical because the theologians gave the historians gave them their context. So everything that they're teaching is based on the context that they were given. But for me,
I
I
th-
wasn't
I
given.
I th- I think that unless you have like a really good understanding of Judaism and the Hebrew Bible, I don't think anyone who doesn't have a good understanding of at least those two things shouldn't be going around claiming that everyone else is wrong about the Bible, but I've got it right based on my very strange astrological conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Well,
Let me
anyways,
ask you a question, Chris. I've got a book full of ancient religious texts, very comparable to the Bible. Here's one called "The Ritual for the Repair of the Temple," and the instructions are for what to do when you repair the temple. It includes different animal sacrifices. It includes different cleansing rituals for the builders, and it even talks about how the builders have to wear particular clothing while they're in there because they're in God's holy temple. Now, this is very similar to what we find in the Bible when God gives instructions for rebuilding the temple under the time period of Haggai, Zerubbabel, Joshua. They have to cleanse themselves. They can't let anything come into the temple that would be unclean. Why would I think that the biblical ritual for rebuilding the temple is somehow special, but the Babylonian ritual for rebuilding the temple is just some mundane artifact from ancient history?
Well, my perception would be completely different, that the temple is the body,
Oh,
the
nope,
human body.
that not my question, Chris. I've got two texts in front of me that talk about the proper attire and the proper method for rebuilding a temple. Why would I interpret the one from the Bible as being a secret, divine, hidden message, but the one from Babylon just an ancient text?
No, I would say they both are.
They both are?
Yes, absolutely.
So you believe
We
in the
have actual
Babylonian? That's
I don't
crazy.
think the Bible is the only truth.
we have actual evidence of a physical temple on the Temple Mount. Like we know that this wasn't an allegorical temple. This was a real, literal temple that existed in Judea.
Well, well, Christians would say they have actual historical evidence for Noah's Ark. You would
Okay,
believe
that's
that?
different because they don't have that, but we actually have like credible secular historians, not religious fundamentalists, actually know where the temple was. Like we have like its actual remnants. We have a whole damn wall of the temple still up in Jerusalem today. We have
Yeah.
non-Jewish sources that talk about the temple.
To be sure, there's a huge portion of the books of Kings and Chronicles that have been validated through other historical texts. Like we know that the Assyrians wiped out the Ephraimites. We know the Babylonians went to war with Judah and conquered them in 605 to 587. Like the Old Testament isn't just all fan fiction. Like a lot of it is attempting to actually record history.
And I'll be honest, because truth is important to me, of course. I don't know too much about the historical aspect of Christianity and the Bible. I would like to learn more, just to like, sharpen my understanding. But just based on like reading the Bible myself and these stories that don't make any sense, like Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark, and researching what does this really mean, I came to understand that there's a spiritual meaning that can like it's anatomical, so it's within the body. It's psychological, what takes place in the mind, and it's also written in the stars, as above, so below. And that's what helped me in my life, not the
As above,
historical
so below
understanding.
is not in the Bible. At best, the closest thing is have may it be your will, may your will be done on earth as it in heaven. That has nothing to do
Well,
with
also
astrology.
the waters above and below the firmament.
That's just because the ancients thought literally the sky had waters in them, and there was a
Yeah.
physical dome and all that kind of stuff, which is wrong. We know for a fact is wrong.
But
But I
even the
forgot you're a
Egyptians, like
flat
the
earther.
primordial sea, like everything came
Actually,
from the primordial sea.
yeah, in fact, the Jewish rabbis debated as to how God's throne was on top of the firmament since there was water up there. And they posited that there's actually an air gap. It's top of the firmament, and then God's throne, and then just slightly above God's head is the water being held back by God's spirit. It's pretty crazy, the nonsense they thought up.
Hmm.
All right, listen, Chris.
So,
My dad used to say, "Don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out." And like you're really nice, but you got to understand from our point of view, these are crazy ideas. Like these are just really
No, I understand.
conspiratorial, like wacky ideas.
Well, a lot of it, this took me years to understand, and I would say I have a deep understanding. I could show you in scripture what this stuff is pointing to. But we
Look,
don't have
Chris,
time for that.
I 100% doubt that you figured this out all on your own, because this exact same nonsense, almost word for word, is found in the Zeitgeist film. So you definitely heard it online somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I did, and that's what I said. When I would read these stories of the Bible, I would research it and figure out what it's pointing to.
But you don't know how to do
And
research. That's Chris, that's actually the point of going to Bible college and seminary, is you learn how to do proper research, not like watch a YouTube video or get lost in a Reddit thread. Like you do proper research using primary resources in archaeology and learning about the history and doing comparative textual analysis.
so you believe that these people who are teaching theology have our best interest in mind?
No, I don't believe that at all. I believe they're deceived, just like you. They're just deceived in a different version of the fan fiction.
So if my understanding of the Bible has led me to a deep spiritual understanding of life and myself and how creation is and how to access the creator, but not in the form of like an external deity, but realizing that that's you and you can actually tap into it. But theirs has led to a bunch of mental gymnastics on apologetics, on
Yours has
understanding
too.
something that makes no sense.
Yeah.
No, because I can.
Chris, you
Jesus says
saying
the
mental
kingdom.
gymnastics is crazy right now.
Well, see, Jesus on the Sermon on the Mount taught one thing more than anything else, and he
The Torah.
he taught take no thought.
No,
It's in Matthew
like
6.
half of the Sermon on the Mount was about the Torah.
In Matthew 6, he says take no thought
You
5
forget
times.
about Matthew 5?
Yeah, you're picking out one portion of the Sermon on the Mount. The majority of the Sermon on the Mount is about how to properly observe the Torah as a Jew, because he was a Jewish rabbi.
If you look at what he spends the most time on, the particular topic, it is to take no thought.
The Torah.
No.
Just go to Matthew 6 verses
I've
like,
read all of Matthew, and chapter after chapter after chapter throughout the Gospel of Matthew, especially the most in the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus' whole focus is on, you should observe the Torah. The religious leaders are hypocrites because they don't observe the Torah. Everyone get back to observing God's law. That was the teaching of the Gospel of Matthew.
Okay, so if you go and read it, you'll see he says,
We've
no
read it.
thought for your life.
Just be clear. We know exactly what you're referring to. You're just wrong.
I'm not
So
called the
what do you
Bible
think he
guy just
means-
because I
what-
think it
what-
sounds
what do
like
you-
catchy.
What do you think he means by take no thought? And I don't know what it says in your version. It might say something different. But
It's
what do you
actually
think
very
that means?
easy. He's saying, don't be concerned about something. Take no thought about what you'll eat or what you're going to wear. Because if God cares for the sparrow that falls to the ground, how much greater are you than the sparrow? The idea is that you don't have to worry about tomorrow because God's going to take care of you. That's meaningless.
Exactly.
That tells me nothing.
So
That's just
in the
asceticism,
in the-
which was practiced in
in the
Judaism.
Eastern-
I mean, that's
Exactly.
just
In
a
the Eastern-
useless platitude that's not true. Trust me, it's a lie at best, Chris. Because if we're not supposed to think about tomorrow, if we're not supposed to think about what we're going to wear or what we eat, then we've got a huge problem with the 3 million children a year that die of starvation. Their parents are thinking about it a whole lot. And if God cares about the sparrow and not the 3 million children starving right now, then Jesus is a liar.
So I'll give you my interpretation of take no thought, which
No one
is
cares how you interpret
exactly
take no
what
thought.
Well, it's what it means. I mean, it's what
No
it's
one
what's said.
cares.
When you go
You're
beyond,
No one cares.
You're not
It's
very
not
good
relevant.
You're not very good
Well-
at interpreting the Bible.
hold on.
The phrase take no
I
thought
mean-
is meaningless to the conversation right now.
It's not though, because I want to land my plane, then I can go and let the next person.
Your
come on.
plane is already crash landed. Take no thought has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
You haven't let me explain where I'm going with it.
What
though,
topic
so
do you think we're talking about?
we're talking about the Bible and God and creation.
What was
and
the last thing I just said?
you're telling me how take no thought has nothing to do with our conversation? But I
No,
haven't
no.
gotten to explain.
Prior to telling you that, what were we talking about? What was I saying?
You were saying he spent the most time on the Torah.
No,
observing the Torah
it's like
in Matthew
you're
6.
in an
Well,
entirely different
that's why I said
conversation.
after
It's like he's
That's what I said. That's
concussed.
not what Justin
Well,
said.
I didn't bring that up. You did, so my mind's not there.
I
I'm trying to
know.
land
I
my
asked
plane.
you, what did I say? Right? We were going over Matthew chapter 6, and Matthew chapter 6 is a lie. It doesn't matter what your interpretation of take no thought is, because the chapter is a fucking lie. It says you should not worry about what you eat. God will provide for you, because he even takes care of the sparrow. Not a sparrow falls to the ground without God taking notice. However, there are starving children in Gaza right now. There are children dying of starvation. One of them's on the screen. I put a picture of it on the screen. This is a child starving to death in Gaza. Why does Jesus and Yahweh care more about the sparrow that falls from the ground? Meanwhile, saying, don't worry about what you eat, as this little girl starves.
Can I answer?
I'm hoping that's how questions work.
Okay. So, take no thought is a reference to meditation, and all the
This
Eastern
fucking
cultures
guy
taught
can't even
to
answer.
meditate.
I didn't ask you about take no thought. Take no thought is meaningless until you can determine if Jesus is saying something that's true or not. Is it true when Jesus says not to worry about what you eat?
Yes. Because when you don't worry, you're in a more peaceful state of mind. And when you don't worry, the infinite intelligence, the divine, can work through you.
Oh, so as long as you don't worry while you're starving to death, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Those hunger pains. Do you have children?
No, it's people like us.
Chris, do you have children?
Go beyond the lower
Chris,
mind.
do you have children?
I don't.
Have you ever seen a child starve? You know what I would do if a child was starved?
I would help.
I'd go find the nearest animal and I'd go find rats and kill it before I let my child starve. There's not a single thing I wouldn't do to make sure a child didn't starve. If my child was starving, I would literally come damn near killing a pet to make sure that my child didn't starve to death. But God, who says, don't worry, don't worry about what you eat. I'm even looking at the sparrows. Why is this thing promising to take care of the children and then letting them starve?
It's because of people who are in a greed mindset who don't care about anybody else.
It doesn't matter. He told you not to worry about that. It doesn't matter. He said not to worry about it.
Well, what are they doing? They're taking constant thought of how they can get what they want and disregarding other people.
It doesn't matter. Jesus said, don't worry about it. Blaming humans isn't going to help you here. Why is Jesus telling you not to worry about what you eat when you clearly do have to worry about what you eat?
Because when you're in a state of, you could say, surrender to God, he will provide those things.
No, he won't. There are millions of children dying right now. Jesus says to bring the children to me. The kingdom of heaven is made for the children. If he's not going to take care of the children, he's not going to take care of anybody. There's nobody more innocent on this planet than the children.
I agree, but he works through people.
So no, he doesn't have to. He's all powerful.
I don't subscribe to the Christian theology of God. I don't think it's a separate being somewhere who just drops down to children.
And stop referencing the Bible.
No, if everything is God, then we have to take that stance.
Everything's not God.
The children. Okay, well, I already explained that's what I believe. Everything is God. So that means it's in our hands to help the starving children.
Everything's clearly not God. You no way you can draw that from the Bible, even in a dumb allegorical zeitgeist interpretation.
Well, actually, there's a verse that says that plainly. It's Ephesians.
What does the word holy mean, Chris?
Don't twist another Bible verse, my God.
Chris, what does the word holy mean? Chris, what does the word holy mean?
Oneness, whole.
Nope.
No.
Try again. Not W-H-H-O-L-Y. What does the word holy mean?
It's the same thing.
No, not W-H-O-L. H-O-L-Y. What does the word holy mean?
If he's going to say the S-U-N to S-O-N, have a connection, he'll probably think that
I'll help you out. The word holy means to be set apart, distinct. If God is holy, he is set apart. That's what the word means. Kadosh in Hebrew means to be distinct, to be separate, to be set apart. You're not part of this world, you're separate from this world. So God can't be holy and also be everything.
So when you're in your ego mind, you are separate from
No,
God.
you're not doing
But when
psychology
you,
here. All right, this is enough.
Just more bullshit.
All right, Chris, this is enough.
well, hold on.
Well,
All right, I can
we're
go.
done here. No, we don't need any more.
God damn. Good
I'll never
conspiracy theories.
understand what type of mushrooms do you have to take to end up with that kind of madness? Could you imagine living in
By
that
the way,
head?
oh god, no, I don't even want to. By the way, I work fast. I have a link tree now. So there you go.
Oh, good. Good. Dalton's got a link tree. Make sure to follow Dalton on YouTube. I followed him as soon as he told me. Gray, thank you for the super chat. It says, hi, Justin. Do you have any thoughts on animism? I mean, yeah, it's just as silly as theism and deism. I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, I understand why animism was like the beginning stage of God. Like, I get that part, right? But it only makes sense if you're an ancient person. If you're a modern person, well, then it doesn't work anymore, you know, because we know better. We know how the world works. Jonathan, thank you for the super chat, says, no, I mean, not religious at all YouTube channels. Wait, what? Oh, mean, what YouTube channels do I like that are not religious? Well, I have a couple favorites. I really enjoy Donut Media and now the offshoots of that, like Speed. I really love watching the Bat Brothers. Trying to think, the Bat. I watch I've got a couple of subscriptions, or I follow a couple of channels that just do Browns news, like Cleveland Browns news, because I'm the home team guy, right? I love the Browns. Anyways, but other than that, I don't know.
I just watch a lot of Smosh mostly.
Oh,
and Ewu. I'm into Ewu, like true crime stuff and morbid fascination with it.
What's Ewu?
Yeah, explore with us.
Ooh, yeah. I know. Explore with us. Actually, I do like that.
Ewu. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good stuff. God.
Actually, there's a couple channels doing the Explore with Us type of true crime documentaries, and they're pretty good. Yeah, I must admit I do like those, especially the police interrogation breakdowns.
Oh, I love the Reed method. I love to see like all the little methodologies they use to like. They're just all the worst liars.
Right.
It's crazy.
They're all Christian. It just comes by naturally. Like, if you put a police interrogation video of a lying murderer next to like Rob up here lying on his book, there's no distinction. They're just making shit up on the spot, trying to not get it pinned on them. It's the same thing. Jacob, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Jacob says, gotta love when trying to explain the concept of why Jesus isn't the real Jewish Messiah based on their Jewish prophecy and how he failed all of them, and they almost always default to Isaiah 53. And I'll be honest. If you're a Christian, that is your best shot. There's not much you can do after Isaiah 53. And you got to remember, even as a Christian, you have to go into it and say, all right, ignore all the context. Context doesn't matter anymore.
Ignore the grammar.
That's right. Grammar doesn't matter. Context doesn't matter, which is crazy that Christians get up here and shout context at us. Context, context, context. In a minute, we're like, hey, let's read some prophecies. They're like, no. You don't need context. Context is irrelevant here.
I was building it. I just forgot. I was building an analogy today for an argument on a certain passage of scripture, and I made sure to include the Browns in the analogy, just in honor of this channel.
I appreciate that. My sadomasochism love for the Browns. At least I'm loyal. If I could, you know what? At least we're not Detroit. John, thank you for the super chat. Says saw Slayer the other night. Hell yeah! Best shirt had to be Jesus is a cunt. I would love that shirt. Wild stuff. Didn't know their singer is Catholic though. Ugh. I didn't know that either. Shit. But listen, if somebody's on the Discord and you know where I can find the Jesus is a cunt t-shirt, let me know. I fucking want one. Maybe I'll add that to the gift shop. Adam Brown, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat, and good to see you, my friend. Says my wife is former LDS, her family still is, and she found a bunch of her old LDS stuff, and they call themselves Melchizedek. The Melchizedek priesthood. Although, I mean, I hate that in English we spell it Melchizedek when it's like Melchizedek in the whatever. It says we're arguing over how to pronounce. Oh, there we go. We're arguing over how to pronounce Melchizedek. Can you clear it up? Love you, bruh. Yeah, in fact, there's a lot to say. It's a two-part word. It's Melech for king, and Zedek. Well, it's my king. So Melech is king.
My king of righteousness.
Yes, the I is a pronoun. They attach pronouns to the end of the word sometimes, and Zedek is righteousness.
Do you think, I want to get your opinion on this actually, that now that this got brought up, what Psalm 110, do you think that Melchizedek there is meant to be a proper name of the king from Genesis, or is it just meant to be you are a priest forever, according to my word, a righteous king?
So here's my take on it. I think by the time first of all, I don't think Psalm 110 even goes back to David's time period. I think Psalm 110 is late, and it was already after the Melchizedek lore was already popular. And here's what I think. I think that whether the author meant to say Melchizedek or meant to say like the actual Hebrew phrase, my righteous king or my king of righteousness, because Melech is an abstraction. Zedek is an abstraction. But whether he intended it one way or another, or whether he wrote it one way or another, I think he intended to be a reference to Melchizedek. And I think my personal opinion is that the goal in saying that, because remember, David offered sacrifices when they brought the Ark of the Covenant back into Jerusalem. He's got a full breastplate on. He's got a Levitical attire.
And his sons were Kohanim in the temple as well.
You got it. So David is one of these interesting characters in the Old Testament where he gets to do priestly duties, and his sons, but they weren't part of the actual Levitical priesthood, right? So my reading of the story is like God's basically saying, it's okay, you can be my priest king, even though you're not part of the Levitical priesthood. You can be a priest like Melchizedek was a priest. He wasn't part of the Levitical priesthood either.
Although I wouldn't doubt it if during the time of King David, maybe that you had to be a Levite to be a priest, maybe that hadn't yet been completely formulated. There's always that too.
That's such a good point, because if you add in the complexity of when the priesthood really developed, there's certainly a case that, that the development of the priesthood was a serious problem, because we don't really see, there's not a great reason to believe when we're reading some of the older strata of the Bible that they had a super, super organized priesthood the way the New Testament and Second Temple Judaism painted it. Second Temple Judaism is way more orderly and structured than the Old Testament. When you get into the Old Testament, you'll find at certain points in time, there are multiple people that are labeled as what we would call a high priest. So like Haggadol, HaKohin. We've got these sometimes multiple at a time, because it's like, well, here's the high priest from this family line, and here's the high priest from this family line, and you're like, wait, fuck, the New Testament would lead you to believe there was only one high priest, but it's a little messier than that, right? So it seems like the structure of the priesthood developed over time, and that's why we see in the earliest stages of the Bible, like the priests probably came from multiple lineages that weren't always of the Levites. They painted in over top of that their later priestly theology about the Levites and the Zadokites and the non-Levitical and non-Zadokite priests. That's my opinion. I think the priesthood developed pretty late, actually. The one we know of.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the JDP theory, the priestly text, there are clearly parts of it that are remembering older traditions, like from the Elohist tradition, but it's clear that there's a bunch of stuff in there that doesn't make sense unless you're already in like an exilic or even post-exilic period.
Yeah, I mean, I think an example like that is the Melchizedek story is obviously written at a time when the Levitical priest is already established, because you need a story written as an example for other Jews to tie to the priest by making Abraham tied to Melchizedek.
100%. And there's the last thing I'll say about this before we move on. The temples that we have uncovered from ancient Judea, because there were multiple temples. It wasn't just the one temple. The
Bethel.
temple, yeah, temple. Obviously, there's a temple for a long time at Gerizim, the Bethel, Carmel, and then there was one that we excavated in. My brain went to Ajrud, but that's not where it is. It's in. Well, it's not important. I'll think of it later. There's a temple that we excavated near the edge of Jerusalem. And it was a temple that was clearly Yahwistic in nature. It was clearly a Judean Israelite temple where they worship Yahweh. And inside of the temple, there were two standing stones, a male and a female standing stone, and an incense burner for the male and the female deity, which obviously the culture wasn't as monotheistic as people want to think it was when we actually look at the archaeology. And that temple was probably 10th or 9th century BCE, so around the same time period as like King Solomon.
What they didn't really know was the altars were actually set up, and they didn't know this, for Doug and Sharon.
Absolutely. The only real standing stones you need, Doug and Sharon Stone. I don't know why the name of the location is not coming to me, but I've talked about it a lot. People probably know it in the comments. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says Chris has lingo fiducianism, unearned wooden confidence. Actually, that is the case. This falls directly into the Dunning-Kruger effect. He's very confident, doesn't know anything. Josh Braba says flirfs are dog shit, and I think that, I mean, when have we not seen a flirf that wasn't overconfident? I think that's the only variety that they come in. Aaron says Chris is like a medieval peasant with Wi-Fi. The technology they use to study, air quotes, flat Earth precludes flat Earth. It's wild, man. It's 100% true. Like, a lot of these people are using literally satellite internet, something that requires the Earth to not be flat to use, and they're trying to tell me that the Earth is flat. And Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And I hope you're recovering well. I'm certainly worried and thinking about your friend. And Jeremy says every single spacecraft and satellite that took a picture of the round Earth was a planned conspiracy across all nations, all agencies, all media outlets, all astronauts in the past and future. Isn't it crazy that people can believe that a conspiracy theory of this size actually existed? It's crazy.
I think there's actually an equation for how you can plug it into, like, the number of people who are behind a conspiracy theory. The more it increases, the quicker it is, like the theory will get out. Yeah. There's a mathematical formula for it. Anyway, L-Teen, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, hi Justin, did you get my super chat from earlier? I might have missed when you read it. Can you let me know if you did? I can go back and listen later. Well, all the super chats up until this one that you've just sent in has been read. And I got to be honest, I don't think I saw another super chat, L-Teen, from you. So I don't know if it just didn't come through. I look back through my list, there's not one here. I don't know if maybe it got lost in the mythical ether or what, but if it got dropped somewhere, it would have to be a function of the software. I apologize if the software didn't pick something up. Unfortunately, that I can't really control that, but it looks like it's picking up all the super chats, so it's hard to say. But L-Teen, I'm glad to have you here. We know that we love and appreciate you here, my friend. And Jacob says, man, Chris makes Zachariah Stitchin's interpretation of the
I think you mean Anunnaki, seem like absolute truth. Actually, that's a fair point. Like, we could have gone to the Anunnaki bullshit, and he would have took it hook, line, and sinker. He probably believes in that nonsense. You know he would.
It's crazy because I cringe every time I hear the word Anunnaki. I know that if I sat down with someone who actually knew anything about actual Babylonian myth or Akkadian myth, I would just enjoy the conversation. But I hate that word because of its association with ancient astronaut conspiracy theories.
And the funny thing is, like, most of the ancient theories didn't revolve around the Anunnaki. They're confusing the Anunnaki for the Apkallu. But I tried to get that guest in there, and they dropped. We're going to get Kara or Kara in here next. La Paquette, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. Kara could not connect either. Okay, we'll move on to our YouTube queue then. It looks like we've got a guest in here, and I'm going to apologize because the text is so tiny that I can't read the name properly, but it looks like Stixbit. That's what we're calling it. Looks like Stix. How you doing, Stix?
I'm doing well. How are you, Justin?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Stix, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I am over 18, and I believe in the God in the Bible. I believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and yeah, I think that's good enough.
Okay, is it a inerrant Word of God or just an errant Word of God?
I don't know what you mean.
Does it have errors?
It's the infallible Word of God.
It's the infallible Word. Okay, so it doesn't have any errors.
Correct.
Okay, do you think that contradictions are errors?
I don't think the Bible has any contradictions.
Oh, well, maybe you can square up a verse with me real quick, because in Jeremiah 7:22 says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burning offerings and sacrifices, or burnt offerings and sacrifices." But surely that can't be true.
Can you said Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah 7:22.
Oh, I love this one, Justin, because I completely missed this one until very recently when you pointed it out to me. It's great.
I actually added, I think, 2 new contradictions to the list last night.
So
isn't there something like this in Isaiah that talks about the Exodus?
There's one in Hosea that's on the list. We might be able to get to that. Sorry,
can you
Stix, what are you saying?
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Can you give me a little bit more why you think this is a contradiction?
Have you read Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, where God gives them like dozens upon dozens of commands about burnt offerings and sacrifices when they left Egypt?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so when Jeremiah says that in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices, but that's literally the first thing that he did.
Right. Moses does get word from God, and Moses is kind of like the interceder. Like, he goes to the people and he tells them what God told him on the mountain or in the tent of meeting or anywhere like that. But
okay, so did God speak to them concerning offerings and sacrifices?
No, God spoke to Moses, and Moses spoke to the people.
Oh, so the way you're squaring this is saying that God didn't speak to the ancestors.
Well, the way I'm squaring this is that God chose to talk to Moses. Like, he actually in the Bible was going to talk to the people.
This is a really crazy cope, by the way. Just so you know, you're not like, you can keep doing this cope, but it's not going to end well.
What do you explain to me what I'm doing?
Just you're coping by saying, well, God didn't literally speak to the Israelites. He actually spoke to Moses, and therefore the verse isn't a contradiction.
Well, look back at the text and let me get you the evidence that I'm based on. I'm trying to remember it. It's when
and again, I promise you, I've read all of Jeremiah. If you keep with this cope, I'm going to cook you on it in the same chapter that we're already on. So take a second, take a deep breath, and ask yourself if this is the lie you want to tell right now.
No, like
okay.
If he said, "For in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to your fathers or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." Right? Hold on. Let me grab my Bible real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because it is interesting that you bring this up, because if you read it for face value,
I have read
Jeremiah,
it, and I promise you, when you're done with this bad apologetic, you're going to get crushed on it.
I'm just
again,
okay.
Sticks. It's up to you how buried you want to get.
Well, I want to respect what you believe. 1183. Okay, let's see. 1183. So when he says that, you believe that he's saying that God, he's saying, for the day that I, which I would be God, right? Like Jeremiah is saying, for the day that I, and I would be God, brought them would be the Hebrews, out of the land of Egypt. I did not speak to your fathers or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. Is that what I'm understanding?
What it says, I did not speak to your fathers or command them.
Okay. So
do you think Moses is one of the fathers? You know that Moses had children, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Do you know that God spoke to Moses and Aaron directly? Aaron is literally the father of the priesthood. All of the priests come from Aaron's loins.
Right, but who is Jeremiah talking to?
To be clear, Sticks, the father, that's the ancestor of the priest, the people doing the sacrifices, God spoke directly to. His name was Aaron.
Yes, no, I know. I read it too. You know,
it's the most straightforward literal contradiction that could ever be in the book. The
It's
literal forefather that was given charge of the offerings, God spoke directly to, which means when it says, in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, and I did not speak to them, referring to the fathers, if you read the literal version, that's just not true. He literally spoke to Aaron and Moses about the sacrifices, and then he brought 70 of them up on the mountain. I told you, listen, it's up to you how deep you want to get buried in this cope. This is not a good look.
Well, I mean, you're not really giving me a chance to talk, because you're saying, oh, I already know that. I know more than you. You can't explain yourself. Trust me, it's a contradiction. So I'm trying to understand why you think it's a contradiction.
Because it is a contradiction.
No, I have to tell you.
I did not speak to your fathers. Is Aaron not the father? Is Aaron not the father of the priesthood?
Aaron was the father of the priesthood.
Okay, and
he was the father of the Levitical priesthood.
And do all the Levites come from Aaron?
Ideally, yes.
Okay, fantastic. And who is Jeremiah's prophecy to?
It's a great question. So I'm going to be honest. I want to know why you think
who
it's a contradiction.
Is Jeremiah's prophecy to? You'll figure it out.
Okay, so this is titled Message at the Temple Gate. Came to Jeremiah from the word saying, stand in the gate of the Lord's house and proclaim there this word and say,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he's literally at the temple talking to the literal fucking priests, saying that I did not command your fathers about offerings and sacrifices the day you left Egypt. It's the craziest contradiction in the entire Bible. That's why I kept trying to tell you, don't do it. Don't walk this line. You're cooking yourself. You shouldn't have done it. I tried to help you.
No. Okay, let's challenge accepted. I'm gonna read this again and look over it and get back with you with an answer.
Fair enough.
But you know, yeah, I don't want to sit here and read the whole Jeremiah chapter and then be like, oh hey, welcome back. You know, like
Right.
But
Right.
so let's kind of pivot from contradiction.
Well, I got a lot of them. I could do a bunch of them.
Okay. Well, I'm curious. What's another one?
Okay. Bertram, thank you for the Viking. I really appreciate that. Let me grab. I'm gonna grab one that I don't often do, just to keep things interesting. Okay. Who is, according to Matthew chapter 1:11, who is the father of Jeconiah?
Matthew.
Matthew 1:11.
Okay.
We're in the genealogy of Jesus right now.
Ooh, okay. That's a tough one because there's two apostles that give genealogy to Jesus.
I know, and
well, Luke wasn't an apostle.
Or I'm sorry, not apostle, gospel. Yeah. So Luke gave a genealogy, and so did Matthew. And let's see, Matthew 15. Matthew 1:15.
Matthew 1:11.
Or 1:11, sorry.
Oh, did I say? Oh, hold on. Yeah, Matthew 1:11.
Okay. Josiah became the father of Jeconiah, also called Coniah, and Joachim, and his brothers at the time of the deportation, the exile to Babylon.
Right. So the father, yeah, the father of Jeconiah is listed as Josiah. We know who Josiah is, right? King Josiah.
He was mentioned in the Chronicles. Second Chronicles.
He mentioned in quite a few places. First Chronicles gives the lineage. If you go to chapter 3, First Chronicles 3:15 says the sons of Josiah are Johanan, the firstborn, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum. The descendants of Jehoiakim are Jeconiah, his son, and Zedekiah, his son, which means Jeconiah is the grandson of Josiah, not the son of Josiah. He forgot somebody. He got mixed up. Matthew did.
Oh, so you're saying that Matthew got the genealogy wrong?
Yep.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Does this give you enough reason to not believe there's a God?
No, this is unrelated to God. Like Christianity could be entirely untrue and there could still be a God. Now, there's no good reason to believe in a God, but whether or not Christianity is true is different than whether or not there's a God. They're two different questions.
Okay,
Christianity is just demonstrably not true because Jesus is a liar and a fraud that fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies.
What you believe?
No, I can prove it.
You can prove that Jesus was a liar.
Yep.
How can you do that?
It's easy.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go to John 3.
I'm writing these down. Matthew 11 and Jeremiah. Jeremiah 7 was the other one?
Yeah, 7:22.
7:22. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Jesus says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man."
Okay. And why do you believe that's a lie?
Because 2 Kings says that Elijah ascended into heaven in a fiery chariot.
He descended into the heavens, right?
Nope. It's just ascended.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it says heavens.
It's the same
Heavens
thing.
in the Oranos in the Greek, it's probably Oranos in John 3:13.
It is, yep.
Which is just which if you were to read the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Old Testament, when it says that Elijah was taken up into Hashemayim, the heavens, heaven is always in the plural in Hebrew. It would translate it as Oranos, the same Greek word.
Yeah.
So Oranos is used in Elijah ascending to heaven, and Oranos is also used.
Well, in the Greek Septuagint, it is.
Okay. Because
the only reason it's in the plural in the Hebrew Bible is because the word heaven is never in the singular in the Hebrew. It's always shemayim, even if it's like just the sky.
So that could mean just the sky, or do
that's
are
all
they
it
interchangeable?
means. The word there is a word for sky, to be sure, but the sky and the heavens are the same thing in the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's no such thing as outer space in the Bible.
There's a word for sky,
or like another dimension.
Like it's the same word as sky and heaven are interchangeable.
They're interchangeable.
You have like a cosmology where heaven could refer to the sky, to outer space, or to like this other dimension where Yahweh lives. For the ancients who wrote the Bible, God lived in the heavens above.
So you're saying because of that belief in the Jewish people, when they said that Elijah just ascended into heaven, is meaning that he didn't just go into the sky.
No, he did.
He went to be with God in heaven.
God is in the sky. That's the point. God lives in the sky. It says so in the Bible.
Right, but
there's no distant magical kingdom far away called heaven in the Bible.
Yeah. But this is getting off. This is getting off the point because again, Elijah ascends into the heavens. Jesus says no one has ascended into the heavens.
Right, he's saying that no one has been in heaven with the Father.
He didn't say that at all.
He
says no man has ascended into heaven.
Right.
The location of the Father is irrelevant.
I don't think it is. I mean, he's going where the Father is.
But he's in the sky. God lives in the sky according to the Bible.
No,
and by the way, Isaiah went there.
I'll just show you. Don't worry. I know Christians can't read the book. It literally says in Psalm 89, 6 or 7, who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? God is in the skies.
Justin, I'm not sitting here and, taking pop shots at you while I try to understand what you're saying. I would appreciate if you did the same thing for me. I wanna like respect what you're saying, and I want to do my due diligence and look the stuff up. But from what I've heard is that heaven is interchangeable to sky, and it's interchangeable
heaven is sky.
Well, I mean, if they said, "Hey, look up to the sky," they would say, or "There's a bird in the sky," they would say, "There's a bird in the heavens."
Yep. It literally says that. It says the birds fly through the heavens.
Right.
Genesis chapter 1. And that's where Yahweh lived.
Right. And it says, look up into the sky, and that's where God is. That's what they said.
Yeah. His home was just at the tip of it, on top of the firmament.
Right. And then they said, where is he? Right. And he goes, oh, you can't see him. Right.
No, of course not. He's on the other side of the firmament. Psalm 150 says so.
He's on the other side of the sky, or the realm of the sky.
He's at the
ancient Israelites,
the furthest tip of the sky. Go ahead, Don.
The ancient Israelites had a view of the world where the earth was a flat disc, and that there was a dome over this disc, and Yahweh lived right above the dome.
Right.
But they didn't really know.
That's what they believe. No one cares what they knew. They don't know anything. The book's all lies.
That's what their
But
Bible. That's what their Bible says.
The question is, what does
scriptures.
it say? The text says he lives there. Psalm 150, praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament. His sanctuary is the top of the firmament. That's why in Ezekiel, when Ezekiel goes to the edge of the firmament, that's where he meets God.
Yeah, but Elijah, he never died.
I know. He went up to heaven. I know. That's why Jesus is wrong.
Well, no, Jesus is saying nobody has, descended into heaven from death.
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
That's
no
what
one
he's
is
talking
into heaven.
That's not what he's talking about. He didn't say that.
That's what he's talking about. No
he didn't say that. Don't lie in the book. Sticks, you could have a good conversation, but you keep lying to me. The book doesn't say anything about that. It doesn't say anything about anyone dying.
Jesus' whole idea was that the Old Testament was, where
you're
we
gonna lie again. Don't say it. Sticks.
That we live under the law of sin and death.
They can't help themselves. Jesus didn't say that.
That's not it. Jesus, that was Paul.
Paul said that.
So you don't believe Paul is, saying anything that aligns with what Jesus said?
Paul and Jesus contradict each other at every turn.
Yeah, Jesus was very pro-Torah, and Paul had his own theology about the Torah, which wasn't unique to him, but it wasn't very pro-observance of the Torah.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus said that the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and that if you want to be most in the kingdom of heaven, you have to follow the law and teach others to follow the law.
I think the most direct contradiction between Paul and Jesus is Jesus says in Matthew 5:17, "I did not come to abolish the law," while Paul explicitly says that he abolished in his flesh the law. Yeah.
Is it just a direct contradiction? Jesus literally says, "I did not come to abolish the law." Paul, Ephesians 2:14 says that he abolished the law and all of its requirements.
Well, that's because Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice.
No, it's a contradiction.
Jesus never taught that either.
Yeah, again, you're superimposing stuff on Jesus that he never said.
It's interesting that you say that Jesus, supported the Torah, and Paul really didn't support the Torah.
Yeah,
because he was ministering to the Gentiles. He wasn't, trying to. He wasn't trying to save.
Observe the Torah too. By the way.
Right, but when Jesus came and he was ministering to the Jews, because he came for God's children. He came for the Jewish people. He didn't come for the Gentiles. They just surprised him when they had the faith they did, and he was like, wow, that's really great faith. I'm surprised that you have that faith, even though you're not children of God.
So
you're under the
belief that Jesus didn't expect the Gentiles to observe the Torah, but Jesus explicitly states after his resurrection, "Go into all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you," which would include everything he taught prior to his resurrection, including the observance of the Torah.
Because I don't think Paul was talking about abolishing the law. I think it's a misinterpretation. Because
are you out of your mind right now?
Paul,
you saying Paul didn't talk about the abolishment of the law?
No, he didn't.
Here, Sticks,
oh my God, Sticks, you're in deep trouble now. Oh my gosh.
There's so much, guys. There's so much.
How do you not know what's in your own book?
Paul comes from, a scholar of the Torah.
He certainly was not a scholar. He was a goof.
He studied under the most prominent priest.
Yeah, bullshit.
By the way, it's actually the apostles that makes the claim that Paul was a student of Gamaliel. He never makes that claim for himself, and in the Acts of the Apostles contradicts Paul on his own testimony several times.
All right, well, we'll read some Paul for you. Paul says in Ephesians, but now in Christ Jesus, you have once were far off, have been brought near by the blood of Christ. For he is our peace. In his flesh he has made both into one, and has broken down the dividing wall, that is the hostility between us. And I need one more verse. I need verse 15. Abolishing the law and its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity. So he's saying in order for the Jews and the Gentiles to be one humanity, we have to abolish the law, because the law was the dividing line preventing the non-Jews from joining in, which is why he says in Galatians 3:23, before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, which means now that Christ came, it's no longer necessary, which why he says in 1 Corinthians 9:20, he says, to the Jews I became a Jew in order to gain Jews, and to those under the law I became as one under the law, though I myself am not under the law, so that I might gain those that are under the law. So if Paul himself, a Jew of Jews, a Hebrew of Hebrews, is no longer under the law, then his statement in Ephesians 2:15 holds true that he has abolished the law.
Right, but he didn't say it's not that he's saying that he abolished the law where he's like destroying this law. It's no longer valid, because he says that we were under the law of sin and death, and then now we're under the law of the Spirit through Jesus Christ. Through
We're talking about the law of Moses.
Grace by faith. Right.
We're talking about the law of Moses.
Right, which is valid and is still valid
So
under the law of the Spirit.
No, Paul says it's abolished.
Sticks, what was Paul's position? Sticks, what was Paul's position on circumcision?
He didn't believe it was necessary.
That's part of the law. He said he literally said in Galatians, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Right. Well, and that's because people like the Jewish people were saying that the Gentiles had to be circumcised.
I know, because that's what the law says. The law says you have to get circumcised. So when Paul says you don't have to get circumcised, he's saying you don't have to follow the law. In fact, he says, don't get circumcised. If you get circumcised, then you're required to follow all of the law. And he doesn't want you to do that. He doesn't want you to follow this law.
Exactly. Right. Because then you would be under the law of sin and death, which is the law of the flesh.
Right. Paul doesn't want you to follow the law because he says it's abolished. But Jesus didn't say it was abolished. He says, I did not come to abolish the law.
I came to fulfill it.
Which is not abolish. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
But if you believe in Christ, then every part of the law that's in the Torah, that's in the Old Testament, that's all those things, and some of those things are no longer necessary, like sacrificial law. That's no longer necessary.
No, wrong. Wrong again.
Jesus actually commanded someone to participate in the sacrificial system after he healed the leper. He told him to go offer the sacrifices for the cured leprosy.
It was like Luke chapter 4 or 5.
Jesus hadn't died then yet. He hadn't given his life. He hadn't been the ultimate sacrifice yet.
Doesn't matter.
Observe all that I have commanded you. What does all mean?
It means everything.
And
okay, did Jesus in Matthew 23 verses 1-2 tell his disciples to do everything the Pharisees told them to do?
Yes.
Would that be part of his commandments?
Yes.
So to observe all that I've commanded you would be to include to obey everything the Pharisees say.
Yes, but in absence of putting your faith in Jesus.
They didn't say in absence of anything.
Because they didn't know that at the time.
It's crazy how much you have to lie on the book.
It's
even if you want to include faith
why
in
do you
Jesus,
call it lying?
the Pharisees,
because you keep adding stuff to the book that's not there.
I'm not adding to it. Y'all are pulling things out of the Bible.
Show me the verse that says the thing that you said.
Or Jeremiah.
Show me the verse. Show me the verse that says the thing you said it said.
No, my memory.
Sorry, Dalton. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're good, bud.
I didn't get to sleep till like 4 a.m. last night, so my brain's a little scattered and I'm a little slow tempered or hot tempered tonight.
And yet still cooking.
Here.
I had to
Okay.
wake up to go to the dentist. I was like, fuck, I'm awake. What are we going to do?
Romans 8.
Oh, no, you don't want to do this.
5.
Paul.
Romans 8:5. For the what would you want me to quote? If
I
you
want
don't
you to
want me to
Jesus.
quote Paul.
I
If
want
you
you to
don't want me
quote
to quote Paul.
I want you to
want me
quote the passage that you just made up 30 seconds ago. This doesn't say what you
Paul-
think it says.
Paul literally says, for those who are living according to the flesh, set their minds on things of the flesh, which gratify the body. But those who are living according to the Spirit, set their minds on the things of the Spirit.
What are you reading?
His will and purpose. Romans 8:5.
Oh,
So if you were living according to the Spirit, according to the prophet Ezekiel, you would be observing the law of God, because Ezekiel chapter 36, verses 25 through 27 says, I will give them a new heart and a new spirit. I will put my spirit within them to cause them to observe my laws, my commandments to keep them. So not observing the Mosaic law is not living according to the Spirit, according to Ezekiel.
No. He's saying that he will give you the Spirit. What Spirit is he talking about?
The Ruach HaKodesh.
The Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that will cause them to observe his commandments.
And Christ says that I will leave you with peace, which is a characteristic of the Holy Spirit. Christ literally says that.
Is this the non sequitur hour?
No,
this
it's
is
the
irrelevant.
Pentecost.
The question we're asking right now is whether or not people need to follow the law of Moses. That's the question on the board right now.
The only thing people have to do is they have to trust in Jesus as
I'm
their
not saying
Lord and
required.
Savior.
I'm not saying required. I'm saying, what does God want you to do? Does he want you to follow the law or not?
He wants you to believe in his Son.
Does he want you to follow the law?
What did Jesus
through his
teach?
Son. Through his
Does he
Son,
want you to follow the laws of Moses?
He said that he wants you to love God with all
Does
your
he
heart,
want
mind.
you to follow the
Yes.
laws of Moses? Okay, so
Yes, he
if
wants you to
God
follow
wants
the
you to follow the law of Moses,
Good
then
grief, man.
that means Paul is wrong.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because he says the law is no longer in effect. He says it's abolished.
No, but he didn't. He's not talking about the law.
Oh, words
being
don't mean words.
abolished.
That's right. Abolished doesn't mean abolished
words,
now.
Words still mean words, but they can still be confusing.
Words are meaningless to
context.
Christians. They mean nothing to you people.
That's a fallacy.
That's not a fallacy. That's an insult.
And I could say that the unseen mean nothing to you.
You'd be correct. Unseen means nothing to me. I don't believe in unseen things. That's not that's not an insult. That's a truthful claim.
And the Bible actually calls God the God of the seen and the unseen. And Jesus even says the seen
the Bible
and
is
the
bullshit,
unseen.
so no one cares yet.
There's a reason why people say that Christianity is the religion about Jesus and not the religion of Jesus, because Christians aren't actually doing the things that Jesus commanded. They are following after Paul and not Jesus.
How are we not? Okay, so if I don't sacrifice goats, am I not doing what Jesus said?
Correct, because Jesus said, "Whoever breaks the least of these commandments."
He is the Lamb of God.
It doesn't matter. No, you're not quoting. You're not quoting Jesus. Sticks. You're not quoting Jesus. Sticks.
Why
You
would he
can't keep
call the sacrificial Lamb of God?
You can't keep quoting not Jesus.
Why did he said
Sticks,
that he was
I don't
the
know.
sacrificial Lamb of
Sticks.
God?
Just take a deep breath. You can't quote somebody other than Jesus and place that on Jesus's teachings. He's talking. Dalton was talking about Jesus's teachings. You can't keep saying that Jesus's teachings don't mean what they mean because Paul said something.
No,
Jesus said, "Whoever breaks the least of these commandments and teaches others to do so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven."
Right. Why did he say that?
Because he wants you to follow the law.
Because he wanted his followers to observe.
No,
yeah.
It's obvious.
No. And why did he say that no one has been saved from the law? If he's saying
Jesus didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
Prove it. Show me the verse.
I will pull that up.
Prove it.
He said no one is good but God. He didn't say you can't observe the Torah. He said if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments.
Yeah, the rich young ruler. He said, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" And he says, "Keep the commandments."
Just when I was part of the Hebrew roots, this was my favorite debate topic.
I mean, it's a great topic.
Oh,
it's the easiest topic to cook Christianity on because Christianity can't even figure out within itself.
Fun. And I'm writing down all the things you're saying, so I'm
Mhm.
I'm going to do my diligence and study this stuff. I'm not just going to try to
Yeah.
be.
Paul, when he writes to the Galatians in chapter 4, is literally chastising them for following the Jewish festivals. You are observing special days and months, seasons and years. I'm afraid that my work for you has been wasted.
Hold on, let me pull up that verse. No one is saved by the law.
Meanwhile, Jesus observed that WWJD
Matthew
used to
5:20.
mean
Thank God.
keep the Torah.
It's definitely WWPD.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Matthew 5:20. Please be it.
That is not going to help you. That's going to cook you even worse.
No, shut up.
But
Let's
you're
see.
not going to like Matthew 5:20 at all.
Okay. Come on. Okay, here it is. Matthew 5:20. Immediately they left their nets and
That's
followed
not
him.
Matthew 5:20.
Oh, holy shit! No, sorry.
That's 420.
My bad. Let's see. For I say to you that unless your righteousness, your uprightness and moral essence is more than that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Right. Now read the
What
verse just
translation are you
preceding
reading?
that.
So whoever breaks one of the least important of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least important in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches them, he will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Sounds like the NLT. Is that the NLT?
No, it's the Amplified.
Oh.
They're cousins. Okay. So, according to verses 19 and 20,
Cousins? Oh my God. Why would you say that?
no, I mean they're both in the vein of dynamic equivalent translation. It's not important. So,
I
Yeah.
was just wondering. It's funny without context.
I know it's all right. Okay, so verse 19, Jesus says that if you don't follow the commandments and you teach others not to follow commandments, you'll be least
Right.
in the kingdom of heaven. But if you want to
Right.
be great, you have to follow the commandments. Then he says, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you won't enter the kingdom of heaven, which is directly tied to following the commandments.
Yeah. That's not the verse I was looking for. There is one that says no one is saved by the law.
Paul might
Not
have
from
said something like
Jesus.
that, but not Jesus.
I'm sure it was Jesus.
Was not. That's
By
why
the way,
this
Luke
contradiction
says the
is.
exact-
Go ahead.
I was saying Luke says the exact opposite about Zechariah and his wife, that they were both righteous according to all that was written in the law of Moses.
Yeah, which is
Well,
another
that's-
great concept because Paul says in Romans 3:23 that no one is righteous. Literally, just got to flip a couple books back and you got Zachariah and Elizabeth.
So what that means, that no one is righteous, means that nobody was saved by the law. Nobody was
He didn't
able
say
to do the
saved.
law completely. Nobody was able to.
Well, that's wrong. That's a lie.
Nobody
Zachariah and
actually.
Elizabeth did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. Sticks, when are you going to
Here.
realize we've actually read the book? Come on, man.
No.
Why do you do this to yourself?
No, man, I'm telling you.
Every time we say the Bible says it, you can
there
guarantee
is not
that it says
one
it.
person on the earth that is not a sinner.
Oh my God! All right.
Listen,
Well,
in Luke 1:5, in the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah. His wife was a descendant from the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord.
Right, but this isn't Jesus saying this, right?
I'm
No,
sorry.
it's the gospel.
Is Luke in error? Is Luke wrong about what happened with Zachariah and Elizabeth?
And when I was Catholic, we used to stand when the gospel was read. But no,
Yeah.
in
We
other
still
kinds
do.
of Christianity, it's like Paul over the gospels.
What is this? Luke what? Luke. Let me write it
Luke
down. Luke
1, 5, and 6.
Luke 1, 5 through 6. All right, 5 and 6. Why do y'all know so much about the Bible?
Because we're ex-Christians. The reading the Bible is what led us to being ex-Christians, because it's just clearly and demonstrably not true.
Wait, y'all were Christians?
Yep.
And then, oh, okay, wow.
I have practiced Protestantism, Catholicism, and Judaism. I've been
Dalton,
around.
he went to the buffet.
Well, that was good of you. I guess, to give it all a try.
And to be sure, Sticks, the reason why this is such a difficult conversation on your end is because Dalton's well-studied, and I went to Bible college and seminary. I'm well-studied. And if I tell you it's in the book, you better rest assured I know it's in the book.
Yeah. So what did they tell you in seminary when you brought these questions to them?
They do a lot of hand waving, and the reality is in most classes you don't talk about this kind of nonsense. In most classes, so to be sure, seminary is not a training ground for this is the theology that you have to learn. Seminary is a training ground to teach people how to develop theology on their own. You learn the history, you learn the culture, you learn your languages, you learn proper hermeneutical methods, and then they enable you to go take the book yourself and interpret it and come up with the theology. If you went to a seminary that teaches you what to believe, then you went to the wrong seminary.
No, I've never been to seminary. I've only just read my Bible, but I read it with God is a God of loving kindness and mercy, and my life is a testimony to that. In the days of Herod, the great king of Judea, there was a certain priest whose name was Zacharias, of the division of Abijah. His wife was a descendant of Aaron, the first high priest of Israel, and her name was Elizabeth. They both were righteous, approved in the sight of God, walking blamelessly in all the commandments and requirements of the Lord.
So they were righteous.
So, right. So what makes them blameless? What makes them righteous?
They followed all the commandments of the Lord, all the commandments of Moses.
Okay. Was Job righteous? Was he a righteous man?
Job was righteous. In fact, it says that he's tamim. He's without fault. He's blameless.
Same word was used for Noah in chapter 6 of Genesis.
Then why at the end of Job, does he say, I'm going to go just from what I've read, to understand Job from my perspective, is that he went to his friends and pretty much had a very strong faith in God, but he still wanted to question why God did all these things to him.
So
he still wanted to go. He wanted to go to God, and then God tells him, who are you to question me? I am the God of the behemoth. I don't think. Well, that's true. Well, maybe because he tested God.
That's not a sin.
By the way, that's not testing God. That's just questioning God.
Yeah, to be sure, that's not testing God, by the way.
Why does Jesus, whenever he's in the desert, or I'm sorry, the wilderness? I guess it is a desert. And he gets confronted by the devil, and the devil tells him
because he's a goof.
And just listen.
I know. He said if.
Right, he says, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
That's right, which is a quotation of what?
It's in the Bible.
Torah.
I know. Where do you think it comes from?
Well, let me find it.
By the way, again, Job was not tempting the Lord his God. He was just asking why. Tempting God would be like, Lord, I don't believe you, give me a sign. Like Gideon.
But he was still questioning God's reason.
For no one cares. God fucked up his whole fucked up his whole life for no reason. He's allowed to do that. Somebody comes by, kills your entire family, all of your servants. You've done nothing wrong, and he literally destroys your life you're allowed to
Wait,
go, hey,
Justin.
what are you doing?
Wait, Justin, you literally just said that you need to study the book. Christians need to read their Bible. And then whenever I go to the Bible and say, well, this is what, God said, and this is what Job said, you say, nobody cares.
Because it's irrelevant.
Well, why is it irrelevant?
Because
Job is a righteous man.
I
Right,
know,
Job is a righteous
questioning
man. But then God,
questioning why God tortured Job is not a sin. That's what that's what any normal human being would expect.
But at the very end of Job's torture, which God told Satan that he could do whatever he wanted with Job, just don't kill him. And at the end of that,
God told
Job
him to
starts to be like, why am I even alive? If
what?
If I had to live in this suffering?
Why is that a sin?
Right.
Show me the sin.
And
Sticks, show me the sin.
It's not a sin, but it is an.
So he didn't commit any sins.
It is an evidence that at the time of that going on, he was not a righteous man.
No, it was.
He fell on his face and he said, "Forgive me,
he
Lord."
was righteous.
Yeah, righteous men ask God
what sin did he commit?
Right.
What sin did he commit?
He questioned God.
That's not a sin.
It's in the Torah that thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
Tempting is not questioning.
He's tempting Judaism, God.
That's not what that word means.
He's tempting him with his own reason.
No, he's not.
He's saying, yes,
God can't be. James chapter 1. God can't be tempted.
Right, but Job does it anyway.
Judaism,
no, he doesn't. He can't.
Judaism,
it's impossible for Job to tempt God. God can't be tempted according to James chapter 1.
And I agree with you. But I also believe that if you're going to do it, God doesn't want a righteous man to tempt God.
No, you can't do it. It's impossible. If God can't be tempted, then you can't be guilty of tempting God.
You can tempt God. God can't be tempted.
No, you can't. So, and to be sure, the commandment to not tempt God, the commandment to not tempt God comes from Deuteronomy 6. Do you know what that's referring to?
No.
Okay. It says, "You shall not tempt the Lord your God, comma, as you tempted him in Massah." It's referring to a specific event where the Israelites grumbled and rebelled against the Lord.
Yeah, but that's like saying, that what he says is only for that specific time.
I didn't say that.
Where's Massah?
It's when the Lord sends the serpents to go destroy the Israelites, when they're complaining about what God has done with them and asking.
Okay. And then he pulls up the stick and he has the snake and people look at it, they're healed, right?
Yeah, God's anger is kindled because the Israelites are stiff-necked, stubborn people that refuse to obey or trust.
Yeah.
That's what it means to tempt the Lord. It doesn't mean that you question why you as a righteous person is receiving the worst treatment of any human being ever alive.
Do they teach at seminary that Job was not a sinner?
Yeah, it's obvious.
It's not though, because every man is born into sin. Every man is born into sin.
Not according to the Hebrew Bible.
By the way, seminary is not really there to teach you like what to believe about the Bible. It just teaches you like basic theology and language courses and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
again, you don't go to
Greek.
You don't go to seminary to be told what theology is. Or you don't go to seminary to be told what theology to believe. Unless you're Catholic. Catholics kind of do that. But not as much anymore.
So Job was chosen by Satan because he was the faithful. He was like this faithful man to God.
No, he was chosen by God.
Wasn't chosen by... Yeah. God's the one who kind of set up the whole situation. Satan didn't bring up Job. It was God who said, "Hey, have you noticed my servant Job?"
God pointed him out.
Right, but then Satan said, "Oh, well, he only does that because you give him everything."
Well, God pointed him out first.
Yeah, but God only...
the point of the accuser is to accuse the brethren, and when the accuser comes before God, God goes, "Hey, what about that fucker down there? What about that guy?" God
Right.
set Satan on him.
No, he didn't. Satan
He
sent himself.
did.
No, God said, "What about this guy? What concerning Job? What do you think of his faith?" And then Satan says, "Oh, he just believes in you because you give him everything." And he says, "Okay, well, if that's true, let's put it to the test. You do whatever you want to do with Job." And and he goes through all these different like phases, and
I think you've missed the
at the end
plot, Sticks. Why would God point out Job? What's his goal in doing that?
to show what a faithful man looks like.
No, wrong again. He's pointing out the person that needs to be accused next. Have you considered my servant Job? Why would he be considering Job? He's considering Job as a subject to accuse.
So he's saying, accuser, this is the next one you should accuse.
That's right. And then,
and why?
And then God
and what
makes
was
a bet.
his point? And what was his point of doing that? You
To
don't
win
just
a bet.
accuse somebody for nothing.
He did.
Right. And what was the bet?
No, God didn't accuse him.
No, but what was the bet that God wanted to win?
The bet was that he would still worship the Lord. He would still not do wrong. And it came true.
Be faithful.
Exactly. He was still faithful, which means he never sinned, which means God won the bet, which means he wasn't a sinner.
I believe that if Job never took his whole like being and threw it before God and said, "I am sorry, please forgive me."
He did say that. He did say that.
Right. And if he didn't, God would not have done what he did because it was that action
by the way,
that caused Job to be restored.
He has nothing to apologize for.
He did.
I think
No, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't sin.
I think one of the biggest problems here is that Sticks has this
ahead.
presupposition from his Christian theology that if you like sin once or whatever, suddenly you're no longer a righteous person, and like you need like an animal sacrifice of some kind.
Unless you're chosen by God,
which is not the theology of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, and to be sure,
unless you're chosen by God,
Sticks, that's not in the Hebrew Bible. Stop lying on it. So what Dalton is saying is that according to the actual,
how is that not in the Hebrew Bible?
You'll find out. Just listen. According to the actual law of Moses, if you sin, all you have to do is one of the various prescribed methods of getting your sin forgiven. Sometimes it's just as simple as praying.
Right.
You can
There
simply
was
pray for
ritual,
forgiveness,
sacrifice,
and you would still be righteous. To be righteous doesn't mean that you've never sinned once in your life. To be righteous means that when you do sin, you ask for the forgiveness for that sin, which is why it says of David. Hold on, it says of David in 2 Kings chapter 15, I believe, that the only sin he ever committed, the only commandment of God that he ever violated was when he had the Bathsheba incident. But if you actually read the story of King David, he committed all kinds of sins. That wasn't the only sin he committed. The difference and the reason why the Bible says that David was still righteous, even though he was with sin, is because he gave the repentance. No, because he gave repentance for his sins. Being righteous has nothing to do with whether or not you've lived a perfect sinless life.
That just proves my point with Job. If Job didn't fall, yes, if Job didn't, you just said that David did all these things, right? He did all these sins and atrocities,
and he was still righteous.
And yet he was still righteous. Why? Because he was chosen by God. And
wrong again. He wasn't righteous because he was chosen by God. The book doesn't say that. Sticks. The book doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that he was chosen by God.
It doesn't say he was righteous because he was chosen by God.
No, the Old Testament is about men who are chosen by God that God is faithful to.
Sticks.
And
Your words.
Unwaver that faithfulness.
Hey, pay attention. Your words were that he was righteous because God chose him. That is not in the book. Find that verse for me.
Okay.
If anything, it's the exact opposite. God chooses people because they're righteous.
I mean, then where does he start, right? Like he has all these, genealogies going on that have like this son sins, and then this son does right in God's eye,
and then also people who are righteous. Like, to be sure, during the times of Elijah, God made it very clear that there were 10,000 men who had never bowed their knees to Baal. Like, there's always a righteous remnant in Israel.
Right, and I mean, God deals with those who worshipped Baal or Peor or whoever, because you know, he's a God of justice as well. But you know, righteous men are righteous in your eyes because they follow the Torah.
No, according to the Hebrew Bible, they're righteous because they follow the Torah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And also the book, Gospel of Luke.
Right. So according to what the Bible says, a righteous man is someone who follows the Torah. I guess you could say the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
then
the New Testament as well.
So if they're sitting here and saying that, you know, oh, we followed all these commands, we did all these things, which very few did. It was like a remnant of people that actually, you know, the Bible states that these were righteous men, right? And when they sin, they go and they sacrifice a lamb or they do whatever, right? That because
Or
they
they
are
just
going to
repent.
sin, right? Or they repent, right? Because it is inevitable that they're going to do that because of their nature, you know. Then
Because
God
of their
says,
nature.
yes, because of their sinful
Original
nature.
sin's not in the Old Testament. It's a New Testament concept.
No, I don't believe that at all.
It
And
is.
let me tell you what. Let me tell you
Yeah,
what.
what does God say to Cain? Sin crouches at the door and it seeks to be your master, but you can
Be a
overcome it.
master over it. He says, but you must be a master of it.
He said you
And
can overcome it.
right, you can if you are a master of it.
No, it just says that sin crouches at the door. It wants to be your master, but you can overcome it.
Right.
Was he lying
You
to
need.
Cain?
No, he wasn't. But okay, so like this is how I understand the fall of man. Is that there was the fruit in the garden, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, right? I mean, we can agree with that because that's in
Okay,
the
so
Bible.
far so good.
Okay, good. So if you take and eat the fruit, you're not going to do what the serpent says. You're not going to be like God, knowing the difference between good and evil. You will know good and evil, but you're only going to do right by what's in your eye. You're not going to do right what's in God's eye because you have no idea what's going on and what God sees as right or wrong. He lays that out in the Torah. He says, these are the things that are right and these are the things that are wrong, you know, regarding all these different things. And if you stray from these, if you go away from my commandments, then you're gonna start manipulating, twisting, perverting the law into what you believe is right, what you
Sure,
believe
but
is.
he also makes it very clear in the Torah that these laws and commandments are easy to practice. Deuteronomy chapter 30 verse 11. This law which I give you today is not too difficult for you. It's not in heaven that you need someone to go up and get it for you. It's not across the sea that you need someone to cross the sea to get it for you. Rather, the word is near you, in your heart and in your mind, that you may do it.
What verse is that?
Deuteronomy 30.
Deuteronomy 30,
Yeah,
11.
30. He says it's easy.
Yeah.
What verse? 30:11.
30:11.
Let me write that down. Oh my gosh.
By the way, while
I'm
he's
really.
looking for that, look at this, Justin. I got this is my old yarmulke from back in the day, and I even have my book called The Divine Code, which is the book on how to observe the Noahide laws.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I love it.
And of course, I still have my rosary from when I was Catholic. I keep all the memorabilia.
It's history. It's history.
Okay,
This
I
is the
found
Philbro. This is the Philbro rosary because it's a Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, of course. Of course, it's Aquinas rosary.
Well, I just want to tell you guys that I really enjoyed talking with you, but I did find the verse. It's Deuteronomy 30:11. For this commandment, which I am commanding you today, is not too difficult for you, nor is it out of reach. It is not a secret hidden in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us and bring it to us, so that we may hear it and obey it. nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross the sea for us, bring it to us. So why does he say that it's not difficult?
Because it's not.
Because it's not. Listen, like there's only 613 laws in the Torah, and you as a man, you're a man, and if you're married or not married, that means you only have to observe the laws pertaining to men, and the laws pertaining to married men. Those aren't like very many laws, and you follow more laws as an American every day, subconsciously without even trying. So the Torah is not difficult. Only Christians believe that the law is impossible to keep. Jewish people will tell you that it's not that difficult.
But the Jewish people, if they were honest, would say that they still sin, right?
Sure,
Like,
but that doesn't mean that they're not righteous, because in Judaism and in the Hebrew Bible, if you don't have sacrifices to offer in the temple, all you have to do is make repentance, and God will forgive you of your sin. No need for a sacrifice.
well, I will say that the Jewish people are some of the most religious people I've ever seen. You know, the reverence they have for God is pretty amazing. And I understand that a righteous man is defined by, following God's laws and commandments, right? But if God's commandment was that, he wants us to be saved by grace through faith, through his son, Christ.
That wasn't God's commandment.
That's Paul. Yeah, but God nor Jesus ever said that. That was something that Paul introduced into the theology.
I really don't like Paul at all.
Well,
why don't you like Paul?
The problem you have
it's not
here,
that I don't like Paul.
The problem is
It's
you
not
keep
that I
saying
don't like the
God
man.
said, and then you quote
Yeah.
not God.
Okay.
And by the way, it's not that we don't like Paul. I
yeah.
actually love reading Paul's work from a purely scholarly perspective, but I mean, the man had a different theology than everyone else in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And you never thought that Paul had that same or that different theology because he was speaking to a different people. He was speaking to the Gentiles.
No, he just he followed a very niche brand of Pharisaic Judaism that happened to teach this idea. I mean, there are some Pharisees, even in the Talmud, that taught that, when the Messiah would come, that the Torah would be abolished. But it's very niche. The majority view in Judaism, the view that Jesus would have held to, was that the Torah was forever.
Okay. Let me circle back. Oh, it's almost 11. God. Okay. So with Job being a righteous man, he puts his face down on God. I just had it. Dang it. I would have looked up Deuteronomy. Let me go back real quick. I know where it is now because I found it. Job's confession. He says, Then Job answered the Lord and said, I know that you can do all things, and that no thoughts or purpose or yours can be restrained. You said to me, who is that darkens and obscures counsel by words without knowledge? You said to me, who is this that darkens and obscures counsel by words without knowledge? Basically being a false witness. Therefore I now see I have rashly uttered that which I did not understand, things too wonderful for me which I did not know. Here, please, and I will speak. I will ask you, and you instruct and answer me. I had heard of you only by the hearing of the ear, but now my spiritual eyes see you. Therefore I retract my words and hate myself, and I repent in dust and ashes. So what is Job confessing? He's confessing his sin against God.
He didn't sin.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't sin.
He was literally being a false witness to God.
No, he wasn't.
What
sin did he commit? What do you think false witness even means? That's a court term.
He was taking God's, entire power and might and authority, and he was questioning it. Because
you're allowed to do that. There's no sin against that.
Yeah, but Judaism
actually encourages it.
Yeah, but he was questioning it to the point of, why are you doing this to me? And God
Because he
literally
didn't
goes,
do anything wrong. God fucked him up and he didn't do anything wrong. You're
but
allowed to
then,
do that. That's the whole point of the story is I'm going to fuck up this guy that did nothing wrong and see what happens. That's the whole point of the story
well,
is the
if
guy
that
who
was,
was righteous gets his ass kicked for no reason.
but if that was the point, then why did God say, who are you? Are you the one who teaches the deer how to frolic through the forest? And are you the one who can command the behemoth and the
No,
leviathan?
So
no.
what?
Notice
Why?
that God never. Notice that God never accuses Job of like breaking any commandment, though.
But he's still asking him, who are you to question me?
Yeah,
He
that's
he
fine, but he's not
right,
accusing him of breaking any law of God.
right. And
You
but
you
the
haven't
reason
articulated a single law that he broke.
Jesus addresses this on the Sermon on the Mount. He talks about that sin
Je-
is not just an action, it is
Jesus
a
has nothing to
thought.
do with this.
In
The law of
in
Moses
your
wasn't
mind,
uttered by Jesus. The law of Moses was uttered by Moses. What law of Moses did he break?
he in his mind, he he stopped having faith that
That's
God
not
was
a
a God of
law.
loving
Show me the
kindness,
law. Show me the
that
law.
God was
Show me the law
it,
where it says that. Show me a law where it
it,
says that's a sin.
the first commandment. You know that you should love
You
God
shall
with
have
all
no
your
other gods
heart.
before me.
No,
That's
the
Deuteronomy 6:4 or
no,
six
the
five.
commandment where you love God with all your heart, your mind,
Deuteronomy
and
6.
right. And that's the commandment that he broke, because he didn't
He didn't.
in his mind he started questioning whether God, is doing these things just because he's God and he can do anything he wants to his ants.
Questioning and loving is not the same thing. And God himself says that God blames Satan. He says he still persists in his integrity, though you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. God destroyed Job for no reason and then blamed it on the devil.
The devil destroyed Job. God
No,
said,
God told him to.
No, God said,
Sticks,
consider my.
why are you still lying to me? God gave
It's why are
Satan the
you still
God
misinterpreting the Bible?
God pointed him out. Said, "What about this fucker over here?" And
Right, but
Satan
he
said,
didn't
"Well,
say it
listen."
that way.
He said,
He
"Listen,
didn't say he
if you
didn't
take what he
say
has, he'll curse
fucker.
you."
It's not in the Bible.
And then God said, "Go fuck him up."
Yeah, but God didn't say fucker. He said,
It
consider my
doesn't matter.
servant.
It
Yes,
doesn't
it does.
matter. He said you can go
It
kick his
does.
ass.
No, he said, consider my
No,
servant
he said
Job.
you can go torture him.
But he said, consider my servant Job.
He says you can go torture him. The fire of God left the heavens and killed his servants. God sent fire himself from the heavens to kill the servants.
It was the devil
Verse
who was given
16.
authority to
6,
do
verse
whatever
16.
he wanted to Job.
He doesn't have any authority until God tells him what to do. Verse 16, chapter 1.
He doesn't have any.
Verse,
He doesn't have any.
verse
He doesn't have.
16. What's it say?
Oh my gosh. Job 16. All right, we're back. 116?
Yep.
Okay, give me 1 second. 116. While he was still speaking, another messenger who came and said, the fire of God, lightning, has fallen from the heavens and has burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them, and I alone have escaped to tell you. That's just a servant giving his accountants.
Well, it doesn't say
He's
lightning.
an eyewitness to fire coming out of the sky. Of course he's going to blame God.
It didn't say lightning. It says the fire of God fell from heaven. Did the fire of God fall from heaven?
To that witness's testimony, yes.
Okay, so God sent fire from heaven to kill some of the servants. He participated in the murdering of the people.
To that servant's understanding, yes.
What a crazy ass apologetic you have to pull now to say that the author of Job randomly inserted a lying slave for no reason.
He's not lying.
Yeah.
The amount of lies you have to tell yourself as a Christian to still believe in this bullshit is crazy.
He's not lying.
And then you get up on a live stream in front of 3,000 people and lie to people who actually have read the book. When God was the one who slayed him, he said so. He says, You incited me to
because the
slay
devil
him
couldn't do anything without the authority of God to do it.
which means God is in charge of it. God's the one that caused him to get his ass
Because
kicked.
God gave him the authority to do it.
I know. God did it. God's in charge. He's the one in charge of kicking Job's ass.
Okay, so you are putting God accountable for what happened to Job.
You said he's accountable. Those words left your mouth.
Yes, and I'm still standing on that God is accountable for what happened to Job.
I agree.
All the way to the end where he restored him because of his faith.
Because of his faith, the thing you just said he didn't have, and that was a sin.
No,
now you're lying again. It's
no,
crazy how many lies you have to get yourself mixed up in here is crazy. I'll never understand why a Christian will literally get up here and lie and lie and lie. You lie like a rug.
You think you know the truth. Which is
I know
crazy.
what the words say.
Premise is prove me wrong.
I know what the words say.
You can't prove anything in this life.
This conversation has proven. This conversation has proven that you haven't read your book and you don't know how words work, and you're willing to lie about it.
I will tell you that I am not lying, and that I do need to.
You
read
are
more.
lying.
No, I'm not lying. I do need to read more.
Just to be sure, God tortured an innocent man.
If you want to look at it that way, yes.
Yeah, you think that's a good thing for God to torture an innocent person just to see what'll happen?
Does he leave the man tortured?
Do you think it's a good thing?
Does he do the act without the prestige?
Do you think it's a good? Do you think it's a good thing?
Make the thing disappear and not make it come back again?
Sticks.
He restores him over.
The more you talk, the dumber it looks. The dumber it looks.
Oh my God! Why do you always insult my intelligence? I've not once insulted yours. I have just listened to you and understood what you're saying.
I didn't insult your intelligence. I said that the more you say, the dumber it looks. Because you can't torture somebody and then still be good if you pay them back for it later. If I find somebody on the street and I spend the next 3 years kicking his ass, it's not retribution. It's not payback when later I give him a bunch of money and set him up in a nice house. The shit that I did to him is still horrific. You can't pay somebody back for the abuse that you put on them.
I still think that you're trying to justify what God did by what you think is right and what you would do. You know what I mean? Like,
is it justified to torture an innocent person?
Let's say that you had to prove to the devil that
your
servant was faithful.
To torture an innocent person?
I already answered your question.
Is it justice
I'm also
to torture
you
an innocent person?
I'm also asking you a question.
No, because your question is going to be long-winded, and I just need a yes or no. Is it justice to torture an innocent person?
Whose justice?
Is it just, under the definition of justice in the dictionary, to torture an innocent person for crimes they haven't committed?
For another human being
for crimes they haven't committed. Okay, so you're a moral relativist.
What do you mean?
You're a moral relativist. If it's okay for one person to do it, not for another person to do it, then
God
you're
is
a moral
not a
relativist.
person.
He is.
God
He's
is
three
not a-
persons.
No, he is a deity. He's a God. He's outside of time and space.
So God has no
He's not a-
personhood?
He's not a
Holy
human.
fuck, God has no personhood?
No, God has personhood, but he is not a human being. He's
But
not.
then
God-
it doesn't matter. You
we
still
didn't-
believe in relative morals. You believe that it applies to one entity and not another entity. You don't believe in objective morals.
I don't put those entities in the same category.
It doesn't matter. Those are the definitions of the words. You believe in subjective morals.
I would not say that I put God in a box with humans and say he's supposed to be,
It doesn't
doing
matter.
exactly what we
The
do.
box is
Yes, it
irrelevant. We're
does.
talking about the definition of words.
No,
What does the word objective mean?
Objective means that it's absolute.
No. Try again.
That, like, if I were going to say objective, I would say, let's say, we all have hearts. We all have human hearts beating in our chest. That's
Nope, that's not the definition.
Statement.
That's
That
not
is an
the
objective
that's not the
statement.
definition of objective.
Oh my gosh, I'll look up it because you love that.
It's completely stance independent. It's mind independent. It's not dependent on anyone's thoughts.
The Oxford definition is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions, based on facts, impartial, meaning not designated by any single mind.
it's not influenced by personal feelings, opinions, or biases based on observational facts.
Right. Which means it's not relative. It can't be true for one person and not true for another person. So
But
if
what I'm
morals
arguing,
if morals apply to one individual and not to another individual, then that's moral relativism. That's subjective morals.
yeah, but that would say that you would be saying that if someone came up to me and said, "Hey, look, I read from the Bible that it's okay to punish this person as long as I give him more than I take away," and I'm like, "Oh, no, don't do that. That's wrong." And you go, "But God did it, right? You know, and that's the God we worship. So why don't we do that? Because you're not God.
It doesn't
You know?
matter.
Yeah,
That's
you're
not
not a
even
God
that's
of
not
loving
even
kindness
related
and
to what
mercy.
that's not even related to what we're talking about right now. We're talking about whether or not you believe in relative morals or objective morals.
I believe that there are relative morals inside every person who believes what's right in their own eye.
Okay, so you
And then
don't
I
have
believe
objective morals.
I believe that there's an objective morality that comes from
There's
God.
not. That's not that's the definition of subjective. If it comes from God, it's subjective. It's subject to the mind of God.
No,
I will never
God's
understand why words are so hard for Christians. If it's objective, it's always true no matter what. There's no exception. There will never be an exception to an objective moral. It can't be
right.
an exception for
Thou shalt
God
not,
because
thou
then it's
shalt,
subject. It's not objective anymore.
right. Thou shalt not murder. That's an objective morality.
Not for God.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's these laws are not for God. They're for us.
You've already stated that God can do anything he wants.
He is the creator of us. He could do whatever he wants with us.
Then you don't have objective morals. If God gets to do whatever he wants and he doesn't have to follow the same morals as we do, he has a different set of morals. That's moral relativism. Just be honest for 5 seconds and let the words leave your mouth. I don't have objective morals. I have moral relativism. You believe in divine command theory.
Let me see. I'm not gonna say I do unless I read it for myself.
Why do Christians claim that God's morals are objective when the Bible never makes that claim?
Because they want to force these objective morals on you, and the only way to do that is by demanding that they're objective.
They are objective.
Then slavery is objectively moral. Then
no, it's not.
God says you can own slaves.
God says that you can own slaves for a period of time.
He didn't say that.
Right.
Gentile slaves
you can own.
Sticks, why do you keep lying on the book? Sticks, I'm not going to go easy on you. Every time you lie on this book, I'm going to fucking cook you on it. Leviticus 25:44. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And in the Hebrew, it literally ends with le'olam, meaning property forever. He says you can own people as property forever. And Sticks, now would be the moment, if you have even one chance to redeem yourself in this long conversation for the audience watching, now is the time to be honest and stop lying on the text. Everyone here has read this text 500 times. You're the only one looking at it for the first time. We all know that this is slavery.
I'm not looking. I've read my Bible. I don't think I'm reading it for the first time. I just haven't studied it as well as y'all have.
So now's a moment. If you want to earn any respect at this moment, you're going to read Leviticus 25:44 through 46. And admit that this is God allowing his people to do slavery.
Maybe next time. But it's Leviticus 25:44.
44 through 46.
46. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. I gotta let you go, guys. It's getting late, but
you didn't even read it.
Oh, okay, all right. But I have to go to bed after this.
30 seconds. Read it.
All right. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. So this is talking about immigrants, right, into Israel, or aliens.
Anyone who's not an Israelite.
Right. You may also acquire them from among the alien residents with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. Okay, so he's saying that you can have male and female slaves whom you have, it is from the nations around you, okay, that you may acquire, okay. And then he says that you can also have aliens, residents with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for the fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. But I mean, they get exiled so many times because they keep falling away from God's commandments. They keep doing evil on the side of the Lord. So,
Irrelevant.
I mean, they eventually are slaves
no one,
to other countries.
Yeah, no one cares about that. The question is, does this verse allow for God's people to own slaves?
At the time of that
Did
governance,
did it say
yes.
at the time?
This is the governance of Israel in the Promised Land.
This is the law of Moses. We
Right,
already had this whole conversation
Right,
about
which
whether or
this is
not whether or not God and Jesus said the law was temporary or permanent.
At
Both
that
God
time
both God and Jesus stated that the law was
Okay.
permanent.
At that time, yes.
It didn't say at that time.
This is between, like, you have moral law, you have
No.
ritual law, and
Nope.
you have civical
That
law.
that division doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. You'll
Why
never
not?
find it.
Yeah,
It doesn't exist.
You don't get that
What?
division of the law until you get to Thomas Aquinas and the Summa
So
Theologica.
do Jewish people do this today? Are Jewish practicing, like, what is it, Orthodox
Some of
Jews?
some of them do. They practice every commandment that
like-
can be practiced.
And
Yes.
they're like, oh, I can have slaves, you know?
Yeah.
And it says right here,
There
that
are
today-
Jewish people that would be okay with this.
today.
Yes.
Yes. There are ultra-Orthodox Jews who some of them believe that when the Mashiach comes, when Messiah comes, that many of the Gentile nations will become slaves to them.
Good grief.
I mean, they just take the Hebrew Bible seriously.
Well, but if you were to say that the Israelite people, you know, in the New Testament, you're married into the Israelites. You know, you become a child of God.
So
Just
then you
like-
get to own slaves.
And the New Testament never says not to own slaves. It says slaves obey your masters.
Yep. Even the cruel ones, it says.
Right.
Paul
but
had
that-
the chance to say to free the slaves in Galatians chapter 6, verse 9. He literally addresses slave owners and just says to treat them nicely. What he should have said is don't own slaves anymore.
Out of all the laws that he could have abolished in his own teachings, he couldn't abolish the one law he should have abolished.
Yeah.
So do y'all
Sticks,
believe that?
I just want to point this out real quick. You've been up here for like over 2 hours or something. I don't know how long you've been here.
okay.
Hold
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Hold
Oh,
on,
sorry.
Stick. I don't
Yeah.
care. You can stay all night. I don't care. All I'm saying is what's going to happen is I'm eventually, like 3 months from now, I'm going to clip this video and repost it. And I want you to watch it back. I want you to see that whenever we read verses, rather than being honest with the verse, you went right into apology mode. You went right into, well, it can't actually mean what it says, so let me make up a lie about what it actually says. But here's a very clear passage where God said you can do slavery. And we've already talked about the law not being temporary. The law is not temporary, which means if the law allows you to do slave and the law is permanent, that means you can do slaves permanently. Even if you think the law is temporary, that just means there's no restriction on slaves anymore. You can have as many slaves as you want.
Unless you were an Israelite.
No.
It says,
You can
"But
have
as,
you can have
as
all the
for your
slaves you
fellow
want."
Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." You know, like,
I'm not an Israelite. I can have as many slaves as I want. If the law is abolished, there's no law against me owning a slave.
but Israelites can't have slaves that are Israelites.
Why not? Why can't they? In Exodus 21, it's clear that they can.
It says that these you
It
may
says
treat
your
as slaves, but
says
as
your
for your fellow
own.
Israelite,
No, it says brethren. It doesn't say that in the original Hebrew. Talks about your brothers.
but that would be like another word for neighbor.
No, men, women could be slaves. Exodus 21, God tells you, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years, but in the seventh he shall go out free, a person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons and daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So if you're a Hebrew woman, you're a permanent slave, which is obvious again in verse 7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So you can just sell your daughter as a slave. You're a permanent slave if you're a woman.
Because they were seen as property, or you're saying that women are property
Oh,
for
very
all
much
time
so.
under
The 10th commandment, even out of slavery, they're considered property. So like them being slaves doesn't make them. They're just another form of property.
Interesting. Well, I will say the last thing I want to ask before I go, because it's just getting late. Not that I haven't enjoyed our conversation, is that if y'all were to, and not saying that I'm not saying that I'm trying to convert you, but if y'all were to still remain being Christians, would y'all have had to have uphold those laws and decrees in the Old Testament for you to say that you were a legitimate, righteous person under God?
Well, I'm under the apprehension that there are no such thing as Bible-believing Christians. Like, you cannot hold to the theology of the Old and New Testament and like actually believe in everything in the Bible. It's just impossible.
Wow.
It's literally impossible to believe all of the Bible because, again, it contradicts itself.
So when you say that, if someone says, "Oh, well, it says I just need to believe in Christ and give my life to Christ, and love God with all my heart, mind, soul, and heart, mind, and soul,"
Congratulations, you're a member of Pollyanity now.
and then well, that which means that there's two laws that you have to follow, really, right?
Nope, wrong. Nope.
Okay.
You're
Well,
misremembering Matthew 22. In Matthew 22, when Jesus says there are two most important commands, he doesn't say
Right.
these are the only two commands. He says these are the two most important commands. He
Well,
says all of the other commandments can be categorized into one of these two, which means Leviticus 19:28, where it says love your neighbor as yourself. What that means is that is compatible with slavery, because the same book that says love your neighbor as yourself says that you can literally go out and own slaves.
So you're saying that if you don't love somebody who's a slave owner, then you're not loving somebody as a Christian.
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm saying loving your neighbor is compatible with owning people as property.
Yeah.
Loving, I'm not understanding. Maybe it's. So, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
If Jesus said all the commandments of the God were summed up in the two commandments of love God and love your neighbor as yourself, meaning that the commandments to own slaves are summed up in love your neighbor as yourself.
Interesting. Well, all right. I still believe in God, and
I'm
I
sure
still
you do.
believe in Christ, but I enjoyed talking with you guys, and I got to go, but y'all have a good night. Thanks for your
Yeah,
time.
we had a good one. Cheers, man.
Now, there was someone in the conversation saying Paul was a misogynist too. I will give this to Paul. The one text in his actual authentic Pauline epistle, which is misogynistic, probably an interpolation. He was actually pretty.
Yeah, in 1 Corinthians,
pro-woman.
1,000,000% interpolated. I actually agree with this, and scholars, a lot of them agree with this too. If you look at the authentic writings of Paul, he seems to be an egalitarian. He even lists sometimes women as deaconesses, and if there's a couple, a husband-wife couple like Prisca and Aquila, lists the wife first, which is unheard of in Roman culture.
By the way, you know my friend Ashland. She pointed out that if questioning God makes one a sinner, then Jesus was a sinner when he said, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani.
Oh my God, yeah, because Jesus did the same goddamn thing that Job did.
Yeah, questioning God. Why is God? Why God? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point, though.
Yeah, I didn't either. Yeah.
Well, listen, friends, it's late. I'm going to read. I've got a gig tomorrow. I can't stay up late. I'm going to read the super chats, but I've noticed I've been talking to some people in the Discord. There are some super chats that are missing from the stream for some reason. They didn't show up on my end anywhere, but somebody took a screenshot of them, so I know that they exist. I don't know what's happening with YouTube tonight. I've never seen this before. There's some kind of a glitch where not all of the super chats are showing. I had a couple people talk to me in the Discord and show me that they sent super chats, but they're not in my list of super chats. I don't know where they're at. So I apologize if your super chat got missed. I have no idea why YouTube isn't showing them all to me. I even went directly into YouTube Studio to see if they were showing there, and they're not showing there either. There's got to be some kind of a glitch tonight with YouTube. But I do have I think I have most of the super chats. I don't know how many were sent, but I think most of them are in my list. So I'm going to read all the ones that are in my list. And unfortunately, I apologize if there was one that didn't make it into my list. It was not my doing. I don't have any access to it. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, and we'll have to maybe I'll contact YouTube and see if there's some sort of a glitch that was happening. I'm curious if it happened on somebody else's live stream or just ours. But I've never seen that before. I've never seen it where the super chats just don't show. I had like 4 different windows open showing all the available super chats, and what I was seeing was not what people in the Discord were seeing, which was really weird. I've never seen that experience before. Gretchen, thank you so much for the super chat, though. Friend says, not all DMT fever dreams are debate ready, Chris. And if you could call Chris anything, he was a DMT fever dream. That is 100%. And Sansabark, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, God will take care of us just like he took care of the passenger pigeon. And as Joe Tate used to say, have a good night, everybody. What's the passenger pigeon?
It's a pigeon that went extinct. I think it may have been the one that they used in World War I or II for delivering messages, but it went extinct. Same with the dodo. Like, God just didn't care about those birds. The sparrow, yes. Those, no.
God really cares about sparrows. If you learn anything about God, is he's choosy about his birds. Why he chose to give the kiwi non-functional wings, I don't know yet. Simeon says, Cleveland native here. And yes, I 100% agree that at least we're not Detroit. Well, thank you, Simeon. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. And but we were talking in the Discord for our charity, which, by the way, we have about everything we need set up with YouTube now. We got the tax exemption from the federal government like yesterday. I got the paperwork, so we are cleared. But all that being said, we were talking about doing a fundraiser. We do like a Midwest meetup. Let me know in the Discord if you have ideas. We're thinking about doing a Midwest meetup where we just have like 100 slots, and like we would rent out like a place, and we would hold the fundraiser there, and we get a bunch of the creators in the community to show up, so you can meet some of your favorite creators. I think it'd be a really good time. But Marduk, thank you so much for the super chat. Marduk says it's a Cradle of Filth shirt, and I will send a link. The Cradle of Filth is wild, actually. Like, Cradle of Filth was one of those bands when I was younger where like parents who were in the know were like making it, like they're like digging through your CD lists to make sure you don't have Cradle of Filth because they thought it was so evil. They thought like the devil would come inside of you and take you for Satan.
I'm a bit too young. Don't know what it is.
Oh, buddy. It's hard to describe. Cradle of Filth is like, if they took all the worst parts of the Old Testament, like the genocide and the raping, and then they just turned it into music. It's pretty wild. Tim says Mel chipped his what now? Wait, Mel? Did I miss something with Mel?
Mel Chisadich.
Oh my God. Mel chipped a dick.
How does one chiz a dick?
Just the tip. I don't know what you're doing with your chisel. If that's the kind of work that you're producing, I've got questions. I know about making homemade flutes. You're not supposed to make a homemade skin flute. That's not the thing to do. And Marduk again, thank you so much. Says, and the lead singer definitely isn't Catholic. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, I would hope not. RD, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, have you ever looked into Zoroastrianism? Is it real? First of all, no, it's not real.
It's a real religion, but it's not true.
Certainly not true. No.
I was surprised when I found out that they were still around. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, there's a friend of mine that was on TikTok for a while that practiced Zoroastrianism, but I haven't seen her in a hot minute. I hope she's okay. Actually, a lot of people knew her. I forget what her scream name was, but she was popular in the community for a while. Andre, thank you for the $19.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And super thank you to you, friend. That really helps the channel. And Jack, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says, I met a really honest Christian last night. Oh, this is rare. I gave him a bunch of contradictions straight from your cheat sheet, specifically the story of Jesus and the fig tree. He deconstructed on the spot. The cheat sheet is amazing. Thank you so much. I did... I want to plan a night where we, for all the subscribers, go over the cheat sheet for people who aren't aware of it. And I've got 2 new tabs that are about ready to add to it. I think you're going to like them a lot. So get ready for that. It's going to be a good time. But yeah, if you want an easy method for deconstructing somebody, just go to like the contradictions tab or the failed prophecies tab on the cheat sheet and just read them off. See what people do with them. The reality is most Christians are going to do one of 2 things. They're going to do what your friend did and deconstruct, or they're going to do what Styx did and lie, and lie some more. And if you don't know what to say, it's okay. You can make that shit up. Elteen, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. And also, Elteen, I don't know why this super chat came through, but your other super chat didn't come through. Lilith sent me a screenshot of your other super chat that did come through. I don't know why one did and one didn't. So thank you for the other $50 super chat. And before I read this super chat, let me read your first one. And thank you, Lilith, for saving it and sending it to me. But the first super chat says, can you let me know if this argument tracks? Premise 1, corruptibility is a property. Premise 2, creation was corruptible before the fall. Premise 3, perfect objects aren't corruptible. Ooh, I like this. Conclusion 1, creation wasn't perfect before the fall. Or conclusion 2, God is imperfect and corruptible. And I love this. And I think that's in your second message as well. You redid it for your second message. So thank you so much, my friend. And I think this is really good. I think the question becomes, though, if God intended human beings to sin, then we would say that it's still perfect creation because it's doing what God wanted it to do. I think that would be the caveat that Christians would try to put in there. What would you do, Dalton?
I would say that oh man, a whole book about this, assumptions in Genesis. Hope Ken Ham doesn't sue me. But one of the often the big assumptions of Genesis is that creation was perfect, and it never states that creation was perfect. It just says it was tov meod. Very good.
Very good.
And very good is not perfect.
Yeah, I agree. The idea that creation was perfect doesn't, not only is it not in the book, it's just not necessary for the religion. But I agree with you because, let me tell you why. Because in Revelation 21, it says that there's going to be no more pain, no more sorrow, death will be no more. Like all the stuff that we don't like and God doesn't like, that's going to be no more, which means there is a state of existence without the corruption or even being able to be corrupted. Because in Revelation 21, you can't even be able to be corrupted because you're in heaven, but you're not doing the bad stuff, which means there is a better state of existence than what Adam and Eve were created in, which means they couldn't have been perfect, because perfect would be Revelation 21. Because you can't improve on perfect.
Yeah, they were lacking the knowledge of good and evil. So by having a lack of something, that just entails non-perfection, because perfection is completion.
Yes, yes. And David, thank you for the super chat. David says, that's not a fallacy. That's an insult. Put that on a shirt. Actually, I say that one, and a lot of times people will say, because I'll say, sometimes I get a little too hard on the guest and I'll insult them. I should get better about that. But they'll be like, that's an ad hom. I'm like, it's not an ad hom. I just insulted you directly. Like, that's not what an ad hom is.
I had the same opinion a couple months ago. Guy told me ad hom. I said, ad hom is when you insult someone's character without addressing their point. I addressed your point and then called you stupid.
Right. If you multitask, it's not an ad hom. And McDubbin, thank you for the super chat, says, I need Justin topic that's strictly focused on how Christians in the modern day don't follow Jesus whatsoever. They follow Paul. And believe it or not, outside of a few other requests, this is one of the most requested topics. And we actually dug into it quite a bit tonight. Here's why I don't do it as a solo topic. I don't know, and I could be wrong. We have to try it to find out. But I don't know if I could run a whole 6 or 7 hour live stream on just that narrow of a topic without running out of people to talk to. And so like my typical go-to is like this open topic where a lot of people will get up. If it's going to be a really niche specific topic, I'm going to pick a night where I might only be live for 2 or 3 hours and then test it out like a trial run. You know what I mean? And Jag, but we were going to do it, by the way. We are going to do this. Jag, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, did Job ever know about the bet? No, he wasn't told. Or did he know his life went to hell? Then his wife was pregnant and Lot and wait. Or did he just know his life went to hell? Then his wife was pregnant a lot and he ended up with 2 times the original kids. Okay. I don't know if all the kids came from the original wife. I don't know if that's the case. I think that's an assumption that we're bringing to the text. It's clear he had extra kids. It's not clear who with. And having multiple wives is easy in the Old Testament. But that being said, no, we're not told that Job knew what was happening. As far as we can tell, Job had no idea what was happening. So just one of those things. Rock Hard for Doug. Great to see you, my friend. Rock Hard said, Styx Wind is smart enough that if they kept reading, they will understand the truth. And Styx chooses truth over hope. That's what we're hoping. We were hoping that he would pick truth over hope. And so much so that Rock Hard said another one. Said, pulling for you, Styx. You got this. And keep learning. And you know what? Styx, I thought at the beginning of our conversation was trying to track. And then once he got really caught into apologetics mode, he couldn't get out of it. He was stuck in it. He was trapped. And therefore deconstruction didn't really happen. But he'll think about this conversation later. Josh says, forget Deuteronomy. Dude, you're boring me. Deuteronomy is not that boring, guys. Come on. I take offense at that. Okay. I like the Old Testament. Leviticus can be a little dry. Parts of it. I get that. Orin says God ordered, not culpable, so Hitler was innocent. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's at all what I was saying, because God didn't order Hitler to do anything. Hitler acted on his own accord. The difference is that in Job, God not only pointed out who he wanted to be tormented, but then gave them permission to go do the torment. To be clear, if God spoke directly to Hitler and said, you can go do that stuff, then yeah, they're both on the hook for it. That's how that works.
Job's just catching strays.
I know, really. Poor Job. The guy didn't do anything wrong. Fucker's innocent. Maybe we should do that one next. Job was innocent. Because it should be a given. The text just tells you he's innocent, but Christians fight it. They have to find some reason God wouldn't unjustly punish somebody. Well, fucker, read the Bible, see what happens. Mr. Lightning says top 3 atheist streamers. Number 1, Justin. Thank you so much. I don't know if that's the case, but I appreciate that. Number 2, blank. Number 3, blank question mark. I think in terms of skill, Dalton's probably got me beat. He's the sharpest of them. I think in forms of popularity right now, it's hard because Ian's super popular. He might be number 1. He's got a gigantic following. Dr. Blitz is blowing up right now. His last live stream was huge. He's got 450,000 followers. He's getting huge. Anyways, I don't know if I'm top 3, maybe top 5. I don't know. Top 10?
When I think of atheist YouTubers, I'm a little bit like behind on the times because I don't know a lot of the modern YouTubers. I'm more familiar with people like Matt Dillahunty and Godless Engineer and Cosmic Skeptic and stuff like this. Like I'm still a little bit behind, and I think of all the rest of us as TikTokers, but I guess a lot of us are moving over into the YouTube stream.
TikTok's taken over. I don't know if you knew this. In the debate space, TikTok is now king.
Oh yeah, so many TikTokers on the Atheist Experience. It's crazy.
When I go on AXP and the line, which by the way, you got to go with me. When I go on AXP and the line, we're struggling to get phone calls. Like people don't want to pick up a phone call in.
Yeah, that's crazy because that show was so popular back in the day.
Yep. The format's changing, you know? Gretchen, thank you for the super chat, says, Stickswit, stop digging and step away from the shovel. Yes, I tried so hard. At the beginning of the conversation, when we were in Jeremiah 7, like I tried to stop him from cooking himself. I really did. And then he just kept going and going. I was like, all right, fucking okay.
By the way, there's another passage like Jeremiah, it's in Amos 5.
Yes.
Where he asked the rhetorical question, did I ask for offerings in the wilderness? It seems like not only the going forth from Egypt, but the entire time in the wilderness, no sacrifices.
Yep. And there's the other passages too that contradict about what happened after the Exodus. There's one passage that says that they rebelled right away and they were wicked. We know that, Hosea 11:1, right? There's another passage, I forget.
Yahweh fought the sea monster Rahab.
Oh my gosh.
When they parted the ocean waters, yeah.
Yes. There's another passage. Let me see where it was though. There's another passage that says that they were blameless after they left Egypt. I was like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? See where I put it.
Someone said, I don't watch AXP anymore unless Justin is on. Girl, I get it.
I don't know where it's in my list of contradictions somewhere though. About what happened when they got into the desert after Egypt. Shit, where'd I put it? There's so many contradictions now when I'm trying to find the one that I want. It's hard to find it because I'm like, wait a minute, where in the list was this one?
Ooh, Forrest Valkyrie. That's another good YouTuber for everyone out there.
Yes.
That's another one.
Yes. Hosea 11 and Jeremiah 2 was the passage I was thinking of. So it's a really weird contradiction. I don't know if it's as strong as others, but I think it works. Hosea 11, as we said, when Israel was a child, I loved them out of Egypt, I called my son, and then they fucked off. They sacrificed to the Baals and idols, right? But in Jeremiah, it says, go proclaim in the hearing of Jerusalem, thus saith the Lord, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness in a land not shown. Israel was holy to the Lord, first fruits of his. He's talking about how great and obedient they were when they first got out there, and then later they rebelled. That's like, what story are you reading? The first thing they did was rebel.
I think one of my favorites actually is Jeremiah saying, I never even wanted human sacrifices. And Ezekiel going, no, I commanded it.
Yes. Yes. It didn't even cross my mind. Oh, goodness. Rock hard for Doug. Thank you for gifting out 10 DZ debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. Big W, Rock hard. I hope you're doing well, and tell your other half I said hello. Mike, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Mike says, thanks for doing Doug's work on this earth. Well, thank you so much, Mike. While I'm on Doug's rock, I'll be doing Doug's work, and that's getting as many people out of this silly Christian brain rot cult as I can. It is brain rot, as we've seen so many times tonight. And Kenneth says, this dude Sticks is a classic concussed Christian. Doug Rock to the head of ages. I think Doug Rock to the head. Doug of ages? Sharon Stone begs for mercy. Sharon Stone is the most merciful. That's why she's the co-redemptrix of reality. And Josh Barber, thank you for the super chat. It says, this happened to me many times with super chats. Josh, it's interesting. I've never heard anyone say that, where there's super chats. Like, trust me, I've had streams where I didn't get to every super chat, but I usually just tell people, hey, I didn't get to everyone's super chats. But like, legitimately, like, I'm talking to the people in the Discord. There's a bunch of super chats that didn't show up on YouTube, but they're just not there. I don't know what's happening tonight. Like, there are nights where I just can't read all super chats because I have a hard cutoff. That's not tonight. Like, I'm reading every super chat that is in my super chat box. And that's all I have access to. If there's another super chat floating out there somewhere, I don't actually have access to it. And I feel bad because I know some of the people that sent me messages, they were kind of expensive super chats. So like, fuck, I'm sorry, I don't have access to them. Fabo, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, thank you, Justin, for calling people liars and POS. This world forgot opinions can be factually wrong. I know. Listen, you can have opinion all you want, but if you're lying to me about what this book says, I'm going to call you a liar. I'm going to call you a lying liar to your face. I'm actually curious if, yeah, I don't know. I might code a piece of software. I do have access to the YouTube API. I might code a piece of software to dump all super chats into an Excel spreadsheet the minute that they show up. It wouldn't be hard to do. That way, if one gets missed, it'll still be in my spreadsheet. Like if for some reason YouTube just doesn't show it, I can still access the YouTube database through their API to see if it's in the database somewhere. I'll work on that, friends. Sorry, I can only do as much as YouTube lets me do. But you guys know I love and appreciate everybody that supports the stream, which is why I read as many super chats as humanly possible. Because the channel is nothing without you guys. And Jarek says, today's episode was sponsored by the Words Don't Mean Words. Here's some money for therapy, Kraken to recover from all of that. Rock hard for Doug and Sinfully Wet for Sharon. And I love that JMR has popularized Sinfully Wet for Sharon. I love that slogan. And I'm actually out of Kraken, guys. It actually happened. I ran out of Kraken. I haven't got any more yet. I'm going to get some tomorrow. And we're going to reload. And we're gonna do the tentacles work. Jarek, thank you for sending out a DZ debate membership. I super appreciate that. And Dougosaurus Erectus, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W friend says ex-Mormon here. Just started a 12-hour brisket smoke for a delicious meal tomorrow, and I hope it's as good as the cooking Doug and the Prophet did tonight. Well, Douglas, we got some chances to cook. I'll be honest. I had the heat cranked up a little hotter than normal. I really got on to one or two guests. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel bad about it. But in the moment, I was just tired of being lied to. And, you know, I gave them a little extra flame. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I didn't even have to have any Kraken tonight to turn the flame up. It just, you know, this is what it is. Bingus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Jesus wept for me, not my soul. But for my hole, no ply keeps me stuck. Wow. Amazing. The shortest verse in the Bible is now a song about Jesus' love for your hole. I mean, soul. Fantastic. I appreciate that. That's good. Okay, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Those are all the super chats that I have in my super chat queue. I apologize if there's one missing.
Before we head out, I actually have a book suggestion for you, Justin, and maybe one you haven't read.
All right, let me get my notepad out.
Yeah, and it's a Jewish one too, and it's one that you'll find very interesting. Let me know when you get ready.
What's the book?
It's called The Limits of Orthodox Theology by Mark B. Shapiro. And the topics that he discusses are questioning some of the assumptions of Jewish theology, like the existence and unity of God, the incorporeality of God, creation ex nihilo, only God is to be worshipped, prophecy and uniqueness of Moses, revelation of the Torah, eternity of the Torah. So actually, some of the ancient rabbis had a view similar to Paul. God's knowledge, reward and punishment, and finally the Messiah, resurrection of the dead.
Oh, damn, sounds good. I'll have to check it out. I appreciate the book, Rex. You guys know I love books, and I've got a habit with reading. I have to read every day. I feel weird if I don't read a little bit every day. But readers are leaders. And who's live right now that we can go raid? There's got to be somebody alive right now that we can go. Born Again Atheist is live. Okay. Who else is live? I do love Born Again Atheist though. She's phenomenal.
It's always a party on her show.
Oh my gosh. Let's go raid Born Again. I'm going to open up. Born Again still doesn't have a YouTube channel. I got to convince her to get one.
Yeah, so I can prove it through math. So if the universe...
Oh, there we go. Oh God, Q-Top's live. I haven't seen him live in a minute.
Oh, fuck that.
That guy's a goof. Godless Reggie's live. I don't think I've ever sent anyone to Godless Reggie. Let's go say hi to my friend Godless Reggie. Godless Reggie runs a good channel. And I love his prompts, by the way. Godless Reggie has a prompt that says, "Fact, this does not do shit," referring to prayer.
Straight to the point.
The name of the channel is Godless Reggie 2. Godless Reggie 2. How many people are we got? 37 viewers right now. We got to get this thing over 100, guys. Let's go raid Godless Reggie. Tell him Justin and Dalton sent you. Tell him Deconstruction Zone sent you. Tell him Doug sent you. Let's go raid Godless Reggie. I love his work. I love his channel. Looks like Lynx is up. Lynx is awesome as well. She's a friend of the channel. But yeah, let's go raid Godless Reggie. I'll see you over there. We'll do some chirping in the comments. We'll go have a good time. And we'll see you over there. And today's Friday, right? We'll see you, friends. We'll see you back on DZ Debates and Deconstruction Zone on Monday. Make sure you're following Dalton's channels on YouTube and on TikTok. And Dalton, hey, thanks for spending the night with me, buddy.
Absolutely.